Garage Sale.
Woo! 7:45. We're at work early today.
Yes, we are up.
You're up early too. I know I had a message from someone over the weekend. They were up. It's 1:45 in New Zealand this morning, and they're up because they want a Fujiwara with a fancy handle.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the Garage Sale Live. Today is the day. What is the Garage Sale?
Garage Sale's a great time. We mostly Naoto goes to Japan, comes back, carried like this. He's not flexing. He's just carrying knives and knives and knives. He brings back so much knives that we put them on a table and go, Naoto, why did you buy so many knives? And then we have this sale so we can get rid of them. Because what he buys is not the stuff that we keep in our store and our cases on a daily basis. He finds new stuff. He meets new people. So as a gesture, he buys their things. Sometimes he kicks over little piles of stuff and they give it to him for a real good deal because it's like the Sakai Ul stuff is like 10 years old, but it is in great shape. Yeah, it's deals, it's prototypes, it's one of a kinds, it's sales, and I know there's a few of you here that are after some really awesome things that we looked at on Friday. How does it go? What should we do? What do we need? What do these people here need to know when they buy stuff?
So the sale starts at 8 a.m., which is about 15 minutes from now.
14 minutes.
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, started in
13 minutes.
13 minutes.
12 minutes.
Yes, so sale starts at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Whatever time zone you are at, it'll be in 12 minutes. Website opens and all those knives that we are basically keeping is gonna go on sale. Great deals, as Mike said, the great deals. Some of the one-of-a-kind, really rare and unique knives are on there. And also, stores. If you live in any of those cities, we have stores in Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Ottawa, and Toronto. They open their doors at 10 a.m. local time, which is actually pretty soon in the Eastern. Ottawa and Toronto will be...
Those two stores open the same time as our website, so there's guaranteed to be someone in the store buying online and shopping in the store.
So So if you are ready, make sure you have your all the autofills corrected and up and running, because we don't have any. We tried to implement a system last time to hold the cart for whatever, but it basically didn't work for the volume. So basically, it's the first one who snatch and finish the transaction will get the knife.
Now, with all of that in mind, the store's inventory is kept separate for today only because we want to make sure people in the store have a great time too. And so you will see that store inventory, what doesn't sell in there, will go back online this evening, or usually around 6 o'clock when the store closes, and it will be available then. So you may miss out on something this morning. So if you did, come and check back later. It might show up again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you guys excited for the sale?
Yeah, of course. We have the largest pot of coffee brewing over here.
Yeah.
I get to make my biannual pot of diesel fuel.
The church basement percolator.
Yeah. It's coffee strong enough you'll quit drinking.
Wait, quit drinking coffee or quit drinking period?
Quit drinking.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just all fluids.
Yeah. That's it. I'm done.
Sales going to be live in about 10 minutes. If you have questions before then, last minute questions before you shop, pop them in the chat because we got 10 minutes to get to your questions. We got a couple so far. About some gifts for home cooks, new home cooks. I got a stack there for you now.
Oh yeah, this is great. Somewhere between that Santoku shape and length, and even if it's someone who's typically been using a standard chef's knife, going a little smaller and more compact is sometimes found to be enjoyable.
Absolutely. We have quite a bit of nice selections. Like this is a great time to talk about the deals. All the Tsunehisa knives, including something like this, are all 20% off. This particular one, SLD, stainless, semi-stainless steel, regular price $198, but it's $158.40 Canadian dollars. It's really nice, really well made. Look at how this tsuchime or this raw type finish on the blade. This is fantastic. Also, we have something that's really good really well priced knife like the this Mastani-san's knife. It's the VG10 stainless steel with the beautiful tsuchime or this like imprint or the hammer pattern on the outside. This is like 158. These are a fantastic option. If you want to go for something more artisanal, I guess, like this Makoto Kurosaki-san's Nashiji is also fantastic. It's really nice and thin. VG10, it's a solid steel. It's still get the real, like, oh yeah, you can see a little bit like the indentation. It's like, it's not mistaken. It is intentional. It's actually really cool. It's a handmade, hand sharpened by the Makoto Kurosaki-san. These are fantastic option as a gift for the. But again, as Mike said, any stainless steel, santoku type of stuff is going to be a fantastic gift for home cooks. Okay, so we have some question about Shibata knives. We don't have that many Shibata-sans. Shibata-san is.
You have more?
We have the something really unique from Shibata-san, but the this here Kotetsu. Kotetsu is this like series made by Shibata-san. Kotetsu is the ironclad, the battleship. It's got a little cut off on the tip. So like Nakiri, he had to make a Kotetsu with the tiny bit of.
I think it's a. I think this is actually. I would say the like world's smallest K-tip.
Yeah, exactly.
Nakiri.
Right. It's like so cool. This is the Aogami AS version, Aogami Super with the stainless steel clad version of this. We have something super cool from Shibata-san with the jigs, the
fishing jigs.
Yeah.
You find them.
Yeah.
I was just going to pull up a couple of knives that I thought were worth people's attention. Some of my hot favorites. This is a Tsunehisa SK4, so this is just like a real basic carbon steel blade. Sadly, it doesn't have a price tag on it, but I can't imagine it's terribly expensive. But this caught my eye as it's labeled a Honosuke. This, to me, it's 140 millimeters, is a wicked trimming knife. It just looks like the old Sabatier boning knife that I once had. Now, this is, I think, a complete, I don't know if it's going to even last very long. This is a 270 millimeter Tsujihiki, sharpened by Makoto Kurosaki, who is an incredibly good sharpener. With this beautiful handle. It's SG2 and it's $360. So like that is a wildly good deal. Beautiful little like raindrop kind of texture to it. $60. This just in. This little trimming knife, Honosuke, Tsunehisa SK Honosuke is $60. That is a steal. Now, what I think is something that is just outstandingly beautiful. Naoto was talking to him about how he felt like his knives have improved and changed, to which he's like, nope, they're exactly the same. However, I think they've improved and changed. They're a little bit thinner, there's a little bit nicer taper, there's a really nice curve to the edge here. And this is Damascus SG2, 240 mil Gyuto, rosewood handle, $545, made by Kobayashi SG2. Now, there's a few of us at work here who are dedicated fans of Kobayashi. He doesn't come from a traditional sort of knife making family way. Like they're much more in a larger production type of. And he's decided to step out and make some knives with his own signature on it. They're really, really great. They're wicked knives. The edge is really like a little zipper. But yeah, Naoto's found a couple other cool things. For example,
I want to talk about jigs.
The Hocho jig. These are from Shiba. Shiba does enjoy a fair amount of fishing these days and has designed these quite incredible little fishing lures that are little bunkas. Now, I know these work because I recently got a picture from our man Kevin Kent, founder and CEO here at Knifewear, who had visited Shiba not that long ago and went fishing. And I was getting text messages of some really, really wicked fish. Like, for example, the biggest yellowtail I'd ever seen, and it came off of one of these jigs. So when you're out in the Sea of Japan, make sure you've got your Hocho jig. They're 25 bucks. There's 4 of them or 5 of them?
4 different kinds, yeah.
4 different kinds, and yeah, it's HOCHO, Hocho Jig. They're 25 bucks each, so bit of fun.
Kristen.
How does EU tax work? Well, that's a great question.
Yes.
Your country taxes you on things, and I'm not sure if we are set up yet to collect those taxes at checkout.
I thought we
Yes,
do.
we are. We typically do. If it's the United States, we'll collect tariffs at checkout.
Okay.
And then pay customs for you so you don't experience any
So it's the
delays.
EU version, I think so too, right? The EU,
Yeah, that's typically what we do for every country unless
Typically,
you've
yeah.
got really complicated taxes.
Yeah.
State taxes we don't collect because they're way too complicated. But
Yeah. So, Christian, you will have to pay taxes to the EU based off of their rules, but we will pay for them. You pay us in the checkout for those taxes, and then we pay the shipping company. That means they don't have to phone you, get a hold of you. You don't have to go to wherever it is and pay them, and it just smooths out the wrinkles in the process for you.
Awesome. Devin wants to see the fixed blade Higo knives here. These were actually pretty cool. These are all fixed blade. Don't mix up the sheath and the thing.
Oh yes, okay.
They're all good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Look at these
So
guys.
each ones are unique. Uniquely, actually, it has a different color of the handle and the sheath as well. Each ones are numbered.
Look at the beautiful
That's why I said don't mix it up.
the knotting or the whipping or whatever it is on the handle.
Each one represents on the website. Each one represent with the numbers. For example, something like this. It's number 14.
And it has a built-in bear bell,
Yes, exactly.
so they can find this in the bear's stomach later.
Yeah.
just so you know, sale starts in about 2 minutes.
Oh wow, we're almost there. Okay, good luck everybody. Double check your autofill. If you have blade guards and things that are non-garage sale products you want, you can add them to your cart right now. That's one less thing to do right when the sale starts.
Waleed Enya is asking if an Anru Hamono number 2.
Yep, it
stainless
sure is good for a new cook.
Yeah.
This is a knife. This is a Nakiri. Nakiris are a shape of knife that's designed for and even named for cutting vegetables. And it is, in fact, quite good at doing that job. However, you wouldn't be the first person who got an Akiri and found that this was the knife that you used for pretty much everything every day in the kitchen. They're very comfortable. There's a bit more weight up at the front, so when you're doing that kind of chopping motion, it follows through a little bit nicer. The edge is quite straight, so it kind of connects with the cutting surface at one time. And a slight little glide will have it cut through your food nicely. And Anru, that's a really good place to start. In fact, most people in their lives would never even have a knife nearly close to being as good as that.
I love how
so
he's been-
Waleed, that is a really great.
Yeah, I love how he's actually starting to make a really nice thick tang right here too. It's like
That just is a comfortable feel, and it gives the knife a real good, confident structure.
Okay, is it open yet?
30 seconds
30 seconds. Jordan
on delay.
Harnden wants to see that the B1D while we're doing a countdown for the website to open.
Hold on.
All right,
Wait,
all right.
wait
Sale
for the
starting.
in 10 seconds. No, wait on the knife. Wait for the knife.
How much
10
is our delay?
seconds.
4,
3,
3.
2, 1. Website's open.
Woo, woo, woo! Here we go! It's on!
Do we have that thing on it? Yeah, there you go.
I gave him a wow.
Yeah, okay.
PewDiePie wow.
Wow. Alrighty. So, seems like the website is open. So, go for it. There is a there are a lot of like super cool, unique, one-off, rare knives as well. Something like the Hado B1D right here. We have some Kaguras. Like
We do have some Kaguras.
Kaguras is
We might not have Kaguras anymore.
Kaguras are very one-off. We did have Hinoras as well, like some Uras. They're playing some music in the back there. So, let's continue. The Jordan wanted to see some Hado B1Ds. So here, B1D with oak handle. These were actually really nice, simple, beautiful look to it. And I love how subtle this Damascus looks.
They are
look.
next level,
Yeah,
those things.
look. Blade is forged by Yoshikazu Tanaka-san. Also, the Hidehisa-san is starting to actually get in more work at his workshop. It's really beautiful. The Hado team is so fun as well. They are really.
These are not for the faint of heart. These knives are super high performing, delicate, crisp. You need to use them and love them with care. Now, we are at the garage sale. This is the Knifewear Garage Sale. This is the insert number annual, biannual even. I don't know how many we've done, but this is something we do in the spring and the fall. Naoto travels to Japan twice a year. Kevin, the founder, often goes with him, and they go and they shop. They buy stuff, they make friends, and they come back with really great deals, really cool, unique things, stuff that we don't get very often. It's not our regular inventory, so we blow it out. You will see some knives like the Tsunahisas. You'll also see a bunch of refurbished knives online and a ton in store from our trade-up program we've started recently. Great deals, cool stuff. It runs today from right now until next Monday, the close of next Monday. So it's like a full week and plus a bonus day. Now, yeah, we're here to have fun with you today. Ask us questions. We will do our best to answer you. Anything related to Japanese kitchen knives and their use, at least. You know, we can try and help with some other stuff. You know,
we'll have some demos later on how to carry your knives, as well as some of the trying to do like cooking demos with the some cooking equipment that we have. So
a few people have already got their knives.
Oh, let's show out what they got.
Big Bazuzo. He grabbed his first Yu Kurosaki knife, and he says thank you.
Nice.
And Go Diego Go got his Anryu White 2 Gyuto that he really wanted, so that's awesome.
Yep.
Alan Liu, who is a regular customer of ours, grabbed the Fujito Kinzoku.
Oh yeah, the frying pan.
Yeah, the frying pan.
That is fantastic.
These frying pans.
Yes, these.
And Andrew Mugford is wondering if he can see the Mizaki 240mm Gyuto because he just bought it. So he'd love to see it.
They might have picked it. Mizaki 240, which one do you know?
Mizaki 240mm Gyuto. That's what he said. Which one is it, Andrew?
These are the carbon steel pans that were just mentioned. They're really awesome. The prices are great. They are very simple. They're just a really good carbon steel pan. I've been using one for a week or so now. They are awesome. They actually heat up really quickly. I've got it seasoned very quickly. They come pre-seasoned, but a little extra seasoning has gone a long way. And for example, we have a really cool Tamago Yaki pan. It's $50. You got this knife?
So I got the this Mizaki 270. We have another one.
Mizaki is an incredible young blacksmith. He works mostly by himself. He's got a cool space I've been to a couple times. He really tries to make a knife so perfect that when you go to resharpen it, there are no imperfections that are behind. And you can see just in the sharpening how he's got all the scratches from the stone all running in the same direction here. And that is very intentional and very much on purpose. There are no low spots. You can see how he's got that lower angle up towards the tip so it stays nice and thin. And there we go. That's better focus there. Right? This is a very beautiful knife. It is not for the faint of heart. I do hope you get to enjoy that knife. I would love to see some pictures of it once you've used it.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it with its beautiful patina on it.
How it changes the color. Absolutely.
This is a living work of art. So congratulations. That's a score.
I always love to talk to him when we get to see him in Sanjo too. It's great inspiration. The Serial Tack Boy is asking something for Gyutos for under $250. So we collected a few. Something like this one here, the Tadafusa with the walnut handle. This particular one is $249. It's fantastic knife. It's got blue carbon steel core, stainless clad on the outside. In fact, the Santoku version of this is my first Japanese knives I ever owned, and that's how I guess like it all started. Like my knife addiction started from that point. So this is great, solid, fantastic knife. I still use them to this day. I think bought them like almost like 17 years ago. That was like when the one of the first Knifewear opened. Like Knifewear's been around for 18 years, I think.
Coming up on it, yeah.
Coming up on it, and I got the I was talking this one of my first Japanese knife. I bought it, I think, second year, I think, of the Knifewear. So it's 16 years ago. I still.
Yeah, I bet.
Them.
You know,
like,
a 210 chef's knife, carbon core, stainless cladding. Like, what a great knife to use. Yeah.
So we have something like this Hatsukokoro Kurosagi, I believe the Kurosagi Aogami Super. We just actually get to see this at Blacksmith in the Kyushu. It was fantastic. That the family was great. It's like he's got the one forge spring hammer on both sides, so it's like super efficient, right? Like those two guys can work off from the one forge. It was pretty cool. Aogami Super for $230 is a steal. We do have something super cool and unique. The this Seki Kanetsugu Shiwon, it's called Purple Cloud in Japanese. This comes with very unique handles. This one is purple, but comes with like about 8 different SKUs or 8 different varieties of the handle, and they are 185.
I need to go grab the scale.
The any of the any Tsunehisa knives are any Tsunehisa knives are 20% off. There are several Gyutos that are available under $250 as well. So
it turns out actually the discount broke for those for some reason. Ellie's fixing it. If you ordered a Tsunehisa knife without the discount, email tv@knifewear.com and I'll fix that for you. I'll refund the discount later today.
Or the info at Knifewear too.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, the Joshua Yoon is asking about VG7 steel and what they are. VG series. It's really popular knife steel made by Takefu Special Steel. They're great, and they have the series VG1, VG2, VG5, VG7, and VG10, VG10Ws and everything. But the VG7 in particular is very interesting steel. This one here is actually really good.
This is very cool.
Opinel, the Nigara Hamono in Aomori, and Opinet teamed up with the Opinel in France. It's like the Higo knife, French version of Higo knives. This particular blade is made by the VG7. And this is actually really good. It's very timely because the Takefu Special Steel just talked about the VG7 on their Instagram. So what the VG7 is, it's got lots of, they call it carbide. It's like, so what they do is they give those crystals, carbides, comes along the edge nice and even. So what they do is that those carbides becomes really nice toothy edge. Great for something like these outdoor
that would
knives.
be amazing for an open nail, like cutting through a branch or something. With
Cutting,
that
yeah, exactly.
Really
cutting
great.
Ropes too, right?
Rope, yeah, right. So it's like micro serrations at that structural level of the steel.
Exactly. So these are great.
That is incredible. So first of all, open nails are always just a great little knife, but this has been made like at the next level. An open nail is usually like $25 to $50.
Yeah.
VG7 hammered steel made by Nigara in this beautiful little wood box with a flame maple handle. It's $600, but you know what? That is very, very limited edition.
Yeah.
That's very cool. That is very tempting.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you mention that we're not allowed to buy stuff until...
Yeah, there's a few things that are going to be gone. I'm going to actually try to sell everything that I want so that I don't have to buy it.
Yeah.
Because I've got a problem at home with my knife collection.
That's always the garage sale game we play is can convince people to buy the stuff that we really want so that we don't have to spend money later.
It's easier than explaining to my partner why I've brought home a new knife. Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Alrighty. Michael K. is asking about the Chikamasa herb snips.
Well, and this is a good time of year to talk about these as the spring has sprung here in North America. Chikamasa herb snips, they are, well, they're for snipping herbs. You know what? They're basic. They're everything that you think they should be.
Yeah.
They are just like the Japanese version, which means sharper. They're sharper and they're just a little bit nicer. They probably err on the side of needing a little bit more attention. Like you have to do things like a grown-up would, like wipe them off when you're done with them. And that's about it. They do have a really nice sort of spring to them. They're not super, super strong, but yeah, for going out and harvesting some herbs, these would be great. These would be awesome for
snipping.
foraging.
Yeah, snipping extra leaves, to just get the concentrated on the stuff. When you're doing the, I don't know, when you're growing the tomatoes, some growers they do snip
Pruning,
some of the small ones.
Well, and the nice fine tip would allow you to get in there with some aim.
Okay.
Chikamasa,
All right.
herb snips.
Patrick
Two
wants.
sizes.
Yes. They're good. It's just really super basic, but that's functional. Patrick wants to know the specs for Wakui Tsuchime Gyuto here. So I've got this knife here. I'm just gonna slide that there, and let's do those things. So first of all, this is that knife. It's beautiful. It's really nice and robust though.
This is beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. So oops. So is it grams?
Some of you might remember from our fall garage sale that we had about, 14 of the crowbars that Wakui had made, and that was the last he made crowbars.
Yeah.
The last crowbars he made, I should say.
Alrighty.
What am I, Yoda?
Yeah. Weight is 180 grams. For those of you in the States, it's 6
ounces,
6.3
ounces. Yeah.
And the thickness at a spine, like is where it actually meets the handle, is 5.2
I always think measuring
millimeter.
over the engraving is a really good
And it kind of like gets really, and over the heel part, it's the 3.5, and at the tip, it just tapers it down.
It does distinctly flare out the tang, though, which is a nice feature.
Yeah.
It gives you a bit more grip. It gives that knife a real strong feel.
Yeah.
It's kind of a part of that area where they're from.
It's very
common,
distinct, yeah. And the tip part right here, it tapers all the way down to 1.87 millimeters, so it's like tapers it really, really nicely. Length, definitely the 180 mil. It's fantastic knife. The Wakui-san just
right at the choil.
Wakui-san just moved his workshop and started his new one. Last time you and I went to visit the Wakui-san, it was such tiny location that they've been working for a very long time, and he's got not like most efficient setup, right? So he's got really set up working for the for kitchen knife making finally. So it's actually really, really fun.
And it's not attached to his house anymore, so
No.
I'm sure his neighbors are happy.
Yes. And yeah, he's now a neighbor to a Masashi-san's workshop.
Oh.
We walked from Masashi-san's workshop. Hey, let's go to the Wakui-san place, and we just around the corner.
Awesome.
It was really good. Alrighty, John.
John Pitch, thanks for coming back, John. You're a regular viewer of our extravaganzas, bonanzas, and chicanery.
Asking for Kato Black Damascus and AS Nashiji Petty, which is actually a really, really great choice. I was really excited to have this back. The Kato Aogami Super AS stainless steel flat Nashiji 150 mil. I talked about this on Friday, but I look at this 150 mil Petty.
It's a little slicer.
I know.
It's long and slender. It's really great. I mean, going around, curves, peeling oranges, even Even deboning some stuff. That would be wicked on
I
deboning
think
a chicken.
I watched too much those butchery videos on
Oh,
TikTok. Yeah, like ones to check out is a Niku Hack. That's like this guy is like so good. Like
right.
The Jacob's nodding it. It's like really cool. Like gets the whole. Anyways.
Gotcha.
Like, more and more I watch it, I'm like, oh, I need the knife to do that kind of stuff.
He's a really incredible butcher.
Yeah.
A really, really amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
Niku Hack.
Niku Hack.
Shout out Niku Hack.
So, Kato SG2, Black Damascus. I love how he does this like almost like design on that the Damascus blade, and also really nice tool bevel too. Like it's this distinct. Like it is smooth here. There's no.
Yep.
There's a little bit, but you know it's got really nice distinct bevel right here.
This is one of those knives to me that's just incredibly elegant. This is like a Jaguar. It's so thin, light, precise feel. The SG2 is really nice. That makes it kind of like a laser beam. But it just look at that. This dark ebony, that like cloud look with the nickel Damascus and the etching. It is a very, very handsome knife.
Yeah, 1.75.
Right? That was the thickness of the tip of that wakui.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Right? So very different feel. Very, very light, very nimble. Probably makes it a little more delicate, right? As is with so many things. Okay, did that cover those two questions off?
So, Andrew DePass that is asking for Homura Kengata Gyuto. This is it. The Homura is forged by the Itsuo Doi-san and sharpened by the Yamatsuka family. It's like Doi-san has been making the knives like these single bevel knives for a very, very long time, and this is one of the not a first, but the very few double bevel knives that he forges. Like he has a few different lines. It's great, especially now that he forges that actually much thinner than he used to make. But bevel is still nice, and it's like really. It's gonna be really good workhorse.
Totally.
It's not thin blade, but still really thin behind the edge as well. So you won't have any problems cutting carrots and stuff like that. But you don't have to worry too much about the chipping either because it's not that thin blade. It's great. It's got a really nice hamaguri.
Just to talk about weight of knives and handles a little bit, it's really a preference. Whether it's a Japanese handle or a Western style handle, it's a preference. I find the Western handle is a little bit shorter and puts a little bit more weight in your hand if that's how the knife was designed. But the weight of the knife just allows a bit more mass and momentum, so sometimes people will find that they're actually pushing a little bit less. If you slide the knife forwards or backwards, the weight can just drop through the food. Some people find that makes it a great workhorse. And some people just enjoy the confidence of a knife that feels a little heavier in their hand. We often hear that from folks who are moving from a German knife to a Japanese knife. They'll hold some of them and say, ooh, this is too light. I feel like I'm going to cut myself. If that's the case, something like this Homura would be awesome.
Right. Okay.
Are you showing up people's names when you...
Yeah.
Awesome, just making sure.
So the Bikbuzo.
We're trying, Nathan.
You're trying. For me, man.
Can you pass me that?
What do we got here? I don't see what was the question, but this is the Sakura.
No.
Oh,
So
okay. VG10, VG2 Coreless. Oh, right. Yeah, right.
What's the Coreless? So, Coreless Damascus is very, very fun. The Coreless Damascus is basically made with the two different steels. So, Japanese knives, first of all, are made with the usually 3 class steels. It's got a core steel and sandwiched with the softer steel on the outside. Coreless Damascus, Makoto-san's like a really good example, but this is actually more visibly better. So they are just made with 2 different types of steel and mille-feuillet or the layered or croissant.
Sure. Laminated.
Laminated.
Yeah.
So, butter been the VG2. Dough's been like the VG10. Hard steel and the slightly softer steel. VG10 is the little bit harder.
Yeah.
And in theory, the VG2 will wear out a little bit faster than VG10 and creates this infinite teeth.
Yeah.
So this one here is a great example. The Sakai Takayuki Coreless Damascus. I think Tol Bunka is what we call it here. So if you get close to the edge, there is no clotting line. It just goes all the way to the edge here, right?
So the theory is that the two steels perform differently, hold their edge differently, and wear differently. And so over time, you get this sort of, I don't know, there's just sometimes you hear people say self-sharpening, and I think that's a bit of a stretch, but it's a very cool way at addressing longevity of an edge. And essentially they're folded together, so there's like, it alternates to a certain degree, which type of steel will be cutting at one moment. But yeah.
So the Makoto-san's, this Coreless Damascus, is even more unique because you have to really see it in close shot, and you may not be able to see it. It does have certainly a Coreless Damascus core, but also this particular one has the softer cladding steel on the outside as well. So it's the Coreless with a 3-layer clad on the outside.
Yeah, so you could say that there's the 2 layers on the outside of the cladding steel, and then the middle is the core steel, which is the edge. So often the Coreless Damascus doesn't have cladding on the outside, somewhat designed so that you don't need the cladding steel on the outside. But sometimes you just like take things and do things that are not what you're supposed to with them. So I don't know if that's iconoclastic or silly.
So
but
hard to show.
I think this knife is really, really beautiful.
Super cool. Like it's really hard. Like it's.
Well, it allows the soft steel allows you to put that texturing on the face of the blade where you couldn't likely do that very easily with the Coreless. You could possibly damage it.
It's very sad because the limitation lights in camera, it doesn't really show that the real good.
Damn you, physics.
Alrighty. Can you pronounce it?
Etienne Breezy wants to talk about Now Yamamoto. Bought the AS Kurochi Damascus Santoku. Wow.
Now Yamamoto-san is really, really, really good blacksmith. His name doesn't get, thrown around as much, but he's a really good blacksmith. He apprenticed under Azai-san, Masami Azai-san. He was he is the one blacksmith. He's the blacksmith who is allowed to actually use Azai-san's blacksmith's name, the Echizen Marukatsu. He does his own knives like these ones with his names on, but he is one of the probably one of those like blacksmiths started this whole younger generation of the Takefu knife village, right? Like a little bit before the Kurosaki-san came in, he started it. He's like probably 5-year or 10-year old older than the Kurosaki-san, but so he's like big brother, kind of like big brother to like all those like guys.
Okay, he's like the big brother to the current generation. So he's not one of the previous generation retiring. He's just further up the road.
Like, he's a little bit of a But he's always like honing his skills. So like I think style changed. He's got a really nice super thick, again, like very like the ones that we like. It's super thick here.
But it's nice and thin at the tip.
Yeah, it's like super thick here and tapers it down very nicely. When you hold it, it feels like pretty substantial, but edge is really thin. AS with the beautiful Damascus finish like this. Yeah.
Well, let's answer some more questions, but I think at some point we should talk about the tip, the sharpening, the like different angles, and Naoto, you're so good at explaining that. So I think let's go through a few questions, but when we have a lull, we can talk about that. Because I think it's really interesting and quite unique to think about how a knife travels through food. So we have Tsunehisa AS and stainless, 240 versus Yanagiba.
So I think the what he means is that the comparison between Tsujihige and Yanagibas. That's probably essentially what he was asking for. So we have this Tsunehisa great deal again. 20% off. Aogami Super with a stainless clad on the outside. Super nice and light. Really nice and thin. This comes really handy. Tsujihige is
it's a nice curve to the edge.
Yeah. Tsujihige is this like the knife with the beveled from both sides, right? Like sharpened from both ends. Double beveled knife. It's really versatile when you're cutting the, like roasts, hams,
Yep.
those kind of stuff. Even like chicken butchery, butchery, I mean the more like roast, carving chickens. Yeah. This comes really.
You can cut steaks, you can portion meat with this, but honestly, like, talk to our guy Sam at the Calgary shop. He's been using Tsujihiges almost exclusively for everything that he's doing at home. He just likes the precision that you get with that knife. So yeah, he's chopping onions with it, right? That length of the knife gives you the slide ability that you might lose without the height.
Yeah, let's compare it to the one that's the same length of the Yanagiba. So the same length here.
Great.
So Yanagiba is the ones that's with the whatchamacallit, the single bevel. It's only sharpened from one side.
See if I can get this to show up on camera here. You can sort of see there.
Sharpened beveled on this side and flat on the other side. What that means is that the it's
there we
great.
Go. There we go. You can see sort of the like half diamond shape to that blade.
Yeah. So it is single beveled. It's great when you're doing the almost like I explain it as a peeling action.
Yeah.
Because the one side will just gonna peel off from the other. So when you're like great for sashimi slicing of just doing this and one side of the sashimi falls off, or doing this cut, it is. So when you're say cutting a roast, you don't want to cut it in a traditional way with a fork on your left hand and doing this. You want to have the meat. You want to just slice it down from the right hand side always.
Yeah.
Like doing this. So that it works really well with cutting the roast in as well. Just need a little bit of adjustment how you cut it.
For sure. Like the way you're describing it, I often think of it like the wing of an airplane, where there's more distance to travel over the one side versus the back. So it's going to create almost like a lift. And the way you experience that when you're cutting food is it curves, right? There's less resistance on the back, so it tends to turn towards the back.
Yeah.
And when you can't see it on the camera, but when you look it up with your eye, it almost looks like the blade has a curved shape to it.
Yeah.
Which allows you to cut very, very fine cuts. But when you cut something dense like a carrot or a potato, it's really going to curl on you, and it's not going to be as versatile in some ways. But what it does well, it does incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. We have really good selection of the single bevel knives for this garage sale, including this all Sakai
OUL. Yep.
Sakai old stocks. These were really well made, really good quality knives, but that were in their warehouse for quite some time. So we grabbed the ones from them, and they are really well priced. Like this 240 millimeter Yanagiba is $150. So we have quite a bit of selection of those kind of stuff as well. So if you're like not quite sure but want to actually get it into the single bevel knives, this is a great place to start. Awesome. So next, Patrick McCormick.
Sorry, I was shopping.
I know. Patrick McCormick is asking, compare Nigara SPG Strix, Santoku, and Bunka, which is flatter, better for
Are there any of the VG Strix left?
Bro. Hopefully.
Let's find out.
Yeah. But we
I think these are just incredible.
We have those in the stores as well. So
these are such nice knives. They are so well built. This VG Strix is such great steel. It's sort of a new evolution. It's a very modern steel right now.
Yeah.
Strix has been around for what? This is like the beginning of seeing it actually in production.
Yeah.
Right? It's been around for a couple of years, but
it's probably not
very
even.
new.
It's very new. Alrighty, so asking the difference in a carve here, I think curvature is like very similar. Yeah,
yes,
it's
identical.
Yeah, identical. The bunka does have a little bit, like it's slightly longer for some reason. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I think
Only 10 left.
10 left.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, get it in, get it out.
Yeah.
It's almost like I often think what they do is they make a santoku and then they come across with their cutter and they cut the curvature of the santoku off. Where this almost looks like they made the bunka and then they cut the curve shape
it is
out of
here, right?
out of the bunka.
Yeah, because the so here the bunka is actually slightly taller, like at the
Shoulder, tip,
yeah.
the front top, the top, front top.
It looks almost
I know
like
words.
it almost looks like a slightly more like Hakata because it looks like it curves up a bit.
I think that bunk is really awesome. So one thing I like to check about knives like this is how it feels when you're rolling it. Something that I've noticed with the Kiritsuke tip or a bunka or this fine tip like this, if you are someone who gets into a real big rocking motion and you're starting to move really quickly, sometimes you come up a little too high and it's pretty easy to stuff that tip into your cutting board. And because you haven't got the curved bit up here, it's pretty exposed. What I'm saying is that the tip of a bunka, something like that, is very delicate. So if you cut with a lot of gusto or enthusiasm, or you crank the Zeppelin as you get into the kitchen, the santoku might just have a slightly more robust tip, a little bit more forgiving for you.
What do you want to do with your knife? I want to rock!
Oh my good God.
At least go on the camera.
That's like that was too early on an early Monday.
Fully embarrassing.
Oh my goodness, Nathan.
Yeah,
All right. What are we doing? Hold on. We should probably talk about what we're doing here. We're just like hammering through your questions here. This is the garage sale live stream. Today is Monday. This is the beginning. This is the first day of the garage sale. It started right at 8 a.m. online. We will be open at 10 a.m. in store. Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Toronto and Vancouver.
Ottawa is open.
Toronto and Ottawa are open at 10. Yep, so 10 local time. We will be here for several hours answering questions and doing some demos and having fun and entertaining you. Now we have this will run all week. It goes right into the end of next Monday. There is great stuff to see in the store, and the store's inventory is a little bit kept separate for the first Monday. Mm-hmm. Check back later this evening if there was something that you missed, or just check back for fun. More stuff will go online this afternoon around 6 local time each store.
And if you're just hanging out and you already got what you wanted, congrats. I know my buddy Hype Beast from the East got the Mizaki 240 he was after. Yep. Congrats if you're watching. But if you want a closer look at the knife you bought just for fun, let us know. We'd love to help you celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So since we were just talking about what we are doing here like that.
Talk about some shipping stuff. Randall Brown.
Stuff. Yep, the Randall Brown is asking will we ship 2 orders together? And absolutely yes, we will. If you are looking more, if you bought it like several orders, we'll just pack it up and.
We'll pack them separately.
Yeah. Well, depends.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's in Canada, we'll pack them together.
Are you sure?
I don't pack orders, so I'm not going to answer that question. Why don't you go check?
Yeah.
Randall.
They don't collect them and bundle them together. They just pack them.
We have a few people here who are not the ones who do the packing, and they're trying to figure out the answer here for you. Apparently, there's emails being referenced. All kinds of stuff's going on. It's getting hot back here.
Oh, sweet. Well, there you go.
So, yeah.
Good. Now to know what he's talking about.
Yeah. So.
Usually, that's
I was working on old information.
We're gonna ship your stuff together. If not, do you know what's gonna happen? Is it's pretty much all gonna go out today.
Yeah.
There will be some stuff probably by 2 o'clock they stop picking orders. They've been here since 7 as well. So If you order today, you're very likely having your order shipped either today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have such an amazing team here in the warehouse. Every day we work, we figure, hey, why don't we take that order that came in today and ship it today? Why would we wait for a week to send you your stuff? So what goes on back here is this. We get orders, we get the orders together, and then we go through a 23-point checklist of making sure the knife is straight and making sure it's sharp, and pack it thoroughly so it doesn't get damaged in shipping. Now, accidents do happen, especially busy days. Sometimes things get missed. That's on us, but we really also then try and do our best to make it good. So if you do have any issues, hello@knifewear.com is available to answer your questions, help you, support you, and follow up with any issues you might have with your shipment.
Yeah, like we do generally combine orders, but sometimes going across the international border is a little bit different story. So if you're from the States, we're probably going to ship it several different packages and stuff. Anyways, so so we were talking about the Strix, and also the Paul wanted to see the 210 as well. So
yeah, we got Paul Drouillard here is looking for the 210 SPG Strix.
So compare
Tsuchimi Damascus. Damascus.
So it's like SPG Strix is again this new type of steel. They try to make this a ultimate knife steel. What that means is that it's hard. It holds the edge. It takes really sharp edge. It's stainless, so it doesn't rust as easy, and easy to sharpen.
Yeah.
Those things don't live together. Like usually two, but those three things.
Well, it's like time, cost, quality.
Exactly.
Pick two.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to pick all three.
Exactly, and they've done a very, very good job on that apparently. So yeah, I've had a privilege to actually sharpen one of the prototypes of Strix before, and yes, it's not like a carbon steel, right? But it is definitely easier than sharpening the.
Interesting. I think Ultimate Steel should be your wrestling name.
Ultimate Steel.
Ultimate Steel.
Should I wear it?
We're at work. Don't rip your shirt off, Jacob.
I don't know if they play some.
Like sound effects. It was actually the.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Okay, what are we looking at? This is the BD1, Hado BD1?
Yeah. Oh, no, not
B1D.
B1D with a cherry handle.
Oh, and this is for Brookwyn.
Is it a 210?
240, please.
240.
They may have grabbed it already.
Yeah, no, this one here.
Okay.
So cherry basically means it's like their cherry is not the cherry. It is a wood, but it's a cherry bark. So they laminate this bark of the Sakura cherry tree.
That is the smoothest handle I've ever felt.
So
the polish on this wood is incredible. And look at that blade. Hado makes these crazy grinds on their knives that they're so extreme. This is like a Formula One race car of a knife.
Yeah.
It is incredible.
I love the team Hado, the led by Mariyama-san, and the Nomura-san's been up there quite good as well. They've been doing really good job on.
Look at this knife. I think, to be honest, this has got to be one of the most beautiful knives. Look at it. It's got this like Kurochi finish with the engraving, this wicked beautiful Damascus, this like tons of exposed core steel, and this really cool handle. It's very artistic. It's very elegant. This is like the height of craftsmanship kind of a thing.
It's the combination too, right? The handle is made by this craftspeople in Sakai, making this container for tea. I don't know if you ever see those like tea containers with the cherry bark on the outside.
No.
So
I don't need to know more about the cool Japanese crafts. I have one addiction already.
It's cool. But basically, they teamed up with those people who makes those tea containers.
Yeah.
But they wanted to apply that technique to something else. Then they came up with something like this. So
it's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful knife.
Yeah. combination of two traditional crafts.
I hope, Brooklyn, I hope you've bought it. If not, you should.
Yeah, awesome. There. Tsunehisa Shoichi Nijuhachi 28. That's 28. Yeah. Okay, so fineness. More info about Tsunehisa. So here.
Fire mess.
Fire
mess.
That's
I believe that's what it says. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tsunehisa, again, we're doing 20% off all Tsunehisa branded knives. It's great knives. They are made by several different manufacturers in Japan.
Just buy this knife. It's a really incredible deal.
It's
really good.
Well made, really good fit and finish, and a lot of them have very cool, like look to it. It's a functional art, but at the very reasonable pricing. This one here is a white carbon #1 and stainless steel cladding. Beautiful. I think you're talking about this as a koji.
Right?
Yeah.
It looks kind of like koji.
The koji is the
inoculated rice used for so many things.
So many things like sake,
miso,
soy sauce, and stuff like that.
Just be aware that the white #1 is very hard steel. That means you've got some brittleness, so you're not going to cut lobster shells in half or coconuts. In fact, you're just going to be quite careful with this edge in general. But it will rust. And by will, I mean it's the nature of its material to do that. So what you're going to do is use it a bunch, and you're going to be very careful to wipe it dry so that water doesn't evaporate off of it. And then you will develop a patina, which is an iron oxide layer that's a protective coating on the outside of the steel, and that reaction time will decrease drastically, and then it will be a little bit more user-friendly. So I often like to say that you earn your patina by being well-behaved, and there's all sorts of tricks people like to do, and coffee and mustard and stuff. I say get a big bag of onions, spend a bunch of time julienning all of those onions. That I think it's the sulfur maybe inside the onion. The acid really does a beautiful job making a patina. And then you get to make caramelized onions.
Yeah.
And then you get to eat caramelized onions on stuff, and that is delicious.
Yeah. And yeah, the Tsunehisa itself, again, it's a really well-made kitchen knives. It's a little bit more mass-produced, so that's why the prices are fantastic. But because of this mass production, quality is very consistent. It's really nice and thin, and it is very reliable. And that's why we have like quite a bit of selection on the Tsunehisas, and some are just incredible deals. Like we just like go through the one knife with the $60 mark on the Honosuke or the chicken butchery or those like butchery knife. It's the
this one here.
Someone like this, the regular
what other
price
Tsunehisas have we got?
And it's like $60 with the 20% off. This is great. This is like chicken butchery, or if you want to do not only chicken, get a whole rib or some sort of like bigger portion of meat, and they've taken.
Oh, I just bought a bunch of sirloin tri-tip.
Oh yeah.
And you got a good chunk of fat to trim off of that. This would have been great because it's narrow and pointy, so you can get in underneath stuff, but it's stiff at the back, so it's nice and rigid, which means that when you go in and do that stuff, your knife's not bending around because it's not bendy.
This is really
Captain
well
Obvious,
made.
right?
It's
This Tsunehisa Nijuhachi is such an incredible deal.
Yeah. Awesome. Randall Brown is want us to talk about Hamono 165 Bunka Anryu AS Kurochi Tsushime wa Bunka 165. So here, the Anryu Hamono is this one of the many makers in the Takefu Knife Village. Now it's led by Takumi Ikeda-san.
Yep.
He is incredible blacksmith. He is a nephew of legendary Anryu-san, Katsushige Anryu-san. The nephew, he's been doing this for quite some times, and he almost, took what Anryu-san taught him and developed his own way of forging. because the way he forges right now is slightly different from what the what he like.
He's getting better.
Yeah, really, really good. It's got really the taper is incredible. It's the tip thinness is fantastic. Yet the bevel is really nice and even. Focus, yeah. It's incredible. Now he does like Alchemy Super. Yeah.
Listen, it's been really cool watching him grow from being the apprentice to now being the master, and then extending his skills and changing the way he makes knives. Not drastically, right? There's been a real evolution to the way he's produced his knives over time.
Yeah.
And it's really outstanding.
Yeah. Now see, like he has some apprentices. Also, he is doing a lot of challenges. Basically, challenged by Shibata-san, kind of like making a tinker knife.
Yeah.
A lot of different. Basically, what the Shibata-san asks Ikeda-san is to forge in particular way, and he's like doing it.
It's been pushing his skills, and it's been amazing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, we got a lot of questions
thing
about the Makoto-san. The info on Makoto Kurosaki SG2 Sakura Gyuto. So, it's Kevin.
Hey, it's Kevin.
Okay. Oh, there you go. So we have the.
It's my guess.
Makoto's Kurosaki-san's two different Sakuras. So he is. So if you're actually looking for the, if you're looking for his Sakura, he is discontinuing this Migaki.
Oh no!
So we managed to get a few for
something
this.
I'll say about the Migaki is sometimes Migaki is smooth and you can have some food sticking and some binding. What I can feel here, and I can even get it a little bit with the shadow, is this like ridge that rides up on the knife here. You can see with that light, that is like the bevel, and it's quite a strong sort of ridge here, so that's going to drive your food off the side as you cut.
But yeah, Sakura, this one that's very similar. I mean, like it does has the bevel here. This is a Tsushima version, and that's what the all his Sakura is going to be from now on. So if you get the one that it's not gonna.
Dude, it's crazy. This is a Tsuchimade SG2 210 millimeter Gyuto, sharpened by Makoto Kurosaki. It's $297. Dude, that's crazy. That's a really good price.
Yeah, it is really well priced. So, Sakura means cherry blossom, so it's it's got the really.
And you get the little cherry blossoms inside your knife box.
Yeah.
I love when they do stuff like that.
It's really
just
nice.
such a nice touch.
And it's also still really nice and thin, so it glides into the food very nicely as well.
I really like SG2. It's a very dependably sharp steel. It's a lot smoother in some regard, I find, when you're using it, but it doesn't rust, holds an edge an incredibly long time.
Yeah.
Breeze?
Wanted to have the closer look at the
Hudson.
Oh, right here.
Is that it?
Hudson's.
Is that the only one left?
Probably. Most of them went to stores.
Okay.
We have a few in the warehouse.
Hudson's. So we did release the video on the
Saturday.
So we released a video about the Hudson Torrance knives, what we thought about it and everything. And this is the production. So we did the video. Was it before even like we went to Japan, wasn't it? Yeah. So like a couple months ago, and so he produced it. And
wow, it's so thin.
Yeah, it's incredible. We have a few. I
think we got about a dozen or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Made with the 50-100 carbon steel, really well made, really well sharpened, really well forged, and. It's like, I can't believe how he actually forges the knives. Because a lot of knife makers in Japan, I mean, they do the belt hammers or the spring hammers. He does everything by hand. It's like...
It's like it is as handmade as you can get.
Yeah.
And it's usually, it's like based off of limited resources for him. It's not because he chooses to, it's because he just like, he's 20, he's been doing this since he was 16, and yeah, he doesn't have the money to buy all the big stuff to make all the big knives, and he's doing it in a garage behind his folks' house.
Right.
Yeah.
I would compare it to kind of like grunge music. It's like you have the shitty amp and the shitty guitar,
Yeah.
and that creates your signature sound. He doesn't have shitty equipment. He just has the equipment he can afford.
Yeah.
And the rest is pure willpower and 20-year-old strength.
Yeah, well, he's not even in town right now. He came to join us at our last garage sale and did some demonstrations, but he's actually off in Austria and Belgium, I think he was going to.
Yeah, it's like a kitchen knife show specifically for European kitchen knife making.
And he's been spending time there and learning from European blacksmiths on knife making too. He's a really interesting young guy, and we look forward to seeing more out of him in the future.
Yep.
I bought one of his test batch. It's the same profile as that, but the tip is thinner, like too thin.
Yeah.
Like I bent it the first time I used it.
Yeah.
And I have to fix it. But they're phenomenal. And I'm glad you guys chose this style that you chose, because they're not thick, but they're a little bit more rigid than the super, super thin, paper thin ones he was making at first.
Yeah, well, and hey, maybe we should mention, because we do spend a lot of time throughout our year creating content for our YouTube channel, that you're obviously watching our YouTube channel right now. But if you want, throughout the year, you can come back and watch videos like all the time. We even try to make videos like weekly, so you can watch all sorts of fun stuff. And we've got a really awesome team of people producing videos.
Yeah.
Like that guy and those two.
Yeah.
And they make us do stuff.
Yeah.
And so if there's stuff you would like to see, you can always send us a message, and we can maybe try and do it.
Yeah.
And we, I'm sure you heard early on, but Naoto and Jacob over there just got back from Japan. And so we've got kind of a vlog about their trip coming out in a week or two, hopefully this weekend. And then what makers do we visit? Because we're going to be able to do videos on quite a few people.
We got so many.
Yeah.
I mean, we can name a few. I mean, we have Satoshi Nakagawa-san, we did the Yoshikazu Tanaka-san, we did it.
Masashi-san.
Masashi-san, Mazaki-san.
Osakai.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
How will people know when those videos are coming out?
Well, I guess they can subscribe
they
if
can
they want
subscribe.
to.
Oh, you can subscribe.
Ding the old bell.
Oh, and if you like this video, you should hit that thing that says like. I guess we should.
I don't know.
Okay, there's our YouTube plug. Thanks, bye.
All right, yeah, that's the Hassan.
No, we're rocking. I'm fueled by percolated coffee.
Steve
Courtesy
Hawkins
of Mary, thank you.
asking the Mazaki Migaki Gyuto. All right, this is a really great question. Steve, here, we have a Mazaki knife here, and we talked about how he sharpens and like everything he does and by hand and stuff like that, right? This is great. So basically, we've been talking about how he hand sharpens everything, and yes, he does. All the bevel is being created by hand. Use the diamond stones and spends like at least 40 minutes on the foundational work. That's crazy, but so that when you are to resharpen this knife, this bevel is gonna touch on the stone like perfectly. But at the same time, he does put the micro bevel. We call it koba. The only person that I know that doesn't put the micro bevel on the knife in that region is the Shigehusa, and they sharpen in a slightly different way as well. But yeah, the Mazaki-san does put the micro bevel on the edge.
What's the purpose of the micro bevel?
So micro bevel is basically what the micro bevel means is that he sharpens the bevel, and also at the very end he raised it a little bit to get the another bevel on the edge here.
Yeah.
Purpose is really to give the good strength. Like if when he just sharpened this angle, which is like 5 degrees, the edge becomes way too fragile.
Okay, it's too thin.
Too thin. It's like it almost like frails, like the fabric, right?
Yeah.
So when a fabric frails, in order to stop it, you you stitch it like whatchamacallit?
A hem?
Hemming. Yeah,
You fold
exactly.
it. Yeah. So it's a little thicker.
Yeah, it's a little bit thicker. So that's kind of, but because the micro bevel is so small, it's it doesn't affect the how sharp that edge is. It's just really to give much like for like 8 or 10 more times stronger edge.
Right.
But the
Well, I think what would happen is if you didn't have that micro bevel, it would probably chip very easily, especially if you did that, cut and then scrape move on your cutting board. It would just break the edge off, and then you would sharpen it, effectively putting a micro bevel on it so that it wouldn't do that again. Yeah. I know that from experience from one of the first times I sharpened a Yanagiba, and I didn't put a Koba on it. And then I chipped the edge with pin bones.
I did it with the Usuba.
Yep.
And that was the sharpest thing I've ever used, but yes, I chipped it.
I flat ground a sabache by hand on a 220 grit stone once. I had a sabache like Nakiri, and my sous chef came by. I hadn't put any kind of Koba on it. It was very, very, very thin. Like you could fold the edge with your thumbnail, and he came and he chopped a whole bunch of lemongrass with it and said, "There's something wrong with your knife." And I had to walk out of the room. Bathroom? No, I'm fine.
No,
All right,
we're fine.
great.
Okay.
Oh, that's that.
That was the cue card.
They have cue cards for us, so we say the right stuff, and I just got one that said, well, bathroom, but I think Nathan was just trying to see if we need a break. I think we're good. You're good? We're good. We're good. I hope you're good. I hope you're having fun. Let us know if you have any other questions. We love answering questions like that, like Kobas and Scandi grinds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you snag the knife you want,
Yeah.
let us know in the chat. We'll shout it out.
Alrighty, so Nini Wagon, I think that's the name, is asking to see the Osamu Tomita Higo, which is like we haven't got this one. Like this is our first time having the hands on his knives. So Osamu Tomita-san is not necessarily a knife maker. He is a carpentry tool maker. It's like plain blades, and I believe he makes the chisels as well. But on the side, he makes these knives. He's based out of this area called the Miki Hyogo, where we actually went to see the Shigeki Tanaka-san the other day, and that was where the Jacobs actually had a chance to use the spring hammer.
No, really?
It was so cool.
That is a lot harder than you think.
Yeah.
That'll be in the vlog.
Yeah, it was fun. But this one here, all hand forged laminated, the Higo style knife here, and also like look how thick this scale is as well. It's really well made. I love how edges like kind of you can see the lamination line here. It's really well made Higo knife, hand forged Higo knife.
It's got some real confidence to it. The scales here are a fair bit thicker than that kind of the standard one, which is a beautiful thing, but I love that people are making these kind of in their own. And I thought we should probably show this Opinel off again.
Because it's the
Listen, I think Opinels are really cool, and they're often just sort of they're kind of a mass-produced, very simple, very functional, user-friendly object. And so is this. But Opinel teamed up with one of our favorites, the Niagara Hamono, and they produced this absolute beauty of an Opinel knife. This was the VG7 steel. It's Sanmai, so we've got the cladding steel with the core. Come on. There we go. Hammered Tsuchime Kurochi, which means, hammered is Tsuchime and Kurochi is the black face, with this sort of flamed maple handle. That's an Opinel times 1,000. Same design, same roller collar to lock, and it feels great. It's a beautiful blade. I know Niagara, their quality is exceptional. That's probably the sharpest, nicest Opinel you've ever seen. I can't imagine there was many of them made, so we have a few of them here. It's the Opinel Shiori, This is the number 10 size, which is really like a great size for kind of being a pocket knife. They're a little bigger for a pocket, but sturdy, and it's $600. I think I want this. Yeah.
Okay. Go on a question. Marianne is asking. Oh, I love a lot of people are actually asking about the Kurosaki, Makoto Kurosaki knives, because we actually get a lot of selection of Makoto Kurosaki knives. Like Makoto-san is the great. No, faster. Makoto-san's great, the like knife sharpener out of the Echizen, right? We haven't had his knives, like not as many knives in the past couple garage sales, but this time we got so many. Like those two with the Coreless Damascus, with we do have some selections like VG10.
So this is the VG10W. That's a type of VG10 steel with an additional amount of tungsten added to it. That makes it a little bit tougher. And of course, we're talking about the steel that makes up the edge. And this is very cool with this sort of bubbly kind of Damascus face.
So that's the Coreless Damascus. No, that's a
VG10W.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have another VG10W that's called the Kodama, which Kodama is like the tree spirit. So like they got the green Paka handle, this like textured Damascus, like.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful knife.
So we got a really good selection of the Makoto Kurosaki-san's knives like this time around.
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
So when we buy knives and we talk about the names of the craftsperson who we're getting the knife from, there's two types. There's the blacksmith who hammers out the knife, and then there's the other person who sharpens the knife. And so in this case, Makoto Kurosaki is a sharpener. So we are, he gets someone to make the blades for him, and his business and his brand is more around the sharpening. Same with something like Hado, where they're really specialized in the sharpening. So what you get is just a really incredible knife that has had more effort put into the edge. Yeah. Okay, what's next?
Okay, so Jose Martinez is asking for a Sakimaru or Tsujihiki 300 mil, and I've got the few, and one is even longer, and one is even longerer. Is here.
Longerer.
Yeah. So we have the this Sakai Kikumori Ren, forged by Nakagawa-san using the Aogami No. 1 carbon steel. This series is great. It really, it's created an idea to support the younger apprentices to actually be trained at those like workshops. Beautiful handle with the little turquoise inlay. Really well made. Like really well made knife there. We also have the this Homura with 300 mil Sakimaru. It's a little bit heavier. It's got the really nice tsuchime and kurochi finish on that as well. And it's really, this is the kind of knife that you just don't have to push it down into sashimi. You just like let that knife fall.
I think that's my preferred.
Yeah.
It does have a good amount of weight. Look at the shape of that, and look at how the heel comes up.
So
Yeah.
we have this, like something longer. We have the Genbu. Wait, is it Genbu? I think so. It's the Genbu. The Sakai Takayuki Genbu. It's a Ginsan stainless steel forged by the Yamatsuka-san. It's got a really cool Sakimaru tip to it. So Yamatsuka, Shogo Yamatsuka-san forged and Yamatsuka family sharpened, Yamatsuka. It's really, really cool blade, 360 mil. And longer, even longer. This here, the Sakai Takayuki Rinka. I think it's like 390 mil.
The maker must have a very long name.
Yeah, longer. But it's got.
That's just.
So this one is actually fantastic because, come on, focus.
Would it be in the middle?
Don't put your hands down there, Mike. That's going to confuse it.
There.
There we go.
It's got the engraving.
This way. Towards us a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
So it's got engraving with a Japanese old poem on it. It's hand engraved by the engraver named Kubota Michiko-san, who she's actually visiting us in summer. One of our stores.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
And I'm pretty excited to see her. Anyway, so we have these selections there. If I were to go for one, I would like to get the well, Rinka is definitely the choice, but Ren is really great. Sambao Joe is asking about the Tsunehisa Sanjuichi Santoku. This here is the very well made. If you are to start getting into Japanese knives, this is great. 440C is the stainless steel. It's not like new stainless steel. It's been around for some time. It's reliable. It's the stainless. It's got a really nice hardness to it, so it holds the edge really nice. This particular one's got a really nice, beautiful finish. Damascus finish in Tsuchime and Nashiji.
Wow, and it's 20% off.
Yeah, so it's like $150. It's reliable. It's fantastic knife. So yeah, it's like.
Well, let's do a bit of housekeeping here while we have a second. Let's talk about some things you might want to consider making sure you get with your order. Things like honing rods and blade guards. Blade guards are a great tool to keep your edge protected and protect your investment here. And these honing rods, whether you go with the black or the white one or both, I often use both. The white one's a little bit coarser, the black one's a little bit finer. Great way to polish your edge and keep it nice and sharp and keep you away from needing the abrasive sharpening stone for sharpening it. Now, we are here, we are Knifewear. This is our garage sale. This is our spring garage sale. It runs from today all the way until the 19th, which is next Monday at the end of the day. And we have our website up and running here. We are doing this all day. Naoto and I will be here for several hours with Nathan and Jacob and Mary. And our team in the warehouse are packing your orders right now. If you are in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, or Toronto, you can head down to one of our retail locations. They also have the sale going on there, and their inventory is separate from our inventory here today. It will become merged together this evening, so things that don't sell at the store today will go online this evening and be available for purchase, obviously, for you folks who are online shoppers. Now, we've been bringing knives from Japan for 17 years here to Canada and then selling them all over the place. And we do it because we love how amazing these things are, how great they are at helping you cook food. Most of us have a background of professional cooking, and all of us at work here are enthusiastic about cooking and cutting and eating food. So that's our source of inspiration is food. And so we love talking about these knives. Ask us whatever questions you want to know. We're focused on helping you out here today and making some choices. I think we're going to have some demos coming up later on.
Going to be giving out some free stuff in a little bit here.
Some free stuff? We haven't used the clacker wheel yet.
No, we're about to.
You haven't put on your fun outfit yet either.
All right, well, answer a couple more questions and I'll do something stupid on the internet.
Stupid on the internet.
Of my job.
Yeah, okay. Well, Steve Hawking wants to take a look at some paring knives. We have
Wait, which Steve Hawking?
this Steve Hawking on this yellow piece of paper. Is there multiple Steve Hawkings? Oh, not that Steve Hawking.
He came back just for the garage sale.
Nathan. Okay, Steve, I got some knives. Paring knives here. Depending on what you're looking for, the shorter ones are good if you're doing things like holding the knife in your hand like this, doing fine work. If you want to be like Thomas Keller with your little paring knife for everything. This is the McCurry VG5. This is quite a great paring knife. It's $120, quite durable steel and stainless. I kind of like paring knives with the Western style handle. It makes the knife feel a little bit more compact in your hand. We also have the Anru Blue number 2. A nice blade, taller. So if you are trying to brunoise a shallot or something with this knife, you've got a little bit more knuckle clearance. There we go. And it's got the really cool sashimi finish. A nice tall bevel, so a nice even taper. And it makes a nice thin edge right behind the edge. And the classic Tadafusa This is blue carbon steel with a stainless steel cladding. Now this is in the 135 mil, or sorry, this is a 125 mil length blade. That gives you a bit more versatility. It still has that nice fine tip and the pokiness, and the narrow blade allows you to go around curves easily. I like using these for all kinds of little things. When you get into chopping stuff, you might find your hands are going to get tired if you spend a lot of time chopping with this, but you know, if you're just making a quick meal, this will be great. Same kind of function here with the Minamo SG2. SG2 is a powdered stainless steel. This is a steel that is like lightning. It is very good at being sharp and staying that way for a long time. Cuts very smoothly as well, I find. And the Minamo has this very cool hammered texture. It's like overlapping circles, which almost creates little stars inside of it. It's a very beautiful knife. The rosewood handle is super cool with the red. It looks quite elegant. And it's got a nice fine grind to it. So it's almost like concave grind here, coming up to this bevel. So it's going to push food off the side of the knife and it won't stick as much when you cut. I hope that answered your questions there, Steve.
Yeah, it depends on what he wants to do with it, right? Different functionality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Steve-O wanted to ask, we'll probably see Shinchu Nakiri. So Takeshi Saji uses this steel. It's got the VG10W core and the, we call it Shinchu Damascus. They call it gold Damascus. It's basically it's not gold. It's the Shinchu means brass. So it's a brass Damascus.
Yeah, cool.
You know, it's very confusing because if you say gold, it's not gold. You know. So,
why do they call it gold?
Well, color gold, right?
Oh.
Yeah. But it's the brass Damascus. It's beautiful. It's got the super nice thin. Oh, super nice thin behind the edge here. It's gonna glide through daikon carrots like so much, like really, really good.
It's very subtle, but it's eye-catching at the same time.
Yeah,
it's the kind of thing that you have people over and you're cutting with your knife and they want to know what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just astonished you guys didn't celebrate the fact that Steve-O is watching our live stream.
Steve-O. Steve-O.
Let me see that Shinchu Nakiri.
It's great for cutting stuff.
Joanne Juan McNeil, I don't know, Joanne McNeil, this is very tough question because the want to see 120 mil petty, same or similar quality to Masashi Kuroshu. Because
do you know what? I think the most similar quality to a Masashi Kuroshu would have to be a Masashi Kuroshu, and I don't mean that in any sort of real like smart ass way. I mean that because it is a very unique knife.
Yeah, it is.
Its qualities and its look are exceptional. So yeah.
Something like in terms of I guess like how he forges and taper, it's not. But I mean like the who is it the Anri Hamono the Ikeda-san. He's been forged like look at how like
wow
for petty.
Yeah, that's
to have
solid.
Like this thick like forging like spine here is incredible and like tapers it really drastically to a step. This is kind of probably not going to cut similar, but it forged away and has a very similar, I guess, the thought and going through when they were making the knives here. We do have some thin knives like 120 mil, like if you're looking for something thin, we have the the SPG Strix by Nigara. This one here is nice and thin as well behind the edge. We have we don't get to see the Kurosaki for like Fujin as often as well, but this is also pretty.
I was gonna say, I think this would be the closest in some regard to the Kuroshu. It feels nice and thin right at the tang. Yeah. It's going to be very, very light and precise.
Yeah.
SG2 versus SLD. The SLD steel is going to probably feel a little bit toothier when you cut with it, and that's one of the reasons why Masashi-san uses it. He likes that feeling. SG2 is very, very smooth, but that can be changed a little bit to a certain degree with how we sharpen it.
Yeah.
And Joanne, any of these will be exceptional knives. You know, the Anru is at 190. You know, this Kurosaki Fujin is 350. So there's a bit of a price range. Either, you know, the Aogami Super here, this Kokusen from Yu Kurosaki, will have the ability to tarnish and rust a little bit. And so that will behave similarly to the SLD steel in the Kurosaki. This is a very, very fine, very thin, pointy blade. Again, I'm going to go back to saying that the Kurosaki Fujin with this like cool sort of like, to me it looks like the rain in an anime illustration. That surface, that's going to be probably the closest in performance similarly to the Masashi. Okay, I hope that answered your question.
Okay, we have the Ethan Alfonso, and I want to just combine these two together because it's kind of similar.
Sure, yeah.
It's very fun. Bell Sanford is, so the Ethan is asking to see the Yoshimi Kato's V Tsuchime Aogami Super stainless clad, and the Bill is asking to see the Kokusen.
Oh yeah,
these
totally.
are very similar, but it kind of reflects the way that they make like slightly different. It's crazy because the so this is the V Tsuchime Yoshimi Kato. It's got a really nice Kiritsuke tip to it. It's a little bit taller bevel maybe than the Kurosaki-san, but Kurosaki-san's the Kokusen has got this cool shape that, you know, it's almost like it has a bit of a drop on the spine. Maybe a little bit of slenderer, skinnier a bit. But look at, like, Kokusen is basically black, Senko is flash. So the
oh, I see. I'm gonna try and get the V Tsuchime in the light here.
Yeah.
Because there's quite a texture to it. It's actually rather deep as far as a texture goes. Like I can sort of snag my nail on it as I go across. So those deep, the V shapes are actually quite deep. Well, there we go. This is always the fun trick, is to try and capture some of the stuff on camera. There we go. Hopefully that's working for you. Yeah, they're both really incredible knives. I mean, Aogami Super Stainless versus Aogami Super. The stainless cladding layer on the outside does give you a little bit more user friendliness, where you're not having to chase the oxide or the rusting as much. Nonetheless, they both require good behavior as far as a knife owner goes because of their thinness and their sharpness and their performance anyway. So, yeah, I hope that covered what you were looking for. So that was the V Damascus and the Kurosaki Kokusen.
This was sitting at the you know, next batter's circle here. What can you tell us about it? And one looks a little bit different than the other. Is that the one from probably being used, maybe?
It's Nolan's.
Ah.
Oh, of course it's Nolan's. I would love to know what Nolan thinks about this, but this is the thinnest lifter. I'm trying to take the sticker off with it. It is thin and it's sharp, and it's a carbon steel flexible lifter that it's so sharp it's not even, there's no way it's gonna, oh wow, it did focus. That's all I gotta say, is there's no way this is gonna focus. It has the perfect flexibility to it. It is as thin as it could possibly be, with a brass handle. And it's even stamped. It was made 2025 here in Canada. This is the Norquist flipper. This is a flipper extraordinaire. I don't know if I've ever seen one that is this precise and thin and flexy. It's really quite beautiful. And if you like things that patina and age, this will do it for you.
How can we find that? What's up?
I believe if you go to knifewear.com and you go to which is our website.
What's the name of the?
Norquist, Norquist,
awesome.
is the name, and those are very cool little handmade brass spatulas. Norquist.
And that part is the carbon steel, so that's why kind of patina is like the one that he uses, right? Sorry, I thought you probably mentioned that.
Worth saying twice. Yep.
Yeah. Tyson the food.
Tyson,
hold on. Mikhail said that SpongeBob would approve of that spatula.
Ooh, yeah. Krusty Krab approved.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what matters most.
You sound convinced, Mike.
I missed that part about. Did he have an affection for spatulas?
He's a burger cook.
He's a fry cook.
Oh,
It's like every
right.
episode of SpongeBob.
Oh, he's cooking burgers. That's it. Yeah. Krusty Krab approved.
Krabby Patties.
The Krabby Patties. Oh, I want a crab patty now.
Yeah.
Come on, Nathan, get it together. Make us some crab patties.
All right, you got it.
I like crab cakes.
Tyson Hoover is asking for to see probably the Mutsumi Hinora Vitoku Rainbow Damascus Nakiri. It's a beautiful thing. He came to visit us.
Did.
When was he here?
January?
Well, yeah, he was here for January. January. Yeah, January.
Yeah, in Vancouver.
Yeah, he went to snowboarding at the Whistler in Blackham. He's big on snowboarding and stuff.
Yeah, I would too. If I was him, I'd show up to Canada as a business trip and then go snowboarding at Whistler. Absolutely.
It was fantastic though. We had a really great time. Even in Vancouver as well as in Japan. We went to.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, we're in izakaya.
Okay, let's talk about this knife though. Wow, this thing is beautiful. Can you tell us more about the V-Toku steel type? That's the edge steel.
Yeah,
here.
edge steel. The V-Toku is this steel. It's very similar to the blue carbon steel in Hitachi steel. So it's this carbon steel. It patinas very slowly, but it's got the it's got a again very similar to the blue carbon steel. So it cuts really nice and smooth.
Nice to sharpen.
Yeah, easy to sharpen.
Nice bite to it.
And also got a really nice, beautiful rainbow Damascus on the outside. So that this outside layer is all stainless steel, so you don't have to worry about rusting and stuff. But maybe copper changes the color slightly as you use them.
I'll be honest, I kind of have my eye on this guy.
Gyuto?
This is like a mini Gyuto. This is it's called 150 millimeter petty, but I think it's actually 150 millimeter Gyuto. I do have a couple knives in this size and shape, and I find using them, I use them a lot. I use them a lot because they're compact, they're easy to get to, and they're nice to use, but you can do so much work with a knife this size, whether it's chopping something larger or doing some really fine cuts. So I think this is a very versatile size and shape, and it's not one that comes around very often. Usually a Gyuto is kind of max at 180 millimeters, but this is really bridging the gap between petty and Gyuto. With that V-Toku type of steel, I think this would be a really wicked knife. I don't think I know. Okay, what now?
Jordan Cruz asking for knife for trimming fat off meat. And I've got a.
Oh, you already got it.
Yeah. So I've got a few little bit longer, skinnier. The longer, skinnier petties like these, as well. I thought you'd probably mention this, right?
Yeah.
The SK, the Honesuki like this one, Tsunehisa. It's fantastic price, it's like $60. But also I thought of it like this knife. I don't know, like your opinion, like what do you think having a little flexible knife like this to trim off the fat?
That is a style, and it depends on what you like. People who are accustomed to using a flexible knife like using a flexible knife. It does allow you to kind of, you use it differently. You can get in and underneath, and you can push up on what you're trimming, and that can help you to leave behind the most amount of meat. Some people prefer the stiffer blade because it doesn't bend, basically.
Right.
I do like a flexible knife, especially for fish, trying to get the fillets off of a flat fish. I find the flexible knife can be very helpful.
So it depends on the style, I guess. Like this works as well. The to trim off the fat, like really nice thin blade. This you can find them as the as you can see, they write the Brieto, Brieto. They try to actually make it sound like bright, but Brieto is the this series is great. It's got the stainless steel handle, so it's for a lot of people like it because it's a sanitary reasons.
Yeah.
Sanitation reasons, and this series is really good. But yeah, like any thin, skinny blade like these, and they're actually really nice and flexible, but it's not like flimsy flexible.
Yeah.
So it does have the control. The tip doesn't.
Flexible knives are often very, very thin, and they're not the stainless. They're not the clad steel where there's the soft on the outside and the hard in the middle. It's just one single edge or single piece of metal to create the blade. That makes the edge quite easy to sharpen. It's softer typically as well as an edge material, so it's less likely to chip when you run into a bone. But yeah, I think the finer work that you're doing, a flexible knife might deal with that for you. At $95, that's a really incredible knife. I do like this SK4, Tsunehisa SK4, because it reminds me of one of the original boning knives I ever used, an old Sabache, but that's a kind of a carbon steel that will have a really wicked edge.
That guy's such a sleeper. It's like, it's so cool, simple.
Keep that Honosuke, because next one is Honosuke.
Now we also have these last two, which we've got the Hatsukokoro Hayabusa Rainbow Damascus Petty and the Kobayashi SG2 150 Petty. Both of these 150 mils. These are quite versatile. I often think this size of knife, long and skinny, does a great job with trimming. You got the fine pokey tip that you can insert and kind of make that incision underneath of some sort of sinew, but also a great knife for doing all the other jobs that you would use a 150 Petty for. So it's got some versatility here, especially the SG2. That's completely stainless. I find petty knives as being stainless, often you run into things like fruit and a little bit more acidity, quite user-friendly, and the Kobayashis are just awesome. Awesome edge on those. Okay. Now,
Tetsuo-san.
Tetsuo might appreciate our Knifewear Akira sticker. Look.
You got a reference. He did it.
I've been watching Akira since before you were born, buddy.
Awesome. Want to see the some Honosuke selection? We did get quite a few Honosuke selection. Well, not really big, but we got actually a few Honosuke selection. One of my favorite among these is the.
What's a Honosuke? What's the shape? What does it do? Honosuke is the name of the shape, but what's it for?
Honosuke, hone means bone.
Yep.
Suki is to take off, to get rid of. So
okay.
Honosuke is the deboning knife. So Japanese deboning knife, generally speaking, to use it for poultry, like a chicken. Japanese, chicken, the small animals.
Sure, small birds and
small birds
rabbits and things,
like So we have a Honosuke. Generally speaking, they come in this shape, the more triangular shape, super nice thick spine, and bevel's a little bit shorter, so that the when you try and take the meat off, hit the bones occasionally, it withstands that little bit of abuse, right? Like it's not like try to cut the this one here, the Anri Hamono, the Ikeda-san forges and also sharpens it very appropriately to the Honosuke. Like, look at how
I was gonna say
it's got really nice big convex grind on the heel and slightly flatter towards the tip, but it's really nice. I love how this is forged and sharpened to the purpose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he knows that the Honosuke is used for a chicken butchery, so he sharpened it appropriately, like doesn't, coarse steel, like in comparison to, say, like this petty. maybe the thickness on the spine is very similar, but the how he sharpened, but behind the edge, this is so much more rounded, and this one is flatter.
Yeah.
So like, I love how he actually purposely sharpened the Honesuki for
Well,
Honesuki.
and just like what you're referring to is that often when using a Honesuki, you're going to use the front part of the blade, whether 2/3 or 3/4 of that blade, you're going to use through cutting the flesh and the skin of the knife where you want it that thin and sharp edge. But you can use this fatter heel of the knife to drive it through the joints, right? As you're deboning it. Making that thick and strong is really, really smart. And you can see he hasn't left a ton of exposed core steel, so you've got that supportive layer on the outside. That's what that's for, right? Because if the knife is really just super thin, it becomes very easy to chip. That's why Hados are really exceptionally high-performing, very, very sharp, but they're delicate, right?
Yeah.
So this takes out some of that delicate. You know, we've got a lot of other options here, but I think obviously you might understand that we
like
think
that,
the Andrew is probably the best choice.
But if you're looking for something, you know, you use in the kitchen, you know,
Sure.
like have to do a lot of stuff, something like this, the Tsunehisa VG2 Honesuki with a little bit more like synthetic handle, this is fantastic. Like if you have to go through a lot of chickens and industrial, like more industry type of situation, this is great. You know, you can just...
Yeah, it's kind of a rubberized handle, so you'll keep a nice grip on it too.
Like if you want to get something super cool by hand forged by Hudson, this is also fucking crazy. We have
Well, we have another question that's going to tag right in here and transition to talking about this Braito, which this is more of a Deba shape than really it is a Honesuki. This is a double bevel Deba versus a single bevel Deba. Debas are often designed for fish, for butchering fish and filleting the fish. So it's not that long, flexible knife that most of us in North America are accustomed to, but it's strong and does a great job with poultry as well.
But absolutely. I don't I personally have the Honesuki at home, so I have like this size Deba, like about 165, 150 mil Deba, which I use it to butcher chicken. Yeah. You can definitely do the very similar job. It is it takes a little bit of getting used to, right? Because it doesn't cut straight and everything. But once you're getting used to it, you can definitely use the Deba for chicken poultry butchery as well.
My suggestion with that is understanding how the blade works. When it's on the flat side, this side's kind of, we'll call it the flat side, and this is the beveled side. So if you're pushing the knife along the flat side, it has a tendency to drop down and it will bite. So if you're running it along a bone this way, it has a tendency to want to turn down and it will grab into the bone. If you turn it over on the other side and if you try to ride the bone across the face of the blade, you've got a fairly good margin there. So if you ride the face of the blade down the bone, you won't cut into the bone. And there you go. There's a bit of technique. So get one, try it out. It's very cool. It works awesome on fish. Also, Deba's underrated for a chicken butchery type of knife, which is sort of the Honesuki style. But Honesuki will be a great knife for other sort of meat style butchery. So this is like chicken veering towards fish, and this is more like chicken veering towards meat. If that's an example, a way of sort of describing the uses of Honesuki versus Deba.
Yeah. Awesome.
Great explanation.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing.
Marshall Mack wants to see the Nigara folding knives.
Yes.
Nigara-san's been doing, Shizawa-san and his team has been doing a lot of cool stuff, including coming up with those folding knives. These are incredible SG2 core with really good size blade. What's that? The size of the blade? It's 130 mil probably. It's really nice, and the scale it comes with the micarta carbon fiber. Oh, that's
the carbon. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the G10. So you get to choose the and it's really smooth. I am not really big in the pocket knives or the folding knives, but This is
Look at the Damascus pocket clip. Come on.
yeah, so smooth. It's really nice. Again, you know, I'm more in the kitchen knife guy, and then,
Okay, SG2 powdered stainless steel is wicked sharp.
Yeah.
Having that on a pocket knife is pretty rare. Hammered or tsuchime on the blade with just that little sliver of the Kurochi finish left on it. That is so cool. It's got a frame lock, right? Frame lock meaning the lock is built into the scale on the one side. Trying to get it so it tucks in when you open it, tucks in underneath the heel of the blade. Is it adjustable? It is a very solid feel, and it's got the little thumb flipper here on the back.
yeah,
There we go. Boom, boom.
yeah.
Knife is open.
Beautiful thing.
And it comes in a silk-lined box.
Okay, folks. It's time for our newest segment on the show. Hit it, Jacob.
Beat up a knife. Is that it? Is that our newest segment?
Okay, pass me that camera. Give me that thing.
Can we keep waving? Are we done waving?
We, oh, they have that, you know, like, wah, 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 thing.
Attach it like this. Why did you do this?
Do you know?
Wouldn't I?
You would look at a guy like Nathan and you'd think that guy knows what he's doing. I mean, look at him.
I wouldn't.
Oh,
There you go.
It's neat.
there.
All right. We are going over to
Oh my God, it's
our spinny wheel.
barf cam.
I know you're trying not to Yes. All right, let's spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
All right, we have got. Oh! You decide. All right, I'm gonna give everybody some free Knifewear Sharpies. Let's spin this guy around. All right, you ready to come to the back of the warehouse with me? Oh. Let's go. All right, let's see how the warehouse team is doing. Oh my God, there's so many carts here. All right. Tiffany, how you doing?
Hey, great, how are you?
I'm doing good. We're gonna give away some Sharpies. It's Oprah time. All right, there's Nolan. Nolan, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. Let's go run.
Woo! All right, let's go over to the packing table and give away some knives. I mean, some Sharpies, not knives. We're not giving away knives. Don't listen to me. All right. How's it going, Avery? All right. Oh, my hair's coming out of the top of this thing. It's really hard to get these out individually. All right. You get a Sharpie. You get a Sharpie. You get a Sharpie. Oh, jeez. You're falling everywhere. Oh. All right. All right. You get a Sharpie. Oh, this is really hard. Can you help me? Thank you. All right.
Oh, you got the elastic.
I got the elastic on there. Can't do it with one hand. All right. You get a Sharpie. You get a Sharpie. You get a Sharpie. All right. Thanks, dude. Hi, Diana. All right. Let's go back. Oh. All right. Hey, Matt. How's it going?
It's going great.
What are you packing?
So far, I got a really awesome handmade by Hudson knife in here. Some lucky guy is getting an awesome handmade knife made right here in Calgary. This
that's
thing
amazing.
is gorgeous. There you
All
go.
right. Cool. Thanks, buddy. All right. Let's go back. Try not to drop the camera on our way. Woo! Really hard. Oh, trying to knock any knives off the table. All right. Okay, we're back. Hi, Naoto. How's it going? We lost Mike. Hey, he just quit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we lost my. Oh, the camera switched.
All right, let's get some barf emojis in chat. No, it's the viewers. All right.
You could be burping too.
I'm gonna collapse.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take Mike's mic.
All right, welcome back.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, folks. Hope you all enjoy your Sharpies.
There's a question. B. Kawachi asked, who forged those Sharpies?
Who forged those Sharpies? I did. In the fires of Mount Sharpie. All right.
All right.
My hair's just gonna be fucked.
All right. It was a really good break.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It was a good break.
Yeah, it was a break.
Yeah, it was a break.
Not for the people watching it.
No. But
right.
just a reminder, we do fun stuff. We're doing this garage sale. First Monday, the garage sale happens twice a year. One in the spring, one in the fall, and November, winter. We go to Japan, try to go there twice a year. We try to see the new blacksmith knife makers, see some silly stuff. Try to get a knife that we don't get to usually see as often. Small maker, someone like the Minomo-san. We just came back from Japan about a month ago. We were pretty happy, fortunate enough to see some of the small makers. Like we actually went to this town of Hitoyoshi in Kumamoto, where those Minomo Kajiya-san's been around for, I think, 8th generation now. There are like 3 generations around, but it's like really, really incredible. But today's first day. We have like crazy like small maker things, one of the kinds, great deals. Like we have 20% of Tsunehisas. We have like the sale section happening. Hopefully that the sale thing has been fixed. I'm not quite sure. We have.
Yeah, sorry about that for anybody who experienced it. But yeah, we fixed that. We had some small technical issues, which it wouldn't be the garage sale if we didn't have some technical issues. And we've gotten so good with our streaming setup that it had to be the website that broke this time. And hey, if you are in Calgary or Edmonton, Alberta, our shop's there open in about 18 minutes. So there's a lineup. We have one guy, Luciano, who has been collecting knives up in Edmonton and posting them on the gram. And he posted on his story that he was out there at like 8 or 8:30 this morning. Yeah. Adam told him to bring a lawn chair, so he's been chilling. Hopefully, it's not as rainy in Edmonton as it is in Calgary. Right. If you're in Calgary, hopefully they let you in the front door at least to stay dry. Yeah. Thanks to everybody that shopped the sale so far. We really appreciate your support. If it weren't for people like you, we wouldn't get to do stupid stuff like this. So we appreciate you.
Awesome.
And actually, we just wrapped up our fundraiser for the Capua Strong Fund, too. We had a fundraiser last week. 100% of sharpening proceeds went to help people who are affected by the Lapu-Lapu Day attack. And so, and so we wanted to provide some relief to that. And we'll have a total later on. I'm going to get Ellie to give me a final count of how much we raised. But we had a ton of people showing up in Vancouver for sure. So I think it'll have gone pretty well.
Yep.
And the Vancouver store opens in an hour and 15 minutes or so.
Awesome. So we've been answering all the questions that you may have, including something like this. The Alex De La Garza wanted to see some bunkas. So I actually collected ones that they don't get to be seen as much. So because So one, we have this Toshitaka ZDP, I believe it's ZDP.
This one's my favorite.
Yeah, ZDP 189. Toshitaka has been a nice sharpening kind of guy in Seki. He sharpens this so nice and thin. It's like a razor. It's super cool. ZDP 189 is one of those really, really hard knife to sharpen. It's like, literally hard because it's one of the hardest steel, right? So it's like really, really nice and thin.
Pretty resistant to grinding.
Yeah. But it's done such a great job on that. Briefly talked about this knife here, the Minomo Kajiya-san, the 91-year-old blacksmith. The vlog is going to come up pretty soon, but
you guys visited him, right?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, we
really?
got to watch him forward.
That's amazing.
91-year-old.
And does he have successors?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
He and his son and his grandson, the 3 generations working together in this
God.
like super tiny workshop. It's fantastic, incredible to see.
How old's his grandson?
His grandson is the it's about like 30, like late 30s.
Cool.
So it's like still got a really bright future
Cool.
to come.
And does he have a kid that's going to succeed him, do you think?
I didn't ask that,
Yeah, of course.
but probably.
Cool.
We have the Sakai Kikumori, the Asagiri, I believe. Yes, the white carbon steel and stainless clad. This also is beautiful, finished. Really nice thin, but it's got a robust, nice thick spine to it. The Yoshikazu Tanaka-san or the Tanaka Uchihamono, that's a really, really great job. And also, we have this Miyazaki Kajiya. He calls it the Tsubaki knife, but it is a part of bunka, right? So Miyazaki-san is the sole.
Right, this is a Hakata, but it's
Hakata
very
shape.
similar to a bunka.
Yeah, exactly. It's like really cool. Aogami blue #2, carbon steel stainless clad, beautiful tsuchime, like the hammer pattern on that. It's like very distinct look to it. I love the like story. He's all by himself on this island of the Fukuejima in Nagasaki. So I would love to visit him in sometime. We would love to visit him in the future because he is such. So these are such bunkas that I guess like we talked about bunkas from other makers like Kurosaki's, but I thought it's like giving the shed a light on these ones are gonna
share the love around. You know,
exactly.
the people that get all the attention are great, but there's also other really good makers too.
Yeah. So, Amelia.
I think I'm gonna take this knife off for a bit before I either overheat or knock something over. BRB.
Amelia Buns asking for a lasers like a Kotetsu and Tol Kiritsuke. Okay, so Kotetsu is a knife line made by the Shibata-san, and he sharpens it really, really, really thin. So what you'll be looking for is the we do actually have really nice razor-like Kiritsuke from the we did have one, but I can't remember if we still have one. But the any of these ones, like a Masashi-san makes it, it's not as thin as the Kotetsu, but this is our regular line. The Shiroshu is really nice and thin, very thin behind the edge. Or any of these ones, I don't know why it's a 270, but
Is that 270?
I don't know. It's 240. Is it 240? Isn't it bigger? That's 210.
That's a 210.
Oh, okay. Looks much bigger than 240, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's measure that guy.
Yeah, it's like giant.
When you work in the store, you can eyeball this stuff. It's like neither. It's like a 250.
Oh yeah.
It has like 250 millimeters. It's like almost a 270 from the handle.
Oh.
Yeah. You get a little extra knife, 10 millimeters.
It looks really, really tall, like that long though, hey?
Yeah.
So something like that is really, really good. I thought we did have one from, who is it, the...
If you're looking for a laser, you want a good amount of height. This isn't the tallest knife, but this Kokusen from Kurosaki is pretty cool. If you don't need a ton of height, but you want a little extra height, and you want a really nice thin knife, this is the way to go. I find that Masashi-san's knives cut like lasers, despite not being quite as thin, because the steel tapers down at the edge to a really fine point, and the way they taper it gives it just a really nice glide. I have one of his Kokuin knives, a little Kobunka, and that thing is awesome. Really, really glides nicely.
Because like if you're looking for, not necessarily the kiritsuke shape, but to cut like a kotetsu, like look no farther but get the Kobayashi-san's knife. Kobayashis are so thin. It is a razor type of the edge, cuts very similar, I guess, to the kotetsu for sure. Kobayashi. Yeah. Okay. Here. Reiko Ian is asking for Reiko for Tsujihikis, which we sometimes struggle
Oh,
to
they're
get
rocking some Thundercat at the packing station.
enough
Sound off all the
Tsujihikis.
Thundercat fans in the audience.
So we have a few Tsujihikis here. The 270 mil. Yeah. The so we have. Oh, I love we have this. The Kurosaki Fujin, the God of Wind, SG2 Tsujihiki. You don't get to see Fujin as often. This one of the first time in probably a couple of years that we see his Fujin coming in. Really nice hand forged the SG2 blade with really beautiful this tsuchime or the hammer pattern. It's very signature. What makes I guess Kurosaki-san really popular is this very unique hammer pattern, right? And the knife itself definitely works fantastic, but also it looks cool, right? That's the
well, especially when it's a carving knife. Like in general, I think cool looking knives are important because they're going to get you excited to cook and use them. Then you're going to spend more time cooking better, healthier food. But when it comes to a carving knife, it's almost always a special occasion when you're using it,
Absolutely,
right? Yeah, you might be portioning, a roast from Costco into steaks, but chances are you're carving at the head of the table, on Christmas Day or, Thanksgiving or whatever. And so you want a showpiece when you get a slicer.
So this Fujin is great. We have the Makoto Kurosaki Sakura Tsuchime, also SG2 stainless steel.
Really elegant.
This is really, really beautiful. It's nice and thin
It's just a bit flashy. It's not too much of a show off, unlike this guy, which is my personal favorite.
So this one, this is probably the lightest among those three. The Yoshimi Kato SG2 Black Damascus. It's all of them are really, really nice and thin. It's going to slice any roast or the carving down the chickens and stuff makes a breeze. These are fantastic. Or if you want to get something super, super big.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so these knives are great for most roast, sirloin roast or, carving a turkey, that kind of thing. But if you're going to be carving up a brisket or you've got a suckling pig that you've roasted whole and deboned, this is what you need.
390 millimeter. I don't know if it fits. It fit, yeah. So, Brietto Bright carving knife. This is fantastic. Again, brisket. Or, if you're going to cut down the, it is going to work great for a, baked stuff as well.
Yeah. If you're layering cakes, or this is designed for Castella cake.
Yeah.
They make one that's 420 millimeters long, and it's, a standard cheap pen is 420 millimeters.
Yeah. So we have those as well. Anyway.
Cool.
Just wanted to show off.
Yeah.
Keep
the questions coming, folks. Thanks for hanging out and having so much fun with us. If you got questions about knives, or you got the knife you wanted and you just want to, see it before it goes in a box at our shipping station later today. And if you didn't get the knife you want, I'm sorry. We try to get as much as we can for people, but we might be able to help you find an alternative. So if you are looking for something similar to what you had in mind originally, chances are we can help you find something that's pretty awesome.
We have fantastic selection here. The Martini wanted to see Ginsan knives. Ginsan is this type of steel that's made by Hitachi steel. It is a stainless steel, but it works very similar to the carbon steel. What that means is that it can be forged and it can get actually really good, and it's still stainless steel. So I have these. Well, we have a few Ginsan stainless steel knives, but we chose these 3 to kind of showcase. We have 2 Tetsujin and 1 Torok Sakai. So switch camera. So this Tetsujin is the forged by Toru Tamura-san and sharpened by Naohito Myojin-san. These are those 2 partners. In fact, the Toru Tamura-san used to work for Knifewear. He came with a working holiday visa to Canada, and he worked at the Knifewear, the first store in Calgary. I bought the knife from him. Actually, one of my first knives I actually bought off from him. But he went back and became a blacksmith. Now he is super talented blacksmith. He forges double bevel knives. He apprenticed under Hiroshi Kato-san and apprenticed under the Shimizu-san, and now he forges out fantastic knife like these. This is a Ginsan with ukiba. Really well done. I probably say too many, really. We also have another Ginsan. It's under Toroku Sakai. This particular one is sharpened or forged by Satoshi Nakagawa-san in Sakai, and sharpened by Myojin-san. The Myojin-san sharpening is fantastic. He sharpens everything into almost perfection and like into the razor. So it's really thin, and it keeps the edge really nice and it cuts really nice and thin.
It's still got a nice weight to it though. Like some people like really thin knives. I don't. I'm lazy. I want the knife to kind of do a lot of the work for me. And these have enough steel in the spine that they're light-ish, but they're not, no, it's not feather light.
Yeah, no.
They're lighter than like a really chunky knife, but like they got some good weight to them, and so that combination of that weight and that like thin edge, it's gonna fall through food super easy. You put it on top of a potato and it just drops into it.
Tetsujin. I am a big fan of Tetsujin knives here. Alrighty, so
I think somebody was just asking about the MR was asking about the Nakagawa Myojin 210 Ginsan. That was it. We just showed it.
That could be, yeah. Some are written as a Nakagawa Myojin. That's Tetsujin.
Oh, it's Tetsujin. God damn it.
This one here.
That's the 240. Okay. All right. Well, I'll look for the 210 and show you later.
Yeah, it's really well made. Here, some knife makers like the Nakagawa-san or the Myojin-san, they don't brand them with their names, so it's kind of hard sometimes. But we do put on our the information. We do say who forged it as much as we know, who forged it and who sharpened it. So you should be able to choose. The sharpener is Naohito Myojin, and you should be able to get there is a drop box or the check box onto the left when you're looking at a website, and you can probably find it on the menu. If you're looking at a mobile device, there should be some like drop-down menu on the left or something like that as well. Anyways, so Jopo56, welcome back, Mike.
Thanks. What'd I miss?
Not much. I mean, we've been just answering questions.
You talking about knives?
Knives, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll catch up.
Do you have mic on it? Or Mike? Do you have mic on it, Mike?
Can you hear me?
It works. Good. Alrighty. So next, Jopo56 is Tsukasa Shiroichi. So there are a lot of Tsukasas. We actually deal with a few Tsukasas. Tsukasas are not really a popular first name in Japan, but for some reason we do at least have the 3 Tsukasa-san in the blacksmithing world. It's kind of weird. We have a lot of Tanaka-san. Tanaka-san is the very popular last names.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
My wife is Tanaka.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. There. Anyways, so this is the Tosa Tsukasa, Kajiwara-san's Kajiwara Tsukasa-san's a Shiroichi. White #1 carbon steel. It's really nicely forged, robust. It's not like a, oh no, I was gonna say it's not like a razor, but it's actually pretty thin. No stainless steel cladding, so you have to be a little bit careful. Like, just keep it dry. That's all we ask for. But it's really well made.
What does the note say?
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt anybody there.
yeah.
That's all.
It's incredible knife. It's like such a great deal too. 155 for hand forged Shiroichi knife. It's a steal.
It's a cool shape. It's got that
steal.
like, almost like Sasanoha kind of like curve to it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see like the tip comes down further. It's still pretty centered between. It's like something I look at when I kind of like the difference between a gyuto and a santoku. Is the santoku is like the tip is lower, where with a gyuto the tip is usually at the the median line of the blade. So, but that comes down a little further. That's cool.
Okay. I think we
155.
probably,
Yeah, white #1.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay. So Kyle Parsons asking tall gyutos, Hado versus Hudson versus Hado. Thank you. No coffee. So, actually, Hado B1D series, they made the shape so much taller than actually their regular lines. So their gyutos are
so beautiful.
really tall. It's fantastic. Like taller blades are fantastic when you're cutting a, when you have a little bit bigger hands and stuff. Hudson one is actually pretty good as well. It is like combination of the North American carve or the curvature. Like Japanese ones have a little bit more flatter part here, but it's really good hybrid, I think, of the Japanese forging technique and little bit of sharpening technique, as well as the keeping the more traditional North American blade shape. It really depends on what you, I guess, looking for at this point. The if you like the really tall blade, we do actually have really tall gyuto that's under the Sakai Kikumori. That's one of your favorite.
Yes.
The
Yep.
Sakai Kikumori Nashiji is really tall, nice blade. We actually get to see the blacksmith in the Kyushu here, and he's like fantastic blacksmith there as well. So like if you're looking for something like taller blades, this particular one, that Mike's favorite, the Sakai Kikumori Nashiji, Aogami Nashiji one is really fantastic.
This
option.
Hakata was in the lineup of questions, but I think that might kind of fall into the category. It's not as tall.
Not really.
It feels tall, maybe because the tip is tall.
Yeah, because this is taller, right?
I'm just trying to take a pass to see if there's anything else I see.
But someone wants to see the Hakata.
Wait, what about this? That's pretty tall.
You know what this knife's for?
Gatsu.
No.
Sushi.
Yes.
Ah.
So let's go Sushikiri, the Sakai Takayuki Tokujo Sushikiri. It is great roll cutting knives. Like I bet for those restaurants here in the city, Kinjo, they make a lot of rolls. They make those guys, they probably benefit.
Well, sometimes you go to work and you get one job for several hours. So it does make sense to design a knife that does the one job.
Yeah.
I think that could do a lot of other stuff, like say goodnight, cabbage.
Alrighty, so Maratam wanted to see Miyazaki-san's, well, since it's here, Miyazaki Hakata 210. Here you go. It's blue carbon #2, stainless clad. It's got a really nice, cool, well, I think we call him Tsubaki, but it is designed inspired by Hakata shape because he apprenticed under the Oba-san, who is in Kyushu or the Hakata area, and is very he is the person who makes the Hakata knife in that region. So here you go. Alrighty, so next one here is making 90 knifey. Wanted to see says Nigara knives. So here we go. We have a few Nigara knives here, especially for this time around. We have these. So, new two lines that we are actually bringing in. One is the VG Zeos. It's a new stainless steel. Well, there are two new steels came out of the Take Special Steel. One's VG Zeos and the one's Strix. Strix is a little bit newer. VG Zeos is it's the type, like it's a steel of the stainless steel series like VG10 and stuff, but they made it so much more of the corrosion resistant. It will not rust. It almost like becomes more like a like diver knife, or like, you know, those people.
Oh, like
it's
really,
really.
So like salt corrosion resistant.
Yeah.
Good for your yacht.
Yeah.
You know, for all those like reality shows where it's the crew on that yacht in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. Good knife for those folks.
Yeah. And I love the intricate Damascus look to it.
Does that mean you can put it in a dishwasher?
I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't either.
We have the Strix as well, a whole line of them. Strix is also the new type of steel here. It's got a really nice, super long edge retention, and also ease of sharpening. It's a Mirage.
There is also Nigara folding pocket knives, and the Nigara Open-L. But there are tons of great Nigara knives. We've seen more and more coming from those folks over the last few years. They're developing and evolving. They're quite outstanding knives. Okay.
Alrighty. So, Sanark is asking, how do you care for a Rainbow Damascus knife? Do they stick more than regular? Okay, so that's a really good question. So, how the care for these knives, like general care, really depends on what type of core steel that they use. This particular one here, they use they call it V-Toku, or very similar to blue number 2 carbon steel. So what happens is the core can tarnish or could rust if you leave the water on or food on. So just keep it dry. And as you use the knife, this core steel will start to patina or tarnish. It will become a protective layer of the steel. Outside layer, the rainbow part, is stainless steel, so you don't have to worry about the rusting and stuff like that. When it comes to something like this Saji Rainbow, this core steel is VG10 W, actually, so you don't have to worry about the rust and all the kind of stuff here. And again, outside it's stainless steel. The question is, do they stick? It's not going to be that different from the other knives. It just it sticks when it's like, you know, cucumbers probably, like most knives do. They are like this particular, say, Rainbow Damascus is polished very nicely, so it
wouldn't change the copper and Damascus, the copper and brass in the Damascus won't particularly create any sort of stickiness or not. It depends whether it provides a bit of a texture. Like on the Saji, you can feel there's some texture, like in normal Damascus, you can get a texture. Or if they bevel the knife and hammer the face of it shallower, so it creates a hollow, that way the food has nothing to really touch. So the same as any other knife. Now, I do suspect you would see the brass and the copper patina differently themselves. Copper, of course, can tarnish and turn green. Brass can kind of dull a little bit, and I think now and again you could shine it up. So they will, I think, patina in a really unique way because you've got some different types of material, brass and copper, which can patina. This one here, the Mutsumi V-Toku, that core steel can tarnish as well. I think it would look really neat. But basically, use it, wipe it dry so you don't have excessive amount of water sitting on there, especially when you run into something acidic. Lemons, tomatoes, onions, those types of things can kind of almost like feel like they strip the patina. So yeah, pretty much the same. But let's we got a lot of questions, so let's maybe do a bit of a speed up here. Let's see what we got. Rodney Palmer, Moritaka Ishime 360 Tsujihiki for meat and brisket. Yes. Yes, for meat and brisket. Yes, 360 millimeters. Yes, Moritaka all the time. I love Moritaka knives. I love cutting food with them. You could argue in some ways that there are things that are better by some characteristic. But when I get to cut food with their knives, they always make me happy. They cut straight, they feel good, they do what they're supposed to. Now, this 360 mil long blade has got some good weight to it. It's kind of hollow along the face. It's got a shorter bevel like the Moritakas all do. And that helps to push through the food and drive it off the side. And it's blue carbon steel, which has a nice sort of toothiness to the edge. If I was using it for something like a brisket with a bark, properly barbecue a brisket, it's going to have a nice crust to the outside. I would even probably be so bold as to sharpen it to a 400 or a 600 or an 800 grit stone, something in that sub 1000 range to give it a real toothiness. That will help to bite through. If you're going to be slicing raw fish with this, you could sharpen it up to a 5, 6, 8,000 and have something incredibly smooth. That smooth of an edge would likely bounce off of the bark on your brisket, meaning you'd have to then sort of fillet an open spot, which is kind of weird, but you can make it work. Moritakas are incredible. They're lovely humans. And this is a 360 mil Tsujihiki. That's great. And another option.
They're a great example of like when something on paper doesn't meet reality.
Absolutely.
Like you can look at them on paper, steel, whatever, this, that, dimensions, and it'd be like, oh, that looks fine. But then you cut with one and it fucking slaps.
It slaps. It is fire, I think, is one of the things we say.
It's lit.
It's lit.
It's gas.
It's gas.
Gas.
It's dope.
Gas.
We also have this other really sweet option here for you if you want something that you can ride hard and put away wet. This is the Brito M11 Pro 420 millimeter molybdenum vanadium steel. This is a single piece of steel. There's no layers on the outside. So it is softer metal, less likely to ding the edge. It is a little bit flexy, bendy, because it's just so long. And thank you, I try, yeah. And it's got a stainless steel handle. It's got some dimples, so when it's wet, you still get some grip. But this thing is robust. It is very long. It's a really great slicer. In fact, if you work in a restaurant or in sort of an industrial setting, the big baking sheets that they use, the commercial size baking sheet, the short length of it is 420 millimeters. So this knife is in fact really great for cutting things that you bake a full baking sheet of, like a focaccia or a cake. Kind of like what it's designed for. But you know what's amazing for? Cutting big pieces of meat, like a brisket.
Ralph Diamond wants to see some selection on the Yuto under $200. We just go for a under 200, the Canadian here. It's great selection. We have all. So just a reminder here that Tsunehisa knives are all 20% off, and there are several others like Munetoshi.
I really like this one. I really like that handle. It's very unique looking. It has a very cool feel.
Yeah.
They kind of like taper in your pinky part of the handle here.
That one's
cool
the
texture.
Tsunehisa Ichi.
Yep.
Blue number 2 carbon steel, Aogami number 2 with stainless clad. It's really reliable. It's really nice look. It cuts fantastic and holds stitch really good. And it's like easier to take care of and stuff. This one is such a deal. Aogami Super stainless clad. That's Tsunehisa the San. It's really nice thin edge. It is a little bit long. I can't remember if he had a 210 version of that, but this is really, really great deal. 205. It's just it's a steal.
Why have a 210 when you can have a 240 though? That's what I always say.
We have this hand-forged knife by Munetoshi-san. This one here is 20% off from $251. So this is like just above the $200 mark. It's really great. I guess, it's a white carbon number 2, no stainless, so, you have to keep it dry and stuff. But it's an incredible knife. He's such an incredible knife maker. We get to see him.
Yeah.
His workshop is really fun.
Very endearing. Yeah. Once you get to meet him, you like his knives better.
Yeah.
But then you actually use his knives, and then you're kind of like pleasantly surprised at how awesome it is.
Yeah.
I like this knife because to me that represents a very traditional Japanese knife. It's a carbon steel blade. It's got the cladding layer on the outside. That is also carbon steel. It is very sharp. It is very simple. It is very well made. It has a nice handle. It is nothing more than it needs to be and everything that you want. It is such a great knife. It's white carbon number 2. It's $200. If you're thinking whether or not you wanted to try a carbon steel knife and you weren't entirely sure if it was for you, you wouldn't be wading too deep into the waters of carbon steel knife to go with that, and then you'd have a wicked carbon steel knife. I do find sometimes that I use carbon steel knives, but I use them all the time, and sometimes I don't use them for certain things, like, I don't want my lettuce to turn brown, so I will cut with a stainless steel knife. But amazing at things like meat and, use them for everything. Whatever, I'm just rambling on, just having a good old yammer. Now, we have G. Keller, best steel for new knife, stainless clad.
I just brought we brought a few like different type of steel, like stainless clad, like
carbon, yeah, stainless,
like stainless, and or something like the, VG10W. It's a little bit more newer type of stainless steel.
Now, if new knife meaning you're new to Japanese knives, stainless is a forgiving thing because you don't have to fuss over it as much. Carbon steel is like it's like a record, versus a CD. It has a bit more character to it. It'll age and change over time. You got to wipe it. You got to care for things. You got to change needles now and again. You got to do stuff. And some people like part of the process of things. Now, this is a stainless steel is more like the CD. You put it in, you play it, it's the same every time. If you like your knife to stay clean and shiny looking, get a stainless knife. And I say that from my interactions with customers who've bought carbon steel knives, and they see that the outside of the knife gets water spots on it, or it gets marks on it, and it gets sort of discoloration. They want to scrub that off and make it look shiny and new. And if that's what your tendency would be, get a stainless steel knife, stay away from carbon steel. That's what you want carbon steel to do. That is the patina, those water spots, those gray things. Some people find them ugly and off-putting and unsanitary, which that's a perspective. So that's my thought. Now, if you're looking for a new knife, a stainless steel clad knife, so we've got a layer on the outside that's stainless steel, but the exposed core steel down here, you can see that kind of wavy line right near the edge down to the actual edge. That's the exposed carbon steel. It will tarnish. That's what you're going to have to take care of. But this whole face, no reaction. So very little. And that makes it quite user-friendly. You get the best of both worlds. You have a really wicked carbon steel edge, which is that real traditional steel that makes a really wicked knife. This Andrew knife is beautiful, like Naoto's been pointing out this morning. There's this really great flare here at the tang, so you got a really great grip. The hammering, the beveling, and the sharpening, a little bit thicker at the heel than the tip. So, like a lot of nice detail that goes into this Andrew. Blue number 2 is the core stainless cladding. Now, very simple 440C. This is a stainless steel that was very commonly used in knives, still is. VG10 was a type of steel that came along and kind of took over. This is super simple. It's $116. That'll do everything you need a knife to do. After that, we've got the Makoto Kurosaki VG10W, which is this really excellent steel you see in a lot of Japanese knives. This one's even further improved with a little bit more ruggedness or a little more toughness in the steel. $307, VG10W, Makoto Kurosaki. These are Santokus. Santokus generally take the place for most people as an all-purpose home kitchen knife, doing everything you need it to do. bigger and taller than a paring knife, but not like a big chef's knife. Okay, Mario P, Yu Kurosaki, Koku, and we're going to do a 3-in-1.
Because it says the, so Mario P wanted to see the Coxswain Kiritsuke. That's that.
Yeah. Doesn't say who's getting it.
And, oh, did you? Oh?
Yep. And then it fell on the floor.
Okay.
It's behind you. Okay. Mario P.
Okay, so, and Alistair, sorry.
Alistair Woolgrove wants to see a Masakagi Yuki with a rosewood handle.
There you go.
Yeah, fine tip, thin edge, really like nicely ground, cool spark finish, sort of this like subdued Kurochi finish on the surface. Beautiful rosewood octagonal handle that gives you that nice confident grip. Bit of that sort of Masakagi style curve, so your finger sits in the groove there. And yep, Masakagi Yuki is a really long-standing favorite of Knifewear. I have a couple, enjoy them thoroughly. White carbon steel in the core, stainless steel cladding on the outside. Typically the handle has got a red ferrule and a hoe or magnolia wood, which is like a white type of wood. And this one has the rosewood and the black paca, which makes it look different and cool. A bunka is such a great knife, like a santoku in its purpose, but a little bit of attitude at the tip. Watch the edge, it can rust, but it's going to be super sharp. Just like this Fujiwara Nishiji.
It's for Bruna Reverex.
Yep, Bruna. Fujiwara Nishiji Nakiri, this one's for you. Fujiwara always has the stainless cladding on the carbon steel core, just like we talked about with the Yuki. This is going to have an even finer edge. That's part of how he makes knives. I have this knife in the Santoku. It is always sharp. It is the sharpest, probably one of the sharpest knives I have. It is also the knife that I am the most selective of when I'm feeling a little rowdy in the kitchen. I leave it on the magnet. I don't use it if I feel like I'm going to be hammering stuff, because his knives tend to be a little bit more brittle. Trade-off, wicked, wicked sharp. Nice feel, nice balance. This is $266. Nikiris are really fun for all kinds of work, but designed for chopping vegetables particularly. So many people get Nikiris and they find it becomes their daily driver. So if you're not someone who hacks and scrapes your knife across the cutting board, which nobody really should, but if you are a little heavier handed, I would look for something a bit more stainless steel. But if you're very precise, that Nishiji is going to be awesome. What do we got now?
All right, Steve Hawking.
Yep, Steve Hawking.
Alternative to the Wakui Shirogami. So, I think we only had one Wakui-san's knife, so these are a great alternative. What makes the Wakui-san's knife really, I guess, distinct is that I think like how robust how he forges the spine towards the tip and stuff, right? So this Hatsukokoro Shinkiro, forged by the Nihei-san in Fukushima, they basically learned at the same workshop, the Yoshikane workshop, so that the style is very similar, and it's got a really nice. Like, it's thick, but it's got a really nice.
Do you know what I was going to say? It has, like, hard for us to describe. To me, this has a very similar feel.
Yeah.
Right? It's got that, you put it on a scale and it might be the same weight or only a few grams more, but it feels denser.
Yeah.
It feels like there's more knife there, which is like what you feel with the Wakui.
Aogami Super. And also, this Anryu Hamono Ikeda-san's knife started to feel very similar to the how Anryu or the Ikeda-san forges is starting to become more like the prominent. It's really nice thick spine, thin towards the edge, really nice convexity on that, the bevel here as well. So this one here, the Aogami Super with stainless clad version, this one definitely will feel very similar to the Wakui-san's knife. Those two are definitely the choices.
Did I choose the right ones?
Great work.
Yes, great.
Yeah.
Dan. What's this?
This is a what is often known as a sticker holder, sometimes known as a toolbox. Toolbox is a great place to put your stickers, because obviously. But Toyo is a Japanese toolbox maker. They've been a thing that's been showing up around here in North America for a while, and I always thought, wouldn't this be great? And then you find out that they don't fit your honing rod. And then one day you look at their catalog and be like, hey, wait a second, they make a bigger one? And you get it, and then you feel like it's the best thing ever, because A, you have a place to put all your cool Sticker Sunday stickers, but also honing rods and knives. You know what? A knife roll is a great way to store and care for your knives and carry them around and keep them. Sometimes it is a little bit less convenient if you're trying to move in and out and change what you're using, because you have to unfold and unravel them all, and they take up a lot of space. Metal toolboxes are nice and easy to clean, and if you're at work, you can sit them under your station and you can open them up easily and have access to all your stuff. You could probably stand your phone up in here. Let's take a look. How's this? Your little phone display thing, so you can look at your recipes while you're cooking. I don't know. I think it's nice. I kind of want one. Toyo.
When's the best time to buy stickers, Mike?
Sundays.
Sticker Sundays.
Sticker Sunday. Did I get it right?
Yeah, nailed it. We have a new sticker every single week. Every single Sunday we put out a video. Woo! How many? Nice. Yeah, every Sunday we put out a new sticker. They're $2. They're available in store and online. This week we have the Yu Kurosaki Bad Portrait by Mandy Stobo, local Calgary artist, and it comes with a
I like the spicy tuna onigiri.
Yeah.
The onigiri trend is running hot right now, and if you've not had an onigiri, you got to. They're just great. They're perfect pockets.
It's time for a new segment I call I Can't Believe It's Still in Stock. Air horn.
Burr, burr, burr.
I somehow missed putting an air horn on the soundboard, like an idiot. So we, surprisingly, most of the Mizakis are gone. No shock there, but we still have this 240 Damascus. Pretty wild. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Mizaki-san is extremely talented. I don't know what else to say. It's gorgeous. Now, you guys just went and visited Mizaki. You guys just went and visited Mizaki-san, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's really cool because he forges his knives and then he does like the initial grinding on that bevel on a wheel and then does everything else by hand. And so he makes that bevel really, really flat and smooth. And for the non-nerds in the audience, it means it's really easy for you to resharpen.
Do you know what's hilarious is I have a Mizaki Santoku Kurochi. I've had it for probably 5 years, maybe longer. And I'm a bad reference for how long something stays sharp for, because I have 45 knives.
And good habits.
And good habits, yeah. And I cut on an end-grained wood cutting board and stuff, right? I follow the rules. I'm not a delicate daisy with a knife, though. I actually need to sharpen mine now. I've had it on my wall pretty consistently for that time. I use it a fair amount for me, but it actually needs to be touched up now. I've been using my honing rod on it, and I've even done I start with my white, and then I move to the black honing rod, and then I do the stropping.
Nice.
And that's been bringing it back, but it actually needs a stone. But it's been 5 years.
This is a custom hero, Yukihiro Sakai. Yukihiro Sakai-san is a very young blacksmith, mostly self-taught, just a one-man show. And yeah, he does incredible work. A lot of the blacksmiths buy their steel pre-laminated. That means it comes in 3 layers from the steel factory. You've got your hardcore steel in the middle, and then a softer piece on each side.
Hardcore steel!
To protect. And that is a great way to buy steel, but he buys it in 3 pieces, and then he laminates it himself, which is just, a more traditional way to do it. It's a skill that's worth preserving, and it's pretty cool. And then that is the custom burl wood handle, and it's been sealed with some kind of a lacquer, so it's feels really nice, really smooth, really pretty. Yeah, gorgeous. Can't believe we still have that guy.
We have a couple of sweet Kaguras left. The Kagura hunting knives are always very awesome. We had Kagura make knives for a long time that we sold through the Masakagi brand. He was one of the blacksmiths making the Kujira knife. And he has such a beautiful Damascus, or the pattern welded steel, where he's from a very, very old workshop, And so there's all sorts of different bits of steel from different sources, and he forge welds it together and makes the layered steel himself using a blue number 2 core. And he's been making a lot of these sort of belt knives and hunting knives.
That is
They are
incredible.
exceptional.
Though. Like how he forged, like, look how thick this part is. And like that is forged into that shape, right? So is this. Like, look how, like, probably about, I don't know, like 5 millimeter, well, not even, like almost
More?
like centimeter thick all the way to like a 0. It's like it's incredible how.
Now the one knife that's sitting out here that is not like his hunting knife is what I would think is probably called a Hanasuki or a Garasuki. This is just like a wicked boning knife. I think this would be great on fish, especially if you're out on a boat or catching fish. This shape is so cool. This is very
It's still here.
old school European dagger looking shape with what type of handle is that? I don't know.
It's probably like quince.
Quince. Yeah, his knives are exceptional. They're actually really quite famous, and he's a bit of a sculptor in a way. He just happens to make functioning sharp knives. Pardon me. Okay, Jim, Gyuto for a new knife owner. Gyutos really are a great place to be building a knife set around. It's a chef's knife, it's all purpose, it's going to do, and you can make it do pretty much anything you need it to do. So, we have a couple different styles we have a Western handle, we have the classic Japanese style of handle, and we have a couple different types of steel. Now here we're focusing on more of the stainless style of steels. You have to get used to using a Japanese knife. There's limitations in what you can cut. You don't want to cut hard stuff because the steel is so hard. But we like that because hard steel stays sharper for a longer time, which is one of the best things about a Japanese kitchen knife. Now, it means you're not going to cut through hard objects, frozen ginger, that's the last thing I chipped a knife on, and bones and shells you want to avoid. Cut on an edge grain or an end grain, particularly end grain is better, wooden cutting board. Plastic is fine, but stay away from glass, granite, titanium, compressed wood particles, even bamboo. They'll take the edge off your knife a little sooner than you want it to. Now, HAP 40 is a really incredible type of steel that's very, very durable and can stay sharp for an incredibly long time. This one is nothing too fancy, it's just really good quality steel. This is the Toruku Sakai HAP 40, H-A-P, HAP 40 is the steel type. And this is a 210 millimeter Gyuto. That's just over 8 inches. And that's going to do pretty much everything you need a knife to do. It is thin, it is nice and light, and that is something that's a real benefit for a lot of people with Japanese kitchen knives. Now, we also have the SG2 from Toshitaka. These are really cool too. It's a $400 SG2 stainless steel knife with the texturing. The texturing is a nice thing because it can break up some of the surface tension so your knife doesn't bind as you cut. With the Western handle, we have the VG Strix.
I don't know if it's still here.
This is the Sakai Kikumori with this very distinctive sort of wood Damascus. Strix is a cool new stainless steel that we're all really excited about. That's $1,600. And last but not least, we have the VG10 with this jade kind of a handle. This is the Sakai
Kikumori.
Sorry,
no,
Seki Kanetsugu VG10 hammered steel blade. This is $185. That is a really great place to be in Japanese knives. Really nicely sharpened, light, beautiful. That is a great new knife.
It's great Shiwan. It's great. And yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been yammering on at you for a while, and we do need to shout out our sponsors here, so we're going to do that with a fun commercial.
Yeah. We're just going to play a little video from our visit in Japan.
The sizzle reel.
We're in Japan. Nagasaki Station. Miki. We're going to Osaka. Kyushu.
Makurazaki.
Rural Nagasaki.
We're in Kappabachi right now.
Tsukiji Fish Market.
Sanjo.
This is one of the most incredible places I think I've ever been.
You are so easily affected by social media. I don't know.
We're back.
We're back.
Mike's insulting the Gen Z tech people again.
Good, keep at it.
What the hell?
Oh, we're back.
We are.
It was great, the eclipse, actually, though. I can't actually wait to see full, vlog as well as the each individual knife makers.
So cool.
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's going to be really great to bring
like
you that kind of video
yeah,
footage that we get to see when we go to Japan.
Like that guy knows what he's doing.
He's listening. Don't say it out loud.
Yeah.
If he hears you, and he'll know he's doing a good job. We don't want him to know that.
No, he can't hear.
Reinforcement doesn't work with me.
Really?
No, you got to kick him. You can say nice things to him twice a year.
Twice a year, okay. Alrighty, well, welcome back, everyone. We are doing the garage sale, the live stream. Now, time is 10:40, which means our stores in Calgary and Edmonton were open.
That's right.
And our store in Vancouver will be open in 20 minutes. So what are we doing? So we're doing the garage sale live stream today. Garage sale is this biannual, semi-annual?
Something like that.
Like
twice a year. Twice a year. Yep. Spring and fall. This is the spring.
Yep. So knives that we collect knives that's really hard to get. The one of a kind, small makers type of stuff, and a lot of good deals. We have had the lots of refurbs. We had very one of a kind, some custom handles. We had, and each stores do have their own refurbs as well. All the Tsunehisa knives are 20% off. We have other sale items like the Munetoshi. We have something like the 30% off peeler, the Ritter peelers.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Ritter peelers are really awesome.
They're like fantastic prices, and we've been doing answering the questions on live at this YouTube studio. It's like everyone's working really, really hard.
Except us.
Yeah, except us.
We're just talking about knives, which is actually pretty easy for us.
Exactly.
Yeah, right? We like doing it, so.
Exactly.
Shoot us your questions. You sometimes people would like to see the knife that they have bought. If we haven't packed it up yet, happy to show you, answer your questions, tell you more about knives. Naoto's a pretty knowledgeable human when it comes to Japanese kitchen knives and several other things. But we're here for the knives today. Anyway, ask us questions. We will do our best to answer them.
Yep. So the something like this, Andy P is asking he wants us to compare Sakai Kikumori 180 Bunka, which is this guy here, Asagiri, the Yuki Bunka. I just picked the one up with the special rosewood handle, and Kokuen. Oh, it's a Kokuen. Oh, the Kokuen Bunka. I guess I don't know if you have Kokuen Bunka.
Well, we can use the Nakiri to probably illustrate the point.
No, this is Kokusen.
Kokuen.
And
Oh, yeah.
Well, take a look. Well, if you want to actually talk about these two, while I'm grabbing potentially Kokuen.
Well, what I can tell you is that Yukis are a absolute stalwart of the Knifewear collection of knives. Masakagi Yuki is this guy here. It's got stainless steel cladding on the outside and white carbon steel core. That makes a really, really sharp knife. I love sharpening white carbon steel. I feel like I have actually created the sharpest thing within 500-kilometer radius of me. It's so easy to sharpen. It does tarnish and rust a little bit more easily, but it is a lovely thing to use if you would like to pick up your knife and have it to be sharp all of the time. The stainless just makes it a little bit more user-friendly. It has a nice secondary bevel here, where I also think this Asagiri would be an incredible knife. It is not stainless steel whatsoever, so it's going to patina and tarnish on you, but it is a little bit taller. It has a little bit less of a taper to the edge and a little bit less curvature. So we're getting into this sort of almost a Nakiri kind of knife, but you have this nice fine tip to it. The way that this knife is ground and tapered is really exceptional. It would be very, very smooth as you cut with into dense things. It has a very fine edge, so it will be very, very thin when you're cutting through something like peppers or green onions or leeks. It would be an absolute pleasure to use this knife. It does require you to maintain it a little bit more because it can rust. And it has a lot of coarse steel exposed, likely quite delicate. I wouldn't want to be someone who chops bang, 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 scrape, 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 bang, 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 scrape, scrape, scrape. This is a very precise but very beautiful tool. That's the Sakai Kikumori Asagiri.
But in comparison to, say, the Koku-en, which is I brought the Nakiri Koku-en. His Koku-en, especially Bunka, the tip is really, really, really thin.
Oh yeah.
And very delicate. So compared to that, the Kikomori Asagiri is probably not as bad in terms of the delicateness. Similar to the this Kikomori is a little bit taller.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really the plus, like compared to the Yuki. Yuki and this probably cuts very similar. Yeah, in terms of how thin. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Koku-en probably cuts a little bit thinner. That's how Masashi-san likes to sharpen it. But
look at this. His knives are exceptional. Just the way it tapers up towards the tip. Very thin too. Okay. That's a very difficult question to answer in all honesty. They're very similar in so many ways. They'll perform similar in a lot of ways. This asagiri has a real nice sort of boxy shape to it. A lot straighter edge. The Masashi Bunka is going to be quite fine up at the tip. And the Yuki as well, very thin, but with the layer of stainless on the outside. So pick your poison. You're not going to go wrong. Sometimes when a decision is difficult, it's because your options are so equal that you just kind of pick one and go with it. You're not going to go wrong. So I think that these three knives fall into that category. So
awesome.
Now, Carbon Nakiri and Carbon Tsuji.
So Carbon Nakiris, we have actually quite a good selection. The Carbon Tsuji it's for wheat. We have very interesting actually selection here. Each one definitely has different stories. First of all, I will talk about this. It's got someone else's pricing on them. I think it's for this one here. It's by Kawamura-san and it's under Yoshimune Hamono, or I think Yoshimune. He just recently retired, and there is no one passed down his torch to. So we've got his last batches of knives. This is almost like a single beveled Nakiri. It's got a lot more taller bevel on the one side and lower bevel. A very distinctively right-handed blade. It probably cuts very interestingly. It's the 133 white carbon number 2. We have this. Again, Henri Hamono, the Ikeda-san's work with the carbon steel, Shironi with the whatchamacallit, the beautiful Damascus finish. Again, the way he forges is really.
It's a very nice, very
great.
simple, but very beautiful knife. Yeah.
I think this one here sticks here. I'm just gonna. Hinokuni Sakai-san, we did talk about the one with the fancy handle. This one here. You love this, the length, eh? Like 180 mil.
I do. I think
blade.
that's the right length of a Nakiri, to be honest.
It's Sakai-san is a young blacksmith apprentice under the Nishida-san. He forge welds everything in-house, white number 1 carbon steel with a carbon clad. It's really well made. Fin and finish is fantastic. And lastly, but not least, definitely this is a Sakai Kikomori MK or the Minomo Kajiya. Minomo-san, we did talk about them, but we're lucky to be actually able to visit him. The 91-year-old blacksmith is
nice and tall. That one's almost like a small Chikubocho.
Yeah, and
right?
Crazy 91-year-old fortune. Yeah, it was
incredible. Now we did have a question for 270 to 300 carbon Tsujis.
We do,
and I pulled out a couple. I think they're more in the 240s.
Yeah,
unfortunately, right at our fingertips, we haven't got 270 300 carbon Tsujihikis. We have the 270 to 300 carbon Yanagibas, which are the single bevel version, and we have some 240 carbon Tsujihikis, which is the double bevel. Single bevel makes it a little bit more purpose-driven. You can cut very, very thinly. It does have a way of moving on you, though, because of the shape. It can kind of drift inwards, but give you a very smooth cut. Tsujihikis, double bevel, cut a little bit straighter, and is often used for slicing meat, just as the Yanagiba is. Very different techniques. So let's pretend that these carbon steel Tsujihikis are the length that you're looking for. This Moritaka, I really enjoy Moritaka knives. I really enjoy their Tsujihikis. I gave one to my dad several years ago, and I enjoy when I get to use it at his house. The hammered texture on the outside is really great for things to not bind and stick, so you can cut very smoothly. And their short bevel does a nice job of sort of peeling the meat off as you're slicing it or whatever it is you're cutting. Carbon steel does require a bit of maintenance. Wiping it dry, you get a patina. If that's what you're asking for, I suspect you're understanding of what you're getting into, but just do beware. Now the Kokusen Tsujihiki from Kurosaki is a fair bit thinner. He has a very fine grind to it, so it's a really nice thin edge, so it's going to bite in and give you nice, clean, smooth cuts. Does mean it's going to be more delicate, especially at the tip, because depending on the jobs you're doing, if it's around meat, there's occasionally bones around you got to be careful with. So the Kokusen would be a little bit more delicate. Yanagibas are amazing for those long, thin slices, smooth motions. Often you'll see people slicing with their fingers on the spine this way to get that really fluid slice. In that 270 and 300 millimeter length, you get that length so you can slide the knife, you get the one clean cut. If you use a shorter knife and you got to kind of saw back and forth, you can get a more of a jagged kind of a finish on the food that you've cut, which isn't as appealing and makes you look a bit like an amateur. And none of you want that. Okay, we got another round here.
Andy013 asking for best bunka under $300. We got actually really nice selection here. The bunka is this shape. You know, it's shortish, like 165 to 180 millimeter multifunctional knife with the like this kind of tip like this. We have this Hinokuni Sakai. Again, we talked about him, younger blacksmith who apprenticed under the Nishida-san. He forge welds everything in house in white #1 carbon steel with. Yeah, the heat treatment is fantastic.
The sharpening on those looks so good.
Yeah.
Nice and polished.
Yeah, and I've sharpened this knife before. There is very little spots on the blade. It's really well made hand forged.
Have you talked about the difference between white #1 and white #2 today?
No.
What is the difference?
Difference is very simple. It's got the white #1 has more carbon in it. It's just that's the only.
And so
difference.
that's gonna make the knife harder.
Yep.
The steel will be harder.
Yep.
Right.
It will hold the edge longer. It gets really keener edge.
Okay.
The ease of sharpening is very similar.
Okay.
I think it just does have the very similar way.
Right.
It's not just like hardness. That carbon steel hardness doesn't really always represents the hardness of sharpening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And but does that make it a bit more brittle than white #2?
Yeah, they do.
So we see white #2 a lot more than white #1. Is there a reason why?
The white #2 carbon steel is a bit easier to forge and the heat treat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit more finicky. That's why it's not.
So white #1 a bit higher performing, also higher technical difficulty scores for the blacksmith themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. That's good to know.
Awesome. So we have this Makoto Kurosaki SG2 Sakura bunka. I like this.
Yeah, me too.
Slender.
It's very thin.
Yeah.
It's a very, very light knife.
It's kind of cool looking tsuchime and really thin. SG2.
And that's a 180. That's a really nice size of knife. That's a really nice size and shape. That could be a really versatile little knife.
All these are 180, I guess, eh? This one here, the Tosa Tsukasa, another Tsukasa-san from Tosa, white #1 carbon steel, and it's all carbon. So if you're looking for something a little bit more like like easier to take care of, like go for Sakura, bit taller blade for Hinokuni, and a little bit more robust is for the Tsukasa is probably the one.
Now, before we get to Orinoco Flojo's question, I just think that's an outstanding username. I thought I'd bring this guy out. This is a Takashi Saji SG2 Nickel Damascus Western Sakimaru Tsujihiki that is 240 millimeters long. Look at this thing. Come on. This knife is so badass. It's a 240 millimeter long blade. We'll get it into the light here. Look at that. The texturing from that Damascus is incredible. It would be so smooth as you cut with this thing. I don't know what I wouldn't cut with this thing. It's got this wicked curve up here. I would chop stuff with this knife. I think, though,
You chop stuff with that knife?
I would chop stuff with this knife.
Oh.
The handle is very cool. It's this kind of like acrylic, solid acrylic. It's like, you know, you can see it. It's cool. But it's narrow. It's like tapered. It's not wide, so it feels good in the hand. But this knife feels really good. It's got some nice weight to it. I think cutting steaks and meat, portioning meat with this knife would be wicked. The texture of that is really nice. Carving a brisket would be nice. I don't know what wouldn't be nice with this knife. This thing is like almost a shallow gyuto. It's SG2, which is powder stainless steel, which is really wicked edge retention, and it is definitely stainless. This thing is impressive as heck. $790. Saji makes wicked knives. I want that. I've wanted that for years.
For the return of our newest segment, Oprah time.
What do we do? What are we doing? Just waiting? Can someone tell me why we're doing this? Is there something happening? I don't know what we're doing. I'm gonna keep waving. Jacob just says keep waving.
I don't know if our audio is on air.
Okay, is my mic running?
No, I'm standing right here.
We played Scooby-Doo run effect. Give me that camera, please. It's time to give away some free stuff. Welcome to the Knifewear Garage Sale. If you just tuned in, we have got all sorts of super cool Japanese knives on sale May 12th to the 19th.
We're Knifewear.
Online, knifewear.com.
Nope.
Link in the description. In store.
This is a garage.
Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, Toronto. But right
No.
now, I'm going to give away some free
Oh, you should have trimmed your nose hair. God, right up the nose.
Don't forget.
Oh, you should go see Nathan at Get of Inglewood. He'll pull your nose hairs right out of your face.
We have bulk nose hairs for a reason, Michael. All right, let's spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel. Wait, no, that's not how we say that, is it? No.
Oh, you muted it?
All right, what did we land on? We landed on... All right.
Oh, and we're back.
Jaden in Canada, you just watched me give you a toque to Nolan. Who you got, Tiff?
Ross Andreas.
All right.
USA.
In USA. All right, this toque goes to the USA. Woo! All right.
All right.
Let's find somebody else to give a toque to. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. Avery, who you got?
I got Dylan Maltempi.
Dylan Maltempi. In what country? In China? All right, sweet. Don't show me that. There we go. Toque. You get a toque. All right, I'm going to give some more toques to these people.
He can't figure out his microphone for some reason, chat. They still can't hear you.
All right, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Microphone's working again. All right, let's go back. All right, there we go. How was that silent segment? Was it good?
It was fantastic.
Was that good television?
That was great television.
All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we think that microphone might not have any batteries left.
I don't know sign language, or I'd do it. All right.
Where did our hosts go?
I'm coming.
I'm going to yell into Naoto's mic. Naoto, what do you got for us? Naoto's here. Okay.
I'm here. Awesome. The camera is not switched already. Yeah, we're back.
That's the last time you put a knife in me, Pagoda.
Awesome. Alrighty. So we're back. I don't know what was happening, but we're back here and answer more questions. All right, here. This is actually very interesting, and I would like to talk about it a little bit, Mike. This is that
Orinoco Flojo
is asking about compare traditional Tosa knives, Muneishi, Murata, Kyohei Shindo, and etc. etc. So we are out of we couldn't find any Kyohei Shindo knives, but we do have
still on.
Muneishi
That camera's
and
still
Murata, and we have this Tosa Tsukasa knife here. So we can actually do a quite nice comparison.
Yeah, this will be cool.
Tosa is really, this place, and also we do have another series, but the Tosa is this place in the island of Shikoku, the southern part of the Shikoku, and they're, famous for knife making, but mainly they make knives with this traditional kurochi finish.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of their signature. There is another kind of people who makes Myojin-san, also isn't a Tosa, but makes a lot more polished kind of knife, right? Mm-hmm. But these are very traditional Tosa style knife. Difference is that, I guess, slight difference in the style. For example, the really big difference that you can see from these guys is that Tosa Tsukasa-san, Kajiwara Tsukasa-san, makes the edge a little bit thicker. The bevel is a little bit shorter, so that it's a little bit more robust, right? Mm-hmm. Where the Muneishi-san, on the other hand, he makes the bevel a little bit higher, so that it glides into root veggies and stuff like that.
Really nice. Yeah.
Nice. Buho, the Murata-san, he is known as known for the kamisori buho, so he makes the edge really, really nice and sharp. Kamisori is the razor, so it makes it really, really sharp. He's known for his sharpening job. Kyohei Shindo-san is the younger blacksmith. He's starting to he's doing probably a little bit more he starts.
My battery's
younger,
dying.
So he's got a little it's really nice and thin, but he's a little bit more robust, how it's forged and stuff like that. It's got little hammer patterns and left on the blade and stuff. It's for those loves the rustic finish, the Kyohei Shindo-san's knives are really, really, really good. So those are really good. The example. Great thing about Murata-san is that he's starting to actually put the knives like these using the Aogami Super.
Interesting. Yeah, he hasn't done that for.
No, this is his new stuff, right? So he's been using the Aogami #1 for a very long time, but he started the new project almost with the Aogami Super. So it's actually pretty exciting for someone like Murata-san who has been doing this for a very long time, but hasn't
How old is Murata-san?
I can't.
He's been around for a while.
He's been around for
Yeah, he's an old blacksmith learning new tricks, maybe. Mm-hmm. That's cool. I think this is such a beautiful look. It's a real traditional style and feel, and I think as Japanese knives have made it into the Western world, there's been more elements of style that have been added to it, where I think this is probably, hey, you tell me, like, when you grew up, was this just what a Japanese knife looked like?
Exactly.
That was it. It's just a knife.
Yep.
Yeah, we have the Western handled knife with the 3 rivets and the full tang and the stainless polished blade. That's a knife, right? So this is like kind of standard, right? And when you put it next to that old German two-man knife, I would say this standard is a little bit better. I am incredibly biased, though. What do we got? Let's look at some folding knives.
So Toy Hoser,
It's my knife.
wants
Your opinion, man.
to see a couple folding pocket knives with Osamu Tomita, Shirogami Higo. We have the Miyamoto Musashi silver Higo there. We have Opinel / Shiori, which is the this company in France. They teamed up with the Nigara, making like these.
Ooh, look at this Higo. Pop.
Made by Osamu Tomita-san. He is the prominent chisel plane maker in the Miki area, Hyogo. It's really the Hyogo is really the place for the carpentry tools. So he hand forged everything, hand forged wells, and makes that the Higo really like that. We have a It's My Knife series. This is actually it's a kit like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have the style like this, you get to make that. So one of us here, I don't know who this is, Nathan maybe, made this knife.
So that's Diana.
Diana, okay, sweet. That's very cool. There's like a little dragon on the side. So this comes from a knife kit, meaning it comes with the blade and the scales and the parts, and you can carve the wood down to fit your hand or whatever shape you want it to be.
Yeah, whatever shape you want to be, and you can paint, you can turn it, like you can do so many different things. And you can probably tighten them so that it doesn't like fold onto your fingers.
Yeah, and it's got the little thumb lock.
Yeah.
Which is not really a lock.
Yeah. And we have 2 different like folding as well as the this like straight.
Yeah, I think what the best thing to do is you build the straight blade one first, and then you can carve the handle of the other one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it's. And we have the Nigara folding with the SG2. Real scales types, we have the G10 micarta and carbon fiber. I love G10 finish.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just like.
I just like this one, how the hammering. Whoop.
Stop.
The hammering on the scales matches the hammering on the blade. It's thick, it's solid, chonky. But what a cool blade. And it's a Sanmai blade, so nice and sharp edge.
Yeah, so here are some like cool pocket knife segment, I guess. Alrighty. This is good question. The next one, This question is going to be really good, and it's great for anyone who's looking for a first Japanese knife. Ralph Diamond asked, first-time owner of the Japanese knife, asking whether he should go for Gyuto or Santoku, and it's good.
Yeah. My question back to you, Ralph, would be which size of knife do you find yourself using now? Mm-hmm. If it's a first Japanese knife, I would try to replace the size and shape of knife that you're using the most now. And if it's a Santoku, switch to a Santoku. If it's a Gyuto, switch to a Gyuto. Because while it's often thought that I will add something to my collection that's different than the knife I use the most, you will find this knife will absolutely replace the knife you're using the most now. You will love it. It will be in the drawer. You'll have feelings about it, but you will just rarely ever use it again.
So basically, both knives, like Santoku, something like this, usually comes in a size about 165 millimeter, 5.5 inches or 6.5 inches to about 7 inches long. this kind of little bit more flatter profile here comes usually in 1 or 2 sizes, slightly shorter than regular gyutos. Gyutos usually come in something like 200 millimeter, 210 mil, which is like 8.5 inch to, can get a little bit long, like 240, or the 9 inches, 9.5 inches in size. Both have enough height so that you don't, bump your knuckles on the cutting board.
Yeah,
both,
that's an important thing to look at.
Yeah, both are multifunctional, like everyday, whatchamacallit, the multifunctional, multifunctional knife.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what I was going to say.
How many other ways can you call it a knife, right? Yeah. That's what our whole game is today.
But the difference is, again, the Santoku has its own limit because it comes in usually one size. It is not usually, like, sometimes long enough to do what you want to do. Something like, say, gets a little big portion of meat and trying to portion it out. It may not be long enough to do what you want to do. But at the same time, something that you want to think about is that you want to get longest knife that you are not
that you're comfortable
holding. Yeah. You still want a longer knife, but if it's longer than your comfort zone, then you will not use it. We as a knife enthusiast, I guess the knife nerds, we are comfortable holding any probably size of knife. We have a 450 millimeter knife, and we're fine with it. But for example, my wife, she doesn't even use 210.
Too big. Too scary. Yep, for sure.
And yeah, that's something that you can, look at your knife set right now, what you use the most, then probably replace it to what you are comfortable.
I'll tell you how I choose a knife. I use my 150 petty all day for all sorts of stuff. If I'm going to prepare a larger amount of food, I'm going to do some prep, I'm going to spend time cooking, I've got stuff I'm doing. I will use my 210 or a 240, and that's the knife that I like because it's making the jobs easier. The bigger knife, easier to cut through everything. If I'm just cutting a couple things to throw together a quick dinner, make a quick salad or a sandwich or something, then I'll probably grab the Santoku. It's just more compact. It's easier to grab. It's easier to reach for those smaller jobs. Definitely a 210 is the knife that is more functional when preparing more food, and a 240 is even more so. But the downside is it's kind of like, it's big. You got to have a bigger cutting board, and you got to work a little bit more safely with it because it depends how you work in your kitchen. But either one would do by all means. The Santoku is a little bit more limited because of its length, whereas the larger one is a little bit more to deal with because it's larger.
Yes,
that's it.
And that was great advice. Thank you. Okay.
What about a Nikiri for vegetables and stuff? Where does that slot in?
Yeah, Nikiris are a square Santoku. They're typically the same length. Instead of being sloped down towards the tip, it just stays a solid rectangle. Naoto's grabbing one. And that is a very worthy companion to a gyuto. It has a much straighter edge. Thank you for the coffee, Nathan. And it is, as I've mentioned, very often our customers buy a Nikiri, they get it for its defined purpose of a vegetable knife, and they come back for a sharpening and say, oh my God, I use this knife for everything. Why? I think it feels good. I think without the tip, it's less scary. I think you feel safer holding it. Plus, you just got some weight at the tip. So when you chop with it, it's just easier. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, good point, Jacob. It's like, stuff.
It was Waleed, actually.
You are right, Waleed. Jacob don't know nothing.
Awesome. That's
Back
great.
to zero.
Okay, so next one. Bill Stanford is asking to see some Honesuki selections. A few Honesuki selections here. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You may not be here. We have this. I don't know if he still has, but so One great deal is this one. It should be under old stock, old Sakai Honesuki. It was like really. I don't know how old this
Look at
thing
the
is.
box.
Like,
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That is vintage.
Yeah, it is a vintage.
It's not used. It is brand new.
Yeah. It's $60 Honesuki. It is. If you're looking for a Honesuki to try out, this is actually really, really good. Carbon steel, it will tarnish, but it's still fantastic. My probably favorite Honesuki for this garage
me
sale
too.
is this Anryu Hamono Aogami No. 2 Honesuki. The beveling is beautiful. It is sharpened for the purpose of the butchery.
Yeah. If you were here earlier today, you would have seen Naoto essentially wax poetic about how great this knife is. Primarily saying the way it was built and sharpened was specific to the purpose of the knife and the use of it, which is deboning, especially chicken.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I think that is like the best Honesuki on the table.
But this one here is the
that table.
Yeah. But Hudson's Honesuki is actually really cool too. It's got, look at how thick the spine is here. And hand forged.
And a little shorter.
Yeah. Gives you a little bit more control, maybe.
Yep.
Yep. And it's. Yep. But any of these ones are really, really good. It's incredible, like to think how hand forged these Hudson's knives are. But.
Yeah, I mean, he basically punches it with his fist.
Exactly.
You know, like the only thing that he's got on top of it is a hammer.
Yep.
Right? He's a young guy here in Calgary where we live. He's working out of an old single car garage, and by old I mean it still has the hole underneath the car, so you could go under and change your oil. He is off in Europe learning the craft of blacksmithing and knife making in Europe. He's been making knives since he was about 16, and has come a long way, and so we're really quite proud to show off some of the stuff that he's been doing, including that little Honesuki there. So if you didn't know, we have a whole bunch of other videos on this YouTube channel of ours. One that just came out on Saturday was Naoto and I and Hudson, where he brought us 5 or 6 different designs of knife that he had made. We settled on the one we liked the most. He then went off and built those knives for us and was with the intent that they would be here for the garage sale, so here they are. There we go. Fun stories. Stay tuned. This is Knifewear. We're here for our garage sale live stream. Monday is our first day of the sale. This sale runs right until next Monday at the end of the day. It's something we do twice a year. We often, it coincides with our business trips to Japan where we're buying different stuff. This is not the stuff we carry in our stores all the time. Our stores are located in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Toronto. They are open. They also have tables of knives just like we do here today for their in-store garage sale. So please, if you're in town, go and visit. Their inventory is sequestered for the day, so you can't see it particularly. This evening when the stores close, their inventory is going to come back into the general pool of our inventory. It'll be open for you to buy this evening. So if you want, check back later this evening. You can find some other cool stuff. We have tons of other cool stuff, just not just knives. We sell Japanese barbecues. We have cast iron frying pans. We have a ton of sharpening stones and sharpening gear. We have a mat. We have mandolins. We have all sorts of cool stuff. I think we're working on doing a demo here pretty quick. But yeah, stay tuned, stick around. We're here for a couple more hours to help you answer your questions about knives and generally entertain you on this rainy Monday. Well, rainy for us.
Rainy for us.
Have I forgotten any other housekeeping? No. We have cool videos on our channel. You should watch them. You should like and subscribe, and you should thumbs up them. No, ding the bell. That's it. Hit the bell, and you'll get reminders when we've made something cool. And if you want us, like we recently did a survey on our website, and we got some good information back from people. But if you ever feel like saying, "Hey, you know what you guys should do is you should make a video about this," there's an email address I believe called tv@knifewear.com. and that would be a place where you can send that information to. Maybe you're a YouTuber yourself and you want to do something with us. That'd be fun too. Otherwise, you can always reach out to Knifewear at hello@knifewear.com or through the little chat button on our website. We have someone there to help you, whether it's you have you put in the wrong shipping address on your order, or you want to just figure out what's going to be the next knife for you, what other products you might need to go with it. Maybe you need a really good quality end grain cutting board to go with your Japanese kitchen knife, which is highly recommended. Hit us up, let us know. We want to help you out.
Okay.
This, I have no idea what the question that these knives are to answer, because the question is Naoto's tops?
Yeah, well, these are the, very unique knives, and something like, wanted to talk about. Something that's like needs a little bit more explanation. Something like this, for example.
Oh yeah.
The Hado Kirisame, and we made it actually really vague as Pankiri. Pankiri knife, 210 millimeters. Pankiri in Japanese, kiri is, you probably know, like from nakiri, to cut. Pan.
Pans. Frying pans. It cuts frying pans.
No, that's more like, think about it French way.
Oh, pan.
Pan.
Bread.
Bread.
Ah.
Yes. It's pan. Or the Portuguese way, probably. But this here is called pankiri, the traditional Sakai style bread knife. But
I love that Hado made a bread knife.
Yeah. And it doesn't have a serration to it. Instead, what they did...
Not that you can see.
No. But instead, what they did is that they actually finished it at the really coarse edge, so that you actually going to cut the. It's actually going to cut the like crusty baguettes and stuff. That's like very, very nice. It's got the it's very toothy edge. Another one that we don't get to see as often is the Kagekiyo. This is a Chromax. This is really, really well-made Santoku for such great price, $198. It's really nice, thin behind the edge, but yet a little bit more robust. This is really great deal, and like look at a fit and finish. It's really, really pretty. Toshitaka, we've spoken about his knives a few times, but he is a sharpener in Seki, but the way he sharpens almost reminds me of a like someone really like the some knife that really, really hard to get, like the one in I shouldn't be saying it, but it's very similar to the one the Takamura-san used to make, and he still does. But it's really hard to come by. So the edge is really similar, and it's SG2. It's very similar, but so it's really, really, nice. I love it. And this is not as thin as the Kobayashi-san, so it's like kind of sits in between. We talked briefly about the Murata-san started making the Aogami Super version of knives. We have a full line of them. Look at this one though. It is on the Torok Sakai. Aogami number 1 with Damascus Aoichi. Forged by Nakagawa-san, sharpened by Myojin-san, and look at this beautiful handle. I'm not sure if it's still around. I just grabbed it because it's something that could be just like hidden, because it is under a different brand. We don't than the Nakagawa. We have this Skinari SG2. It's very simple looking, but look at this handle. Beautiful urushi lacquered handle. It's almost like looking like kintsugi finish. And the color is very subtle, like there's a little bit of green in it, yellow, blue, and it's like really, really beautiful natural color. That's why it's like wrapped in a tissue paper here to just protect it. Last one but not least, we have Yamawaki Hamono, the Sakimaru Yanagiba. This is another beautiful piece, forged by Nakagawa-san and sharpened by Nori-san, the resident sharpener of Yamawaki. He is incredible. Like, there is no low spot. It's like so true. So these are something that you don't get to see. We don't get to see as often, and we need to kind of talk about them. And I think we gotta see. We will have some. It's time for a demo. So the mic here is going to show you how to take care of knives. That's it. Yeah. Right?
Let's do it.
Yes.
So you put those away. We have a couple more questions coming up. So keep them coming in. We'll get to them in a bit here.
Or if you bought a knife today and you'd like us to just show it off, as a little victory lap, we'd be happy to, assuming it hasn't been gathered and packed yet, because our warehouse team has packed like 300 orders.
Well, and I have a question for you. If you're one of our friends and fans and followers, and you've been paying attention to what we've been doing this year, we've had a fresh sticker every Sunday. What's your favorite sticker you've seen so far for our Sticker Sunday?
Ooh.
Sometimes we sit around and we try and think of like, hey, what would be a good idea for us to do for our business? And sometimes people say like, hey, let's make a new sticker every week this year. And we go, yeah, that sounds dope. Let's do that. And then so we, try to do that. And here we are making a new sticker every Sunday.
I think mine was the Star Wars one. How about you?
I really like the Onigiri sticker. I also like, I don't know if it's come out yet, but I like the one with my old car on it.
I don't think it has.
Okay, let's talk about knives. Let's talk about cutting, using, cleaning, washing, caring, getting the most out of your knife. You'll hear when we're talking about these things, especially in store, we say, Japanese knives are awesome. They're made with a harder type of steel, so they're going to stay sharp for a longer time. Not only are they harder, they're thinner, they hold their edge a longer time. You got to understand that with anything that's more finessed, there's a few more rules. They're not as forgiving. They're not that old Japanese knife that was on late night infomercials that could cut a tomato, cut a tin can, cut a shoe in half, and then still cut that tomato. These are knives designed for a specific purpose, and that's to cut food, and the food you eat. Our best example and sort of way we relate it to people, and this is a good thing for you if you're ever going to buy someone a knife as a gift. Don't cut anything that you wouldn't try to chew through with your own teeth. It's a pretty good way to guide yourself towards what should I and what shouldn't I cut. For example, I would eat this carrot with my own teeth, so I'll cut it. When you're using the knife, though, you want to be careful how you cut it and what you're cutting on. And frankly, a cutting board is really the biggest culprit of dulling your knife. We prefer these end grain cutting boards that are made out of wood. This is particularly a larch wood cutting board made here in Canada, a managed forest, which is really important. But what it does is give you a really nice surface to cut on, and the knife will actually cut slightly into the surface of the board, so it's not going to dull your knife the same way. Now, when we cut with a knife, if we're talking about trying to get the most out of a knife, we'll get into some care and cleaning and how to deal with that kind of stuff in a minute and how to hone it. But let's talk about how you're going to use it. First of all, you'll find a Japanese knife, and if you watch most chefs when they hold a knife, your middle finger is tucked up against the back here, and you're going to pinch the blade itself. That's more or less where it's balanced. We're not holding the handle as though it's the handle. It's more of a counterweight. That's why you don't see a lot of really weird ergonomically shaped knife handles. The blade is safer to hold. That's what you want to cut with. You can hold it in a loose grip. It's not going to get away from you. It's nice because you don't have a death grip. You're not going to get as tired. Now, the best way to use a knife, and any knife, not just a Japanese one, is instead of just pushing the knife through the food, which works, is to use the length of the knife. And this is where you see a 210 or a 240 millimeter knife makes cutting stuff quite easy. I'm applying very little force beyond the weight of my own hand. I start with the tip of the knife just over what I'm trying to cut. If I started back here, I'd stab the carrot, but I want to slice it. And you just move the knife forwards. That's all you got to do. And once you get better at it, you start going a little faster. My left hand is the one that I likely cut, and you can maybe even see some of the old battle wounds in there. But typically, you make a little claw with your hand, you drop it on top of the food, and then you can bounce it off the face of the knife off your knuckle, not the edge. You also notice when I'm cutting that I'm actually at a 45-degree angle in front of my body. I'm not trying to cut this way, because then I lose my range of motion because I'm standing in the way of the knife sliding. So if I have it at 45 degrees here, I can move my arm in a nice fluid motion, making a nice smooth cut with the least amount of effort possible. I cut straight. I'm not moving the knife. Often you see people try to cut with the knife in front of them. They run into their body. So when they're trying to cut over, they start to roll the knife in like this. Now you're not cutting straight, but even worse, you're now cutting towards your body, really increasing the chance you're going to cut yourself. Not ideal. So we've done the cutting. We've cut some stuff. What are you going to do now? Well, you're trying to take care of your Japanese knife because you spent a bit of money on it and you think, this is something you can do. And you don't want to feel too overwhelmed by this process. And it's not. It's simple. Don't overthink it too much. You just got to clean it. So, this knife here I've cut with, and there's a bit of carrot guts left on it. Now, it's not particularly wet. This knife is a stainless steel clad blade, so there's a layer of stainless steel on the outside of a carbon steel core. So basically what it means is that edge material can rust and tarnish if you let it sit that way. You can see this one's gone kind of gray and cloudy already, and that's perfect. That's going to help protect the steel. If I was cutting something like a lemon or a tomato with some more acid, more water, you would actually see this knife starting to change quite quickly. When it's brand new, especially, you see it happen almost instantly. That's okay. You want to develop that layer on the outside. If it's a carbon steel knife, one that is not stainless, you're working to develop a patina. You want that layer on the outside coating the whole blade because it will slow down the reaction of the oxidation of the knife. Slowing it down makes it just easier for you to use. You're not going to see as much tarnish. You're not going to have to chase your knife around. If you don't want to deal with whatever I'm talking about, you're like, what is he even on about? You can always choose a knife that's completely stainless. Now, when I go to wipe it, I'm not going to fold my scrubby around it because I will just slice the scrubby into bits and potentially my hand. I will put the spine of the knife into something like a sponge or a cloth and pinch it this way, and then that just cleans it off. So now it's clean, but it's still wet, and so I'm going to want to get that water off. So now, you guessed it, folks, use a dry towel. It doesn't need to be as big as this bath towel. Sometimes you have to be careful, like, hey, I wiped it, but it still has rust on it. Well, maybe that's because your towel, and I find this too, is not particularly good at being absorbent, and you gotta kind of look, and you gotta make sure you don't see any water on the knife. And that's dry. That's it. I mean, we could make it more complicated, but I don't think we have to. That's kind of the gist of it. Use it, and I don't even mean wash it. Like, you can just do this. If you're in between, if you've got a brand new carbon steel knife and you're trying to develop your patina, keep a dry towel in front of you. When I worked in restaurants, you'd get to work and you'd set up a station, and part of that setup included taking one of your side towels. This is obviously a towel that's been used for sharpening, so while you might think we're disgusting, we don't use this for food. This is a sharpening towel, and sharpening towels will infinitely be covered in black stuff. But what I would do is I'd get to work and I'd set up my station. You want to give me a little down shot here there, bud? And I'd have my cutting board, and then I'd put a towel. I'm going to slide this back. I'd put a towel in front of it, and then I would put my knives on the towel. That way, if something bumped anything, it's not going to send my knife sliding off the table. I learned that the hard way one time. But also, it's not going to sit in a pool of water. And then when I need to dry my knife, I have this towel right here. So I would wash it first if I'd cut raw meat, but if I just cut a bunch of vegetables or onions, I would just wipe that knife dry. When I'm not using it, I put it down on that towel. That's good. It's not that, once I'm done, that towel's going to get washed because it'll be kind of gross, but it's a really easy, convenient way to make it simple for you to maintain your knife. Now, here's a couple of other things that are kind of the supporting cast to maintaining your knife. We have a ceramic honing rod. We have a blade guard. And if you want to go up a level is the leather strop. Now, if you keep your knives in the drawer like you do the rest of your cutlery, you don't want it to be in there, all rooty-nooty. You want to have it covered up. You want to have it secure because that edge can bang into other stuff and damage the edge. More likely, you're going to damage yourself reaching into this drawer to get your knife out. So this simple plastic blade cover does everything you need to. You just don't do the stabby thing. You just drop the heel of the knife onto this little open slit and then flop it in. That is what you need. If you have a toolbox, if you have a knife bag, like a knife roll, and you go around places with your knives, pretend you're a chef, and or you just like going places with your stuff, these are really helpful to keep everything safe. Otherwise, we suggest using a magnet on the wall is kind of our favorite. You can use a knife block for sure. You just got to be careful it's going to fit. Some people will say, what about the knife block dulling my knife? Well, don't drag it through the wood with a lot of force and you'll be fine. If the knife just sits there on the edge of the wood, it's not going to dull it. So when you do use a knife, it will dull over time. The fine edge will break down. The simplest thing to use on a regular basis is a honing rod. This is a ceramic honing rod here. We like them. These ones we sell have a rubberized tip and a rubber handle, and it's actually a ceramic tube, so they don't break as easily when you drop it. Now, when I'm going to use this, I'm going to try to get a good view here. Basically, I put the knife against the rod, I tip it to a 15-degree angle, and then in one sort of smooth motion of going down and back, I kind of just drag the knife along it. Same as when I'm cutting, I'm not perpendicular, I'm sort of 45 degrees to my body, right? And what that does is allow that range of motion so I can maintain the 15-degree angle nicely. You can do this 4 or 5 times on each side of the knife. You do it every time you use the knife, it's going to really hold an edge a long time. Sometimes you forget about it, your knife bounces off the skin of a tomato. That's really a good sign that you need to hone your knife. And when you are doing it and you're like, oh, hey, that worked, that guy was right. And then eventually you get to a point where you think, that honing rod is actually not doing it anymore. There's a couple of options. Sometimes the white honing rod, this guy here, is a bit coarser, and that can kind of bring that edge back up. Or a leather strop, which is a really fine way of straightening out the edge of the knife, because that's kind of what we're doing with this, is the rod will break off little filaments of edge that have kind of broken down, or in the most part it actually just sort of straightens it back out so you get that keen sharpness. The leather paddle strap like this does a great job as well. I'm leading with the spine, or else I would cut the leather. This is a great tool. We use them constantly in the store when we're resharpening knives on stones, because it gives you a really good sensation if there's a burr left on your knife. So if you're trying to sharpen your knives on stones, do consider getting a leather strap. It's very, very helpful. And this, just like when a barber, very fine edge. Now, once these tricks don't bring that edge back to tomato cutting glory, that's likely a sign you need to hit a sharpening stone. We sell tons of sharpening stones. We have combination stones. We have some of the best stones. We have a Knifewear brand of stones, which we have deemed to be A, really quite accessible, but B, incredibly good performing quality stones. We have loads of videos online about how to use them. Of course, if you're anywhere near one of our stores, you can just come in and get your knife sharpened. And if you bought a knife from us, your first sharpening is free.
You got to say something. You got to say that we're going on a commercial.
Is that it? Am I done?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. We are contractually obligated to take a word from the products and our services that sponsor this channel. So we're going to do that.
Are you tired of smoking up the office with your Conroe grill, carbon monoxide poisoning, dead coworkers? Introducing the Iwatani Butane Desktop Grill! New from Iwatani at Knifewear. Cook your hot dogs, whatever you want, right here at your desk. No more dead staff, no more bodies to dispose of, just hot dogs. Amazing, amazing hot dogs, or whatever else you want to cook. Not just for the office, take it in the bath. Take it in the car. Snuggle up for an evening with the Iwatani grill in bed. Take it skiing.
Oh wow, look at all these satisfied customers.
Call now and get a free Shibata Tinker Sasquatch. Sasquatch not included.
Sharp knives rock. That's why we're here today. I'm Kevin. I own this little shop called Knifewear. We're going to teach you how to sharpen knives because a sharp knife is safer, a sharp knife makes your food taste better, and a sharp knife makes your days in the kitchen more enjoyable. Okay, this is how I sharpen a knife. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a coarser stone. This one's a 1000 grit. If your knife is very, very dull or has some damage, you may have to start with a 200 or a 500 grit stone. My knife is in pretty good shape, so I'm not going to bother with it. So what we're going to do, we're going to splash a bit of water on my 1000 grit stone here and get going. The trick is consistency. That's about 15 degrees. That's about what we want to sharpen that at. The trick is consistency. Keep it the same angle every stroke. We're going to do that until we get a burr along the entire edge of our knife. Well, there we go. Splash more water. Do the back side of the blade. You can see I'm still holding the knife in my right hand. We will always hold the knife in our right hand and always start on the right side of the blade. So now we've got a burr on that entire side. Quick stropping action on the stone. No weight, just more or less the weight of the knife. 2 forward, 1 back, and that's going to take the burr off our stone, or off our knife. And then we're going to finish the job on a leather strop. Give the edge a quick examine. Yeah, that's cutting into there nicely. So now what we need to do is move on to a finer stone. Like we said before, it's just like sandpaper. You start with a coarse stone and move on to a finer one. Give it a quick flattening. We always want to make sure our stones are true before we start. Otherwise we can get very mixed results. I like to bevel the edges of my stone. It stops them from breaking so much. Sometimes they get bumped around and the edge might hit something hard and you'll knock a chip off the side of your stone. So keep the corners beveled and we make the stone a bit stronger. This is a 4,000 grit stone. So we've gone from the 1,000 to a 4,000, so we're going to get a finer edge here. And all we're doing is sharpening until we can hear the sound of the stones change, and on our fingertips it starts to feel smoother. And again, just dropping on the leather to remove any slight bit of burr, and then the side with the aluminum oxide. And another airplane. So you can see it's a nice smooth cut. And we can cut little curves into it as well. This lets us know that we've got a very sharp knife. The smoother and the quieter it cuts, the better.
You're live.
And we're live.
Welcome back.
All right.
Alrighty, what are we doing? What are we doing
This
today?
is the Knifewear Spring Garage Sale. We're Knifewear.
Yeah.
We're based in Canada. We have stores in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver, and a website, knifewear.com, and social media at Knifewear. But we bring Japanese knives from Japan, mostly handmade ones, to Canada and sell them to the world. We work with over 50 different craftspeople, probably closer to 100 different craftspeople.
Yep.
Naoto here and Jacob on the other side of the camera. We're just in Japan visiting our craftspeople and actually filming them at work, making videos for our YouTube channel, which will be coming out soon. Subscribe. And they brought back a whole bunch of cool stuff with them. So new stock, new lines of knives, stuff we don't get very often, some really rare one-of-a-kind things, some really good deals, discontinued stock from certain makers, whole bunch of stuff. We put it on for sale, the Knifewear Spring Garage Sale, May 12th until the 19th. So a lot of the good stuff goes today, but there is great stuff to be found all week long. There's some really crazy stuff that's still in stock behind us.
And there's another restock, probably. Latecomers. Latecomers come in, and we're gonna do coming back on Thursday at 2 p.m.
Thursday the 15th of May.
Thursday
at 2
15th,
p.m.
Mountain
Mountain Daylight Time. That's Alberta time.
Yeah, we'll be back doing this live stream talking about the latecomers.
We're also gonna do a demo of that tan grill.
Yeah.
We got this insane 70-pound charcoal grill from Tan. They're a company that makes is it Vietnamese charcoal? Thai.
Vietnamese? Yeah, the charcoal is Vietnamese, I think.
Yeah, anyways, it was started by a chef who owned a restaurant called Pok Pok in Portland. And now the company's shifted to focus on charcoal, and they've been prototyping this really cool solid steel grill for 3 years, I think, and they just came out earlier this month. And so we're going to be demoing one. We're going to do it today, but it's raining. It's raining like 20 millimeters in Calgary today. It's supposed to, which is great, but not great grilling weather, and not great to have a camera outside. And if you use a charcoal grill inside, it's a one-time use thing because it makes a lot of carbon monoxide. So we're going to do that on Thursday. We're going to demo the grill, cook up some dogs and some burgers, and show you the late arrivals, talk about what's left in the sale. So if you're still looking for something, then we can kind of highlight the best stuff that's still left.
Yeah, we don't want fire trucks to come.
No, they already came on Friday right before our live stream, so we don't need them here again. Yeah, love the firefighters. Don't need them here.
All right.
So today we're answering your questions, helping you shop. If you need help finding a knife, if you want to compare a couple of knives and get our opinions, if you bought a knife and you just want a victory lap, you want to see it up close before it goes into a box, our warehouse team, Matt back there in the colorful shirt. Oh, geez, he's packing orders. Thanks, Matt. You got any words for the folks at home?
Buy the knives you like. The knives that you like should always be custom handles. That's it.
Okay, great. There we go.
Okay, good.
Words of wisdom.
Okay.
Matt's our warehouse manager. The rest of the team is over there. You've probably seen them earlier today. Oh, we've got a question from
Oh. Sends petty knives. So we got the good selection of petty knives, like petty knives, or Japanese word for that word petty comes derived from the French word petit, the small. So petty knives, small knives. They come in anywhere from 80 millimeters to 150 millimeters.
From very small to not very small.
180. We do have someone like Hinora-san, Mutsumi Hinora-san, and I think maybe it's a regional thing, but their petty knives, it's not really petty.
No.
He calls it petty, but I think it's more like a small gyuto, which is more.
I think we'd call this a utility knife here in the West. This is like, my aunt or my grandma could cook every meal for the rest of their life with this knife, right? That's the size they like. Often they're a little skinnier, so that little bit of height makes it better for working on a cutting board, even if you got bigger hands.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we have something more traditional, like petty utility knife like these ones. It's nice and skinny. If you're gonna take in the silver skin off from the meat and stuff like that, this comes really, really handy. It is a little bit more too skinny to do the actual real cutting with. Yeah. But
it depends though. Like say you want to chop up some potatoes, you're making hash browns in the morning. I'll often grab a 120 or 150 millimeter petty knife because it's the morning. I'm tired. I'm lazy. It's the weekend. I don't want to pull out a big chef's knife. And so all you have to do is if this is your cutting board, you just take the edge of that knife, and instead of chopping like this, well, come on, focus. You can do it. You just angle up a little bit, and you do a bit of a backward slice like that. I find it works really well.
I think this Nigara-san's the new petty kind of solved that problem, right? Because the length is about the same as this, but it's not as big as the Hinora-san's gyuto, but it's tall enough that the way that you did. Yeah. But still, it's kind of sits an offset here.
Yeah.
This is really, really good.
It's a smart design.
Yeah, exactly, right? This one here is actually really, really great. So, if you're lazy trying to grab one small knife to do everything, making a breakfast, this is great. Yeah. Like cutting the, oranges, the segmenting oranges. This.
Totally.
Yeah, this size, shape.
Everybody uses a small knife for segmenting oranges. 240 gyuto is the way to go. Or at least a 210. I'm serious.
Not for everyone.
No, I know. I prefer it. One thing to consider when you're buying a petty knife, you have to figure out ahead of time, or should figure out ahead of time, are you going to use it in the hand, like cutting strawberries and potatoes and stuff like this towards your thumb? Are you going to use it on your cutting board? Or are you going to do both? If you're going to do both, I find, again, larger hands, but I find 120 and 135 millimeter petty knife pretty good for that, especially if they're not tall. You want one of the narrower blades that you can use it in your hand. Otherwise, if you've got smaller hands, you might need to make a bit of a decision as to whether you're going to do just in the hand work and go for something really small, like a 90 millimeter petty knife, which, come on, pretty much anyone could use in their hand. Or you might as well, at that point, if you're just going to do cutting board work, go for something bigger. 135 to 150, maybe go for something with a bit more height. If those of you watching, if you are in the United States, is that the only country that uses imperial? We're talking in metric because Japan uses metric, Canada mostly kind of uses metric. If you want to view these sizes in freedom units, you can do that on our website now. We have a little filter next to the number of millimeters, and you just click, I think, imperial, and it changes it to inches real quick for you.
That's cool.
Thanks, Shopify.
Awesome.
Okay.
Terrence here is asking for a knife alternative to the Masashi Kokuen. For those of you who don't know who the Masashi-san is, he is one of our favorite blacksmiths, a friend of ours. He's been making knives for for some, good 20 years probably.
Yeah, and doing it solo for 12 almost?
Yeah, he's probably one of definitely one of the best kitchen knife makers in Japan. And his line called Kokken is fantastic. It's SLD, super thin.
So good.
But it's a little bit hard to come by. We get them probably once or twice a year.
And they usually sell out in a day or two.
Yeah. If you're looking for something a little bit like that, also it's not hard to come by, but the I've been kind of talking over and over about this Anri Hamono. It's not as quite thin, but the idea is very similar. And this particular one is really nice. Anri Hamono Aogami Super Stainless Clad. This one here is really, really well made, well sharpened. If you're looking for something thin, Kokusen, the Yukurosaki Kokusen line is really nice as well. And I love that the look, it's got a little drop on the spine here.
I think if you really want the Kokuen, there's no harm in going for something that's a bit thicker, like that was that Akato or Anri, sorry, that you were looking at. The Kokuen is going to be too thin for some people. There's, you know, you often see it, especially on like online kind of knife spaces. People talk about getting like a laser knife and getting the thinnest knife possible. But there's a big trade-off when your knife gets too thin. I was talking earlier, I got a Gyuto from Hudson Torrens, and it was one of his test batch that came out too thin on the tip. And sure enough, I stuck it on my cutting board at a bit of an angle and bent the tip. Because thin knives are extremely fragile. So often you don't want the thinnest knife, even if it seems like you might. You want something that's got a little more meat to it. Still thin, just not the thinnest, because it's going to be a bit more rugged. And if you're giving it to someone as a gift, you definitely don't want to choose the thinnest knife.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, the Masashi Stan's the Kaijin line, which is the VS1.
Perfect.
That one's actually really good. It's got a little bit more meat left.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit more robust. I do love
I still don't have a Kaijin. I think I need the 240 Gyuto and maybe the Santoku probably and the Hanazuki. But I'm going to start with one of the bigger ones.
Right.
They're so good.
All right. Doodle Snoozles.
Doodle Snoozles.
Want to see the Sakai Kikumori Ren Aoichi Sakimaru, which is this guy here. So Sakai Kikumori Ren, this series is designed and made, led by Sakai Kikumori, the wholesaler, but it's forged by a Nakagawa-san, the Satoshi Nakagawa-san. He's probably one of the most talented younger blacksmith in that region there. And he has 2 apprentices. He does have 2 guys working for him or with him. And the idea of the Ren is that it creates a support system for those younger apprentices to be supported financially better. So
starting a blacksmith shop is expensive, right? Like, I mean, first of all, you're not going to sell that much when you're new as a knife maker. Nobody knows who you are. You know, that reputation. You know, your skill set is probably still coming online to some extent. And blacksmithing equipment is expensive, right? Like, a lot of equipment's going to be tens of thousands of dollars, if not more. Not to mention rent, cost of materials. So yeah, they're able to give more money to the maker, directly to the maker with this line. And so it's just, you know, helps them get on their feet, helps them worry a bit less about their overhead.
Yeah, help. It's more for the training, because people know about Nakagawa-san.
Of course,
but Nakagawa-san only gets, like, you know, certain portions, and often not enough to help the apprentice to start his thing, like learning more about it. It becomes more like a almost like usually they just become one of the employees.
Right.
But this line is created to help them to pay a little bit more so that they can maybe in the days that they want to start their own workshop, they can actually help from that. So
cool.
So yeah, it's really great.
There's a good movement in Sakai of like really high like supporting the younger craftspeople.
Oh yeah, like everywhere. Yeah, it's great. So it's different, the organizations, different systems, but like everywhere in the those, like, you know, Sanjo as well as the Echizen, the this like Sakai, and also even Tosa. Everywhere they start, like the government or the companies, they started to actually do something to help the industry or the younger apprentice to thrive and succeed.
That's awesome. That's awesome. This one might have got lost in the shuffle. The sticky note fell off. But somebody was asking a little while ago, or more like a while ago, about a Gyuto and a petty knife.
What's a bunka and petty?
Was it a bunka and a petty?
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it was saying.
My brain's tired. I can't read anymore.
The bunka and petty.
Let's find some bunkas.
But the I wasn't quite sure if it was the.
They were looking for a bunka and a petty knife for $450 to $500.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was Canadian dollars, which is what we deal in, or it was US dollars. Depending on your IP address, our website will either display in Canadian or US.
And
or
I wasn't
whatever
quite
your
sure
local
if it's
currency is.
like they wanted to have the same matching, like set, which
Yeah.
makes it a little bit hard.
It's a bit trickier to
especially
find
garage
it.
sale, as we get like different ones from different blacksmith and knife makers,
Yeah, it is trickier to find a matching set, even normally. The great and difficult thing about handmade knives is that they're handmade, and so you often don't get huge quantities of them, which is why a lot of the stuff on our website says sold out so often. But here are a few that I've picked out. You can build a semi-matching set with some of these. Camera B, please. Thank you. All right, so I've got 3 bunkas here that are all pretty similar looking. They're all high carbon steel. They're all handmade. Phenomenal. I think my favorite is probably going to be this Sakai. Which maker is this again, Naoto?
Which one?
This guy.
That's the Sakai Kikumori Minomo Kajiya.
Minomo Kajiya from Sakai.
It's a 91-year-old blacksmith.
Oh, right, yeah. So there's 3 generations of craftspeople working together in this factory. Really unique hammer pattern. If you want a knife that's, you'll often hear the term online, workhorse knife, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a workhorse knife. It can take more of a beating. It's a bit tougher. It's on the thicker end of the spectrum when it comes to knives. So there's a little more steel in through here, which is going to make it a touch more durable. Not like chop through a coconut durable, but like rocking on a cutting board, not being 100% great to it. This guy, a little bit thinner. This is the Hinokuni Sakai. This is a young guy, self-taught, really, really talented.
That's not self-taught.
He's not self-taught.
No.
Oh yeah, who did he apprentice
under
under?
Nishida-san.
Nishida-san, right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of someone else. But really talented maker. Pretty flat edge to this bunka, a little closer to the Japanese nikiri, the vegetable knife. So if you want to do more of a sliding cut like this, as opposed to a rocking cut, this guy's going to be better for that sliding cut. And then a little more curvature to this guy. Who makes this one? Tsukasa.
Tosa Tsukasa?
Tosa Tsukasa. Yeah, again, really nice dark burned finish. That's called kurouchi in Japanese. It's just the burned carbon on the outside of the knife. This guy is probably, well, maybe not the thickest of the 3, but it's definitely on the thicker end of the spectrum as well. The Hinokuni is going to be a little bit thinner down at the edge there. Feel a little bit more like a bit of a laser. This guy is a little bit more robust. $150 Canadian. Is that 150 or 180? Either way, it's a steal. Nice weight to that guy. And then for petty knives, I just grabbed this guy. This is Aogami Super, which is a really nice, hard, high carbon steel. And it's not too bad at $199. You can pair that with any of these 3 guys and be around that $450 to $550 mark. Just a beautiful knife. Again, dark burn finish from the hand forging. A little bit longer, but as long as your hands aren't too small, you can use this guy in the hand and get plenty of clearance for trimming up potatoes, cutting strawberries, that kind of stuff. All right.
Keep questions coming.
Yeah, if you got more questions or need help choosing a knife, or if you just have general knife questions, right? Like if you've already found the knife you want and you got questions about knife sharpening, you want to learn more about specific knife makers, get in touch, leave us a comment, and we'd be happy to help you out. Oh, okay, Mike, you go first.
Can I have a mic?
You already have a mic. You are Mike.
Hey, Alex Peterson. Alex Peterson has asked if we have any left-handed Yanagibas. Sadly, Alex, we do not on this table here. Naoto, do we have any left-handed Yanagibas in our inventory regularly?
We try. We actually try to get the even we're getting some of the left-handed honyaki. I mean,
wow, really?
I'm not sure
See,
when.
you're not supposed to be left-handed,
Yeah.
Alex. You might already know this,
but
but you are, and we like you. But it's not necessarily the way they make knives, which makes them tricky to come by, and you get to pay the privilege of more money for left-handed Yanagibas. That's just how it goes, and it seems wild, but a Yanagiba is a really exceptional knife. That's the kind of thing that's really good to get in touch with us if you're looking for something specific. Naoto can hunt it down for you. It's not a thing we like doing all of the time. It becomes more disappointment than not. So if you do have a left-handed Yanagiba of a certain length and a kind of a certain budget in mind, give us a shout. hello@knifewear.com. We could try to help you out. That's like what we want to do here. We want to try and help you get the knife that's the best thing for you. So,
Flyboy has asked, is there a significant difference between single and double bevel knives?
yeah.
We can talk about that.
Absolutely. It's like the difference between a knife and a chisel, where there's a single bevel knife is flat on one side, and then the angle was just ground onto one side of the knife. They're made differently too. The way that they hammer and shape and construct the actual blade is meant to be more even. So it's hard to show. This is a double bevel. Come on, there we go. So this knife started out as an equal shaped rectangle, and then to create the edge, they ground down the one side, and they would have turned it over and they ground down the other side. But that's an equal angle on both sides to come to the fine apex of the blade to create the edge. So you've got a triangle that's like this. With a single bevel, and I should start by saying they took 3 pieces of metal and sandwiched it together to create the base of that blade. Now this knife, it's more like an open face, where they've got 2 layers of metal sandwiched together, one soft, one hard, and then they've ground down one side. On the back side, it hasn't been, so it's kind of flat. So that would be more of a triangle that's like this to create the edge. What's hard to see, but I can tell you, is the back of the knife is actually curved like that. So it's actually hollow in here. You can sort of see that by the shiny ridge around the outside. That's the ridge that's come in contact with the sharpening stone. You can see where the 2 different steels meet here.
What's that called, Mike?
Good question. What's that line called?
The GIE?
GIE, like Gigane and GIE? Yeah. So the hard core steel is at the edge here, and that's going to be the metal that's on the back, right? The stuff that's on the outside is softer. And what this delivers you is a knife that's got a very, very, very fine edge, albeit somewhat thick. It will cut through food very, very smoothly, especially raw fish. As we know, Japan, raw fish is a huge part of the diet, so they have a knife designed for that purpose, and this does an exceptional job. Because it's not an equal triangle, when it cuts, it'll curve on you, because it's almost like a curved blade. So that makes it different to drive. It doesn't drive straight like the double bevel knife does. That was a basic explanation.
I wanna point it out because it doesn't. No, well, it does, but it doesn't. So what happens on the single bevel knife like these is that you have the flat surface on the side. So unless you're cutting into very thick piece, it doesn't pull.
That's right.
When you're actually trying to slice very thinly, or probably like raw piece of fish about a centimeter thick.
Yeah.
If this part keeps it flat, and the other part will fall off. It doesn't pull, like if it's like that, it doesn't pull.
That's right, and the fish and the meat is a softer material.
Exactly. So these are not designed to cut anything hard, like daikon.
Yeah, what I'm sort of talking about is like if you were to cut a potato or an onion.
And that's not the knife for.
No.
So yeah, it is like, I just want to clarify, because if you're just cutting the softer stuff, or even carrots, if you're actually cutting carrots like very thinly, like this way, it doesn't cut into it.
It's beautiful.
It actually keeps its flatness, and it rolls the other part.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Some historical kind of type of question. Japanese kitchen knives, were they traditionally built in this method first and then adopted this sort of double bevel, or did they have both?
They had both, because if you look at the swords, they are double beveled.
Sure, right.
The single bevel knives, and if you look at some of the very old kitchen knives in Japan, also a lot of them are double beveled.
Yeah.
The single bevel knives are developed in during the Edo period, which is like 500 years ago.
Okay.
Since like 1600s, so like 400 years ago.
All right.
And they've kind of they started to develop its own shapes and such,
and do you know about the cladding where they were using? Do you know if they started to use the 3 layers of steel at a certain point, or is that something that's been?
Again, it's the sword making. They were using the hard steel and softer steel laminated together. So that has been around. So that that's the steel production wasn't as technologically it's not as refined as the modern steel making.
Yeah.
So they had to actually create their own steels, fold it over and over and stuff like that to get the equal good quality, decent quality.
Yeah, the
steel.
hardness and sharpenability.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is a lot of relatively old technology. In terms of how they go about doing it. Of course, once upon a time they would make the steel, they would fold it and fold it and fold it, and that would help clean up the impurities and distribute the carbon content so you'd have an even hardness. Now, my understanding is the steel factories like Hitachi and Takefu Steelworks, Takefu Special Steel, what they're producing as an alloy or a steel that's being used in a kitchen knife is far superior to what you can make by hand.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. And that steel that we hear that's made by hand, that's often called tamahagane, right?
Yeah, the doesn't necessarily mean handmade, those steels are tamahagane, but it has to be made in a specific way. Yeah.
It's like the champagne of steel.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be made in a specific region.
Just a specific method.
Yeah, specific method.
Very cool.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Anyways, that's good question. We have another question. Tetsuo-san is asking, he thinned his Takamura on 8,000 grit stone and now things stick. What can they do to help the food release? That's actually a really good question. And it is true.
I can't wait to hear this answer.
Generally speaking, the smoothness of the side of the knife and the friction, how the stickiness, I guess, how it sticks to the blade, correlates. Finer you finish your knife on the side, the food will stick more because there's no much bump left. It's think about this way. What's the thing? Say when you have the 2 glasses, very thin plates of glasses, and have water, and when you stick them, it will stick because there is no bump, and so air. It requires a little bit of air to be released. Generally speaking, say when you have the mirror polish double bevel knives, food will stick actually really, really badly. That's why the Kotetsu, Shibata-san thought of it, and he purposely finished his knives with a little bit more rougher finish on the side, so that the food won't stick as much. So this one here.
Yeah, you left those grinding lines in very intentionally.
Yeah. So he calls generally called the hairline finish. Will have this little line, so the food doesn't. It still sticks, but it's easier to release. Where if you have the mirror polish knife, like this guy, although this one doesn't stick because it's a single bevel, but if it's double beveled, it will definitely gonna stick so much. It's easier.
So if you over polished your knife, what would you do to help with the food release at this point?
there are several ways that you can do. It's one, either you want to go through and make it a little bit more rougher so that it doesn't stick as much, or change the angle to make it slightly thicker so that it releases the food.
So you're talking about like that? Is that the hamaguri style of edge?
Yeah, it's like make it a little bit more thicker just behind the edge, so that it still cuts, but it just peels or releases.
Now, have you made a video on how to do that type of sharpening?
Haven't we done that?
The hamaguri?
Hamaguri sharpening?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we do have a video about that technique, and I think you had said you could. Would you ever just, after having polished it to that 8,000, go back to something soft, but more abrasive, like a 1,000? Would that create that sort of release, or would that just give you that foggy look?
So the actual release is only done by the angle. Because the kotetsu, it's really nice and thin. It still sticks, but doesn't like stick. Because you know when you know what I mean. Like it's easier to take the release the food and stuff. So there's that. So you could definitely finish with a little bit of a coarser grit to kind of help. Because I bet 8,000 finish with the that thin of the edge, you will kind of cut really nicely. Like it glides through the food really nicely. So if that doesn't and
that sort of hamaguri, or that sort of edge that comes to a fine point and then tapers quickly to create that hamaguri is like clamshell. So if you think about that sort of steep slope just behind the sharp part of the edge, that is what your food rides off of, and that might have been on your knife before, and when you thinned it out, you might have gotten rid of that.
Yeah, it depends on where you want to have this hamaguri, because you can have the really nice hamaguri, very gradual hamaguri. We can have this hamaguri. There's different. Hamaguri basically finish means the convex edge.
Yeah.
So depends on where you want to have this high part, I guess, like the thick part. It changes.
How convex you want it?
No, where the convex is. You can have very gradual convex, or you can have.
And what would you, how would you determine where you wanted it? By how you wanted, what you were cutting, how you wanted the cut to feel?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so if it's higher, what's the
higher
cut like?
hamaguri? If it's gradual taper, it's super. It glides nicer with a little bit of release, but not so much. If you have this hamaguri that convex at the very end of the edge, it may not feel as smooth.
More like an axe, less like a razor.
Yeah.
Right.
So it depends.
So the longer the taper, the more of a razor, but a little bit more sticking.
Exactly.
And the shorter it is, the more it feels like an axe, but a lot of food release.
Yeah. You could have the
kind of like a Takeda.
Yeah. And you could have the different too.
I brought this out. I don't know.
Hold on. We interrupt this broadcast to announce. Last week we had a fundraiser for people affected by what happened on Lapu Lapu Day in Vancouver, and with your help, we were able to raise $13,500.
Wow.
That's going to get donated to basically Filipino BC has directed people to donate to a specific fund through United Way, and that's going to get dispersed specifically to people whose immediate family or extended family was lost.
Yeah, that's pretty traumatic.
Yeah, it sucked. Somebody my mom knew actually died that day, and so I'm happy that we can make a difference and help some people out. We've had an amazing outpouring from everybody in all of the cities where we have stores in, because we're donating 100% of sharpening proceeds last week, and the folks in Vancouver especially really showed up to make that such a high number.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you for all of you who support us, and especially those of you who brought your knives in for sharpening last week, and all our amazing staff who just showed up for regular week work and sharpen knives all day. Because that goes to a good cause.
Well, and every day we sharpen knives, and every day 50% of the proceeds are destined to charity.
365 days a year.
Yeah, so when you get your knife sharpened, you can also help contribute to the greater good of the community around you.
We'll do specific fundraisers like that. We got a couple more coming up this year, but then we'll also just Center for Autism Services Alberta will need support for something, and so we'll write them a check, or whomever.
Operation Come Home out east.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to knives.
Thank you. All right. So
incredibly well is the answer. Rodney wants to know, how well does a single bevel cut meat?
It's great. The especially it will cut very differently per se. So I would definitely use this to cut the like say steaks. Portioning out steak is great. You may have to be a little bit more careful and adjust the way that you cut, because generally speaking, when you have the slab of meat, traditional way of so when you have the like when you say go to Costco and buy the whole steak, would you cut it from, say, like if you have the meat like sitting like this?
Yeah.
You cut it from this way, right? Traditionally.
Do I cut it off the left side or the right side?
Left side.
I cut it off the right side.
Oh, you cut it off from right.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're gonna cut it off the right side, and if you're right-handed, single bevel knives or yanagibas are fantastic.
Absolutely.
Because it cuts like it keeps that the one side really nice and flat and falls of meat. If you are the one that try to cut it like this way, it's terrible. It actually cuts to the left. So it's but it's fantastic. You can definitely use the like these sakimarus are actually pretty cool. You can probably use the tip to take the sinew or...
Yeah, and using something nice and long really helps, because you get that smooth sliding motion, right?
That is long.
So this is nice and long. So I suggest this knife would be wonderful for slicing meat. The one thing I do when I'm slicing meat, when you're talking about, cutting it off to the right, is I'll often start the cut, and then I will actually use my finger of my left hand, and I will push that first bit of the meat away. I will push it away from my knife and then finish the cut. And what that does is start it from pushing off to the side, and it opens it so it breaks that surface tension, and you get a much straighter cut. So with the single bevel, that feature is built into the knife because it has this bevel that pushes it off to the side this way. Can you see that? Right? So it's going to do what I try to do manually by pushing a piece of the steak or whatever off. This knife is designed to drive it off the side. So ideally it's designed for fish, but it sure works on meat too, raw.
Yeah.
And cooked.
Cooked as well.
Glenn just asked, which is relevant to the conversation, how do you hone a single bevel knife?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you want the strop?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you could. So when I hone the single bevel knives at home, what you could do, we have the...
do you want a strap?
The honing rod, that's the... we can use. Yes, it's there. So what you could do, I have the Evangelion song. So what you could do, have the angle this way, and hone this, and just put it flat. Just flat.
You need to match the angle of the knife to the rod as though it was the way it was sharpened. Would that make sense?
Yeah, you can do this, that, or use the leather strap to, and just flat, back, and angle. Yeah, that's all you basically need. And
slowly and carefully, I would say, is part of it.
Especially the back side.
Yeah. It's the same principle. You need to match the angle. It's the same when a Japanese knife is sharpened. Its edges are typically sharpened to about 15 degrees. So when you hone it, you're going to try and aim for about 15 degrees as well. And something that's kind of neat is that the honing rod that we have has this oval handle. I'm going to use the white one. That'll show up better on my black t-shirt. This oval handle. So what we have learned is that with an average size of knife, say this Nakiri, if I put it underneath and I tip it out until it just comes to the edge of the oval, the long side of the oval. That gives me about a 15-degree angle. Right? If I turn it around to the short side of the oval, that gives me about a 22-degree angle. So that's a German knife. This is a Japanese knife. So it's kind of like a bit of a built-in angle guide. Handy.
Hey, Naoto, can I grab you for a sec?
Yeah.
So, we don't have any knives from him that we can show, but somebody was just asking, hey, speaking of good causes, is Manaka Hamono up and running? And yeah, he's built a brand new workshop.
We went to visit him. It was great. The last trip that Jacob and I took, we went to Manaka-san's workshop. It's his forge is up and running. We actually get some footage of him forging some knives.
Cool. Big space, right?
It was huge space. He still is waiting to get a little bit more equipment to come in. So we won't probably see his knives till probably another 6 months or so. But he's very hopeful. He's got the location's fantastic. He's settled in, and it's
cool.
It's great.
And a big part of that is because you folks helped out.
Yeah.
We did a fundraiser last summer to help him rebuild. And once again, we donated a whole bunch of sharpening proceeds from a couple of weeks. But we also encourage people to just make direct donations.
Yeah.
And I think we collectively raised like 35 grand, plus a whole bunch of other just individual donations.
Yeah.
So big deal. Yeah, now he's back on his feet, which is great to see.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Supporting people.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, that's all I got. I'm out.
What's next? Where are we at?
So we have the questions.
Is anyone still watching this?
We got
20 people.
Thank you, 120 of you.
Ethan Alfonso.
Ethan's been here all day.
Asking, he's probably looking for 210 to 240 Gyutos with the flatter profile.
Yes.
Flatter profiles, generally speaking, this region, or the people who learn how to make knives in this region, the Sanjo, this one here, Hatsukokoro, you want to probably use the black background.
Yeah, I was seeing if the white would be good.
This Hatsukokoro, the Shinkiro, he learned how to make knives at the Yoshikane, and so is Masashi-san. Masashi-san's blade is really nice and flat at the very long spot, right? So they try to make the really nice flat spot for pretty long. Also, this Kikumori, it is Kiritsuke Gyuto, but Asagiri Gyuto does have a little bit of different profile than the other Sakai profiles. They probably tried to make it a little bit more flatter here, and it doesn't go.
It still comes up at the heel just a little bit.
But no, that's quite say regular Sakai profile, which is the say something like this Ginsan. If you compare that, this Kiritsuke is a lot flatter, right?
Yeah.
So, and any Masashi-san's
What
knives.
is that knife anyway?
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this one here is the Sakai Kikumori Ginsan with the tsuchime. It's beautiful tsuchime actually. The Nakagawa-san forged it. It's a Japanese city pop day today.
Can you tell us about Nakagawa-san?
Yes. Nakagawa-san, very talented young blacksmith out of the Sakai, and I'm going to grab a few of his work. And he's so talented, right? Because he can do anything from stainless steel, carbon steel, so as these are very good representation here. Look.
Yeah, he has this very distinctive Damascus pattern.
So these are all his blade.
Focus.
The camera's tired. There we go.
There you go. So that's Aogami #1, sharpened by Myojin-san, Torok Sakai. It's a beautiful blade. But also, he can do something like this. The Honyaki, Shirogami #1 Honyaki with this beautiful hamon, like this goes Sakachoji, so it goes like the other way. This here, he's the only one who can do this with this hamon is very distinct one with and he only produces like limited number each year. We're pretty happy that we get the one of those his like Sakachoji.
Like what does Sakachoji mean?
It's this pattern. It's the name of the pattern.
Oh, I see.
Instead of just a regular wavy line, it goes slightly different way. Anyways, so all of these are forged by Nakagawa-san. Like he can do Gin-san. This is SPG Strix, the new steel, blue #1, and so like he is very talented blacksmith out of Sakai, and he's the we got actually really great footage from him. So
cool. Yeah,
be really nice.
Well, we do have a question here of SPG Strix, the Nagara Nakiri, and how is the performance? Well, here's that knife. There's a couple things that I think are very distinct and cool about this knife, and one is like just how
the shape
the shape is. It does have some curve, but it does have a very tall tip, which is the other way around. Usually Nakiris are straight or even taper towards the tip. The SPG Strix, this has got it's kind of a newer steel. I'm thinking about buying one of these, to be honest, so I could get to know the steel and be able to answer your question a little bit better firsthand. So Strix, my understanding, is designed to be able to be a little bit tougher, hold an edge a little bit longer, and also be sharp. So it's kind of like they're
easy to sharpen. That's the really big thing.
And the thing is to make it easier to sharpen, as Naoto has just said, because that is usually the thing that you're trying to chase. Is like as you make a knife tougher and sharp, you make it difficult to sharpen. So they're trying to bring all of those things up, all three of those points. So the performance of this knife would be incredible. It's got a very long, tall bevel here. So it's very thin just behind the edge. It has a bit of texture on the Damascus, so it's going to already, right on the bevel, create some, it's going to break up surface tension. And then we've got the hammered Tsuchime finish on the face of the blade here. That's even, you can sort of see these diagonal lines in the sort of the light. And I can feel those as I run my finger over it. Those are actually ridges. So this knife, I think, would cut through food with absolutely very little resistance. It has a very, very fine edge. So julienning things like peppers would be incredible. There's not a ton of distal taper to it, but I don't even think that really matters with this. It's so thin down here that I think this would be super fun. I think the choppingness of it with that tall tip, I think would just feel just really confident.
I love the look to it too. It's just weird look.
It's so unique. Yeah, no, it's very cool.
Yeah.
SPG Strix Nigara, $462. I think the performance will blow your socks off. I have an SG2 Nigara that I find is really, really dependably sharp constantly. Yeah. So
awesome. Ralph is asking to see the Munetoshi-san's a 210 Gyuto, which we have it right here. It's really good. The heat. No, it's, so whatchamacallit, the Munetoshi-san, he is originally sickle maker. We went to visit him like twice now, the 3 times actually. He showed us how he forges the knives. Last one we went with the Jacob. he was able to get the really nice footage off from the Munetoshi-san, how he does things, and it was really cool. He's very good because like when he was like forging the rough shape out of the steel, he was like going a little bit of like on an angle because his forge the hammers are not designed to do the whatchamacallit, the kitchen knives with, right? So it's like he improvises and makes still such a great knife. Nice and thin and looks pretty, and they are on sale. I'm gonna actually go ask. He was sitting there for a little while. Here, Ian Sisk is asking, which knives would you bring into a pro kitchen? You can bring. No, you had a different one, but okay. I changed it. Any knives you can definitely bring into the kitchen for sure. Some of the our favorite is one, the Seki Kanetsugu Pro M, made with the AS6 stainless steel, one mono piece, but it's really nice and thin. This is gonna be really great because it's it's not gonna rust. It just simply looks like a Japanese. It simply looks like a knife. Price is fantastic, $119 for 240 blade, and it holds. It's not gonna hold the edge as long as some other knives, but it is such a robust, but still yet very thin blade. So Pro M series is fantastic.
It's also probably not gonna grow legs and walk away.
Grow legs.
What?
End up in somebody else's knife roll.
Yeah. And also, this Mikuri line is fantastic. VG5, so it will keep the edge a little bit longer than a Pro M series, yet it's not going to, again, chip as easy. It is designed for people in the professional kitchens. Mikuri, or Mikuria, it means a Japanese old word for kitchen in Japan. These are really designed for the people in the kitchen. Also, you can do something like these here. Any knives like simpler look will definitely gonna survive a little bit in terms of in terms of the it doesn't stand out, so that it looks like just a regular kitchen knife. And also, I wanted to point out these as well as mentioning the professional tools, professional kitchens. We have these Kanda KD chef tweezers. These are fantastic. These are probably one of the best, well-made tweezers.
They feel, like you said on Friday, they feel like your fingers.
Yeah.
You have amazing control on them.
It's precise. You can do very soft things to hard things. Like you can pick up really soft thing with this without
without breaking it.
Breaking them.
Yeah, you don't want to damage those perfect little leaves that you're plating with, right? But they are still quite sturdy, and when you squeeze them together, the tips don't spread apart, which is a really annoying thing.
Yeah. So the silver one is $25, black one's $35, and the pink gold is $45. So these are fantastic options if you're working at those fancy places, or you want to actually make a fancy dinner at home.
I use tweezers at home a fair amount. Yeah. I was always against them when I worked at restaurants. It was like pre-tweezer days, and so I kind of poo-pooed them. But I use them a fair amount, and even sometimes it's just for simple things, just turning things around in a pan, or even just taking pickles out of the jar. Yeah, so this question was good. It's a combo question of can we compare VG10, VG Zeos, and
440C
and the 440C? VG10 is a knife steel from Japan that's been really popular for a long time in things like shun knives. It's been around a long time. Some people think it's boring old VG10. I think it's an incredible knife steel.
Still, it's a great steel. It's really popular. So, 440C is the good old stainless steel knife. There's a 440A, 440B, and 440C. C's been at the highest carbon content. It is the it gets a little bit hotter. But the problem of this 440C, not really a problem, but some people see it as a problem, was it is a stainless steel, but it still is a little bit more, it doesn't rust. But if you compare to, say, VG10, it rusts a little bit easier.
So VG10 came along after 440C, right? So 440C for a long time was a really great knife-making steel, and then they wanted to solve the problem of the fact it wasn't quite as corrosion resistant.
Yeah.
So VG10 was invented to try to address that corrosion.
Yeah, came along, and also they added something like called cobalt, and those like creates the wear resistance and everything like that. So it will. Despite the hardness different, like they are about same hardness, VG10 will keep it a little bit longer because it has more wear resistant. Like it doesn't wear as fast. From here to Zeos, it's also another uptick on the corrosion resistance. They actually did a test on dipping these in the like salt solutions and stuff, and they actually this doesn't rust like as nearly as easy as the VG10, nor the
and does it any other characteristics change compared to VG10, like the wear resistance or anything like that?
About the same. Like it's it probably does have a little bit more better wear resistance, but the hardness is very similar. Like in terms, similar hardness, wear resistance gets a little bit more, and so as the corrosion resistance.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, lunch is here. So we are going to cut to commercial for 5 minutes. These guys are going to go get some food. I'm going to take over for a little while. We'll be back with our regular scheduled programming.
Woo!
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burn-free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people, I don't really care.
Introducing the new Knifewear Swiss Army knife. It slices, it dices, it chops. It's the ultimate kitchen utility blade. It includes a Santoku, Petty, Nakiri, and Gyuto all in one, and easily fits in your pocket so you can take it anywhere you go and slice up a meal on the go. Tired of going to your friend's house and using their crappy knives? Well, now you've got your own knife on the go with 4 different blades.
I just love my Japanese Swiss Army knife so much. I can switch from Santoku, Petty, Nakiri, or a Gyuto, just like that. No more bringing a whole knife roll to your first interview. Just bring this. It's perfect.
The Knifewear Swiss Army Japanese kitchen knife is the ultimate utility blade and everyday carry knife. Coming soon to a Knifewear near you for only $36.55.99.
6 feet. It's 6 meters. This is Canada, damn it. Oh, hold on. Hey, you. Yes, you. Have I got a deal for you right this way? With sales like these, you won't be able to stay away, damn it.
Our pans might be angular, but we're not square, man. Our deals are no strain in your wallet. Wood protection for your wood. For his, her, and theirs protection. A sale is just a threat of a deal that you might miss. We're slashing prices and cutting down our competition right here during Knifewear's Garage Sale. Line. I'm not just happy to see you, that's a half-price honing rod in my pocket. The only thing more acerbic than my coffee are these knives. Do you like pre-distressed denim? Then you're gonna love this pre-owned Munitoshi. Here at Knifewear, we won't grind you on the prices. I'm bringing my best box of used knives for our sale this time. Are you ready, Calgary, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, and perhaps Edmonton? You might think our staff look like this at the end of the sales, but they still keep kicking. Come on down, we're having a whale of a time. It slices, oh my god, it dices, it even circumcises for all your Masonic needs. Tossing these great sales to you. Catch, no matter if you pitch or catch, we've got you covered with these sales. Ooh, to all of our size queens out there, we've got something for everyone at this sale. Don't sleep on these prices. Don't sigh away our high prices, they're rock bottom. Come on down to the Knifewear car lot, knife lot, because we got lots of new and old used beauties from May 13th to 20th, in store and online.
You know, I was in Japan a long time ago, and this fellow came up to me, big fellow, strong fellow, tears in his eyes, and he said, "Mr. Salesman, you are a beautiful, beautiful man, and you sell our knives so well, very well. Best salesman, but we sell well. Modesty, we know modesty. Look at these knives. Prices like this, so reasonable, folks. I mean, really. What do you want me to do? Sell you a whole set? Knifewear is doing a garage sale. Modesty for the people. Garages, we all have garages, don't we? You know, it was in '88, and I remember a long, long story about...
I think. Nailed it. All right. Man, that Isaac guy, that is not a Knifewear employee. That's just a buddy of ours who we kind of do fun video trades sometimes. If you like cheese and you are in the Calgary, Alberta area, go to his cheese shop at the Crossroads Farmers Market. Say Cheese, YYC. They do incredible stuff. The guy's an expert and just a lovely human. Welcome back to the Knifewear Spring Garage Sale live stream. This is the Spring Garage Sale, which is a thing we do. We do a garage sale twice a year, typically following our trips to Japan. We normally have a huge selection of Japanese kitchen knives online at knifewear.com and in our stores in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. But twice a year, we go to Japan, we visit all the people that make our knives, make some new friends, visit old ones, and we bring back a whole bunch of new stock, new lines, prototypes, rare stuff, some smoke and deals, some discontinued stuff, and we have this big sale. And so today is the kickoff. You're watching the kickoff live stream if you didn't read the title of this video. And we're going to be answering your questions. We have been answering your questions. We have some questions. If you have more questions, pop them in the chat. If you want to see a knife that you bought online and get a little sneak peek of it before it ships out to you, our warehouse team is collecting knives, collecting orders right now, and I think that was the first pallet of orders going to Canada Post. Canada Post, leaving today. So, yeah, hang out, ask us questions. We did have one from Brian Costigan. Any Nakagawa knives that are still available? Yes, Satoshi Nakagawa-san. Some of the best stuff has sold out, but there is still some really phenomenal stuff from him as well. A new line and one returning star. This guy, can we switch cameras there, please, Mary? All right, so this guy is the Sakai, I believe that's a Sakai Kikumori. Yep, Sakai Kikumori Ginsan. Ginsan's a stainless steel that's made to work a bit more like high carbon steel than other stainless steels. Really great edge retention, takes a really nice edge. Decent to sharpen. Some stainless steels are a bit of a pain to sharpen. I find Ginsan pretty good. I've got one Ginsan knife at home. You know, it doesn't stay sharp quite as long as my carbon steel knives or my harder stainless steel knives, but it's also not as delicate. So I really like that about them. The cool thing about Nakagawa-san is just how versatile he is. He can forge like just about every carbon steel, a whole bunch of different stainless steels. Normally blacksmiths are going to specialize in a couple of types, and so he's quite exceptional. Makes beautiful, beautiful stuff. This guy we also have, this is my favorite. It's one of my favorite knives that's new to the sale here. This is the, I believe this is also a Sakai Kikomori, and this is the Strix line from Nakagawa-san. Really cool layered steel there. We often call this Damascus in the West. In Japan, it's called suminagashi. Suminagashi is a technique, a painting technique or a fabric dyeing technique where you mix paint with oil and you swirl it on top of water so it floats, and then you dip paper or fabric into it, kind of like the original ink dip technique. And so it looks similar to this layered steel. And so this will be called suminagashi or Damascus typically. SPG Strix, really phenomenal new steel from, I want to say Takafu Special Steel. Cool. All right. Hope that helps, Brian. Got a couple here. Uncle Greg. I hope you're drinking Bailey's out of a shoe, Uncle Greg. Oh, that's old Greg, sorry. Bought a Kobayashi SG2 Santoku 170mm. Talk about it. I can do that. They know nothing about it. Okay, well, Uncle Greg, I've got you covered. I just need to find it. So excuse me as I wander around here because the real hosts of this show are off eating lunch after 5 hours straight of live streaming. So it might be packed up already. Dang it. We got anything else from Kobayashi? Kobayashi-san's great. He's a knife sharpener. So he doesn't do the forging. This guy's Kobayashi. I'm just going to show you this Gyuto instead, and you can pretend it's a Santoku. So this guy, I'm assuming you got the Kobayashi Damascus. Really cool kind of two-tone effect where it's etched up here, and then you have the polished bevel there. But Kobayashi-san is just a really exceptional knife sharpener. So he'll get a blade that's forged by somebody else and then basically thin out this whole bevel. So he's not just sharpening the edge of the knife. He's taking a raw piece of steel, he's grinding it, he's polishing it, he's forming this bevel. And a bevel is where the two straight sides of the knife taper down to form a point. And so he forms that bevel, he polishes it up, and then he sharpens the very edge of the knife. He might put a handle on it himself, I think. So this is Jacob's favorite knife maker, right?
That's why I came over here.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
My sandwich.
Yeah.
Because I have 4 Kobayashis. None of the Damascus ones. They're a little bit thicker. The Damascus ones are a little bit thicker. But they cut incredibly. I pick them up every time I'm trying to do something. I was a professional chef for years, and I chipped mine the first time I used it. So be very careful.
Thin equals super sharp, also equals more delicate. So it's a balancing act, and you want to be careful when you get a super thin knife.
Yep, that's all.
How's the sandwich, Jacob? What you got in there?
I got.
Ow! Oh fuck! Oh, that tweaked my neck. Jesus Christ! Oh, really feeling my age today. That tree that I cut down yesterday is really taking a beating on me. There we go. Layers.
Yeah, have the
Layers.
cross section. What I need to do is take a knife and cut it in half and show the.
So not just your bite marks.
Yeah, not just.
Yeah, you got some Dagwood action going on in there though. It looks good.
Yeah, Dagwoods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get.
Would Dag eat that sandwich? Dag would. All right. We got another question here. Thanks, old Greg. We have got Tetsuo. Show the Makoto Kurosaki 240mm. You bought it this morning. Congratulations. Which Makoto Kurosaki did you buy? Did you buy the Sakura? Did you buy the Ryusei? Did you buy we got a few lines from Makoto-san. The VG10, VG2 Coreless. If you can let me know which Kurosaki you bought. Wow, that really messed up my neck.
Do some stretches.
I gotta do some stretches. Yeah, we're just gonna have a yoga period. But yeah, if Tetsuo can let us know which Makoto Kurosaki line they got, that would be great. And I'm going to try to fix my shoulders while you do that. Oh, this is a good one.
The Ryusei is the only one.
Ryusei. All right. Sweet. VG7 stainless steel, amazing stuff. Very similar to VG10. High performance, slightly less fussy, delicate. I like this guy. I've talked a lot today about how you don't, I'm not going to say you don't want a thin knife, but most people don't want a super thin knife. because super thin knives are very delicate, but they're also sometimes too light to do what you need them to. You have to apply more force to them. So this guy's got a really good balance. Makoto-san is a professional knife sharpener, right? He doesn't forge knives, he just sharpens. And so it tapers down to a really good edge, but there's some good meat up here, up in the middle of the knife. And so food, I imagine, isn't gonna stick to it so bad, but also it's gonna have the weight it needs to drop through, you know, denser vegetables. And so you're not gonna be fighting with it, you're not gonna be pushing it down, you're just gonna be letting it fall through stuff for the most part, which I think is great. 240 millimeter is the correct size of knife. That's my preference, especially if I'm doing like weekend meal prep, cooking for the whole week. I like that there's a bit more of a cutout there. So if you hold your knife by the blade and grip up on it like a chef, you're gonna have a more comfortable time in there. Some knives have a really hard drop. Most knives do, honestly, from the handle. And this kind of more gradual, that's called a choil for all you knife nerds out there. That bit right there. And so that nice, smooth choil is gonna feel great on your fingers. Yeah, great knife. Cool. If there's anything else you want to know about it, let me know. Otherwise, keep the questions coming, folks. Kuronami. Yeah. Hey, if you didn't hear, we do this thing every Sunday called Sticker Sunday. Every Sunday this year, we are releasing one or more stickers for $2. Yesterday's sticker drop was the Yu Kurosaki. It's called A Bad Portrait by Mandy Stobo. That's just what she calls her series, is Bad Portraits. I think it's a pretty good portrait. And it comes free with a second sticker, the Knifewear logo with the Kurosaki Senko Nikiri on there and the Senko pattern in the logo. Pretty cool. Tiger stripes in the background for some reason. That's a good combo. It's $2. You can add it to your cart on the website or find them in store. Hello. Is Andrew Hamono white number 2 Kurochi Damascus Gyuto 210mm made by Takumi Ikeda? Yes. So it's called, I'm just going to find that knife while I talk about it. It's called Andrew Hamono because it was started by Katsushige Andrew-san, really talented blacksmith who is now in what, probably his late 80s, 90s. They might have taken it. Jacob's going to look for that knife while I talk about Andrew-san. And so for the better part of the past decade, his apprentice, his nephew, Takumi Ikeda-san, has been doing the bulk of the forging. That was becoming more and more as we got kind of to the you know, late 2010s, 2020s, and then in 2022, he officially took over as the head of the company. He was at the point where he had been making the knives for a few years. You know, for obvious reasons, you still do it under your master's name, and he wanted to continue the name. Some makers will change the name when they take over, but typically they'll keep that, and that's the case with these guys. So yeah, Ikeda-san, very, very talented blacksmith. He is making all the knives that Andrew Hamono has been for 5, 6, 7 years or so now. Yeah. They're phenomenal blades. That black Damascus, I still don't own one. They always manage to just like slip through my fingers like grains of sand during the garage sale because as staff, we're not allowed to shop till the end of the day today, 6 p.m. And so a lot of that really cool stuff is gone by then.
I think they took it, but there's an Andrew.
Here's an Andrew knife, which, you know what, everything he makes is cool. This is the Kurochi Tsuchime line made with Aogami Super, which is a really nice hard high carbon steel. Also translates to super blue carbon steel. They took Aogami and they made it super by adding other elements to it that make it more stainless and harder and just actually a slight touch more durable. I really like Aogami Super because it has great edge retention, it gets super sharp, but it is one of the lower maintenance high carbon steels.
Yep.
What's this guy?
This is from Phil.
Phil.
The Kuronami.
Kuronami. Oh, yeah, you were asking about that. No, that's Tetsuo. So, yeah, Phil was asking about the Hatsukokoro Kuronami. What did they want to know about it?
Just anything about it, really.
It's blue number 2. High carbon steel, blue number 2. My first Japanese knife was a Moritake Ishime and it was made with blue number 2. This looks to be a high carbon clad knife as well. So when they make a knife in Japan, most knives these days are made with what's called sanmai. So you have a really nice hard core steel that forms the very edge of the knife, right there. And then it's harder to tell with this one, but you'll see a slight difference in color higher up the bevel there. And so what they do is they take, here we go, here's our hard core steel. They take a hard core steel and they put a layer of steel on either side. Because hard steel cuts great, keeps a good edge, but it's delicate. If you had a knife only made out of hard steel, it might break if you dropped it. And so they put a security blanket on it, or like bubble wrap, by adding softer steel on the outside. Also keeps the knife from being too expensive because the whole thing's not made out of really high-end steel. And so that cladding steel on the outside can be stainless steel or it can be high carbon steel. And in this case, it's high carbon steel, which means the whole face of this knife can rust and will rust if you let it leave it wet and dirty for too long. But it's also going to make it awesome because it's going to patina and change color over time. Just get cooler the more you use it.
I think like the coolest thing about Hatsukokoro too is that we don't actually know who made that. Like Hatsukokoro is kind of just like a distributor, but they keep everything under their own name. So it's kind of just like those unknown, hey, this is really cool. It looks like waves, right? Nami, which is just like, it's one of those crazy Japanese knife maker things that they just kind of like go, hey, we made this, we didn't actually make it, but we're not going to tell you who actually made it. So
yeah, and there's a lot of,
cool.
sometimes it's a trade secret. There are a lot of blacksmiths out there that just don't want the fame. Like there's people that are like, you know, doing it for the, not doing it for the clout, but that's an added bonus.
Yeah.
And want to make a name for themselves. And some guys that are like, yeah, I make knives, you know. They treat it the same as like a welder, you know. They really still care about their craft and put a lot of work into it. Probably drink and smoke less than most welders. Well, drink less, but maybe not. You've been around some blacksmiths.
As a dude who just got back, I want to say I'm still feeling the repercussions of how much we were drinking.
Well, it's not just the jet lag, eh?
No, it's not just
what
the
was,
jet lag.
all right, while we're waiting for some more questions to come in, or maybe we're done for the day, what were some of the highlights of your trip to Japan?
Oh, highlights. I mean, the best part was the food, for sure. I mean, the food and just meeting all these people, right? Like, I've met Mutsumi-san a couple of times now, and I think he and I get along super well. And we didn't get to go to his workshop, but we did get to like hang out with him, and we did karaoke with him. So I think that was like super fun.
That's one of Mutsumi-san's knife.
Yeah,
that's his new Vitoku Rainbow Damascus.
Great, he's so good. He's so good. And then same with Minaka-san. Like this is the first time I've met Minaka-san, but I feel like they feel like they're very young at heart. They're in their 40s, but like I'm 26 and we've just got along super well. Maybe that makes me an old man at heart or makes them young, who knows?
Bit of both, probably.
A little bit of both.
Maybe keeps you young.
We meet in the middle at 33.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, all the food, you know, eating char-siu that's just falling apart in a bowl of ramen is one of the greatest things that I've ever done in my entire life. Like thick, rich broth ramen where you're just like sitting there, everyone around you is slurping. It's a bit of a sensory nightmare, but then you're like, oh my God, it's so good. Yeah. It's so good. And then you start slurping too, and then nobody cares. And you know, it's everyone around you is just, yeah, it's great. And it's surprisingly clean, but the conversation that I had with Naoto was, it's not clean because Japanese people are super clean. It's clean because they have like social systems that just, here, you go clean. We'll pay you to go clean the streets, right?
Cool.
So there's just like cleaners everywhere.
Wow.
Very respectful people, of course, as I'm sure everyone has heard, like super respectful. It's like very fun. And seeing all the shops too is like, yeah, I didn't realize how good Masashi actually is until I watched him forge.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wow, no, he's like really
extremely
good.
talented.
And I don't have any Masashi knives, but I will.
Yeah.
I will soon.
Yeah.
He's just watching him. I was just like, oh my God.
He's one of the best. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You hear it, you know. I hear it from Naoto. I hear it from
one thing to
say
it, and that's the other thing to see it, you know.
Yeah, the amount that he trims off of his knives, like everyone kind of forges in a different way, right?
Yeah, a lot of them forge a very rough shape and then like punch out
trim it out, like kind of cut with like almost like this paper cutter looking thing where they kind of just like cut the steel like that. Masashi was trimming off like tiny little pieces.
Like millimeters.
Tiny little pieces. Wow. And then Naoto was explaining like he has to do that for the actual like heat treatment.
Yeah, the outside of the steel
knife,
gets
right?
overheated from forging, right?
Yeah. So
he's cutting off the crusts.
Yeah,
like,
basically.
Like when my daughter doesn't want to eat the crust and the grilled cheese. It's
Exactly.
Like, all right, yeah. Taking away the crappy bits.
Masashi just assumes everyone
likes their knife without
hates
crust.
crusts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody wants their crust.
Nato, you got any highlights from your trip?
Oh, highlights from my trip. Everything was like, it was great.
It was great.
It
Yeah,
was a great trip. We get to see those new blacksmith and knife makers, especially the ones in the island of Kyushu.
Yeah, that was great.
It was fantastic. We were connecting with some of the like people that we never met. We never actually carried their knives, and we haven't get their knives yet.
Yeah, we still haven't received them, but we're excited to.
Yeah. So those are fantastic trips, and also connecting to like the Minomo Kazuya-san.
Oh, so cool.
We've had the
cool.
we carried their knives for a little while. It's because it's such a remote location. We have never really got a chance to visit them, and it was good opportunity that we actually get to see them in person, and being able to film how they do what they do, and it was a place that I was like, we wanted to see because of that, things happen 2020 or I think 2020 that they had a terrible flooding that washed away the vast majority of the town there, and even like some places they had the like couple meter high water.
Yeah, you could see it. You could see the water lines in their workshop, which I have a really good video of.
Right.
We'll kind of show that off later in the year when we kind of do a little bit of a like highlight spotlight on them, because
it was very but it was like great that we actually get to visit them, and
that was really, that's like a little bit of a culture shock for me. Like, I'm part Japanese, but I don't really have that much in touch with that side of my family, right? Like, I know the basics, but not like everything. And it's a huge culture shock to walk into seeing my grandfather, who's 81 and in the hospital, and like, he feels very old. And then seeing a 91-year-old.
Not all Japanese are though. Like,
I know. Not all of them.
Not everyone.
But still, like, walking into that workshop and he's just hobbling around. He's doing. There's a stereotype that Japanese people walk like this, right? And he's walking around a shop like this, and he hops into the pit next to the forge and just starts forging. I'm like, wait, how old are you? How old are you? I know we've said it a couple times, but it was shocking. Yeah. Shocking.
And also, it was great that you get to see the different parts of especially island of Kyushu, that like you only move like 20 kilometers.
Oh yeah.
From the one city to another, and you see like completely different culture. Like Minomo-san's like, where they are famous for this kuma's shochu, which is the shochu. Distilled liquor made out of the rice.
Yeah.
And in the city of Hitoyoshi, I think they only like 60,000 people live in, and there are 27 active shochu distilleries.
We got to go to one.
Yeah, we got to go
take a
and
little
they had a
tour
museum
through
there.
one.
But it was like crazy how localized these things are, right? It was like it was very fun. It was like very interesting.
Yeah, we tried lots of shochu, which was, especially in that area, right? Like, oh man, it was fantastic. We went to that little tiny, like almost like a private bar, right? With some of the people that we were traveling with.
It was very.
And it was just like four of us sitting in this bar drinking, and it was just the four of us with the bartender. It was great. It was super, super cool. But it seems like there's quite a few spots like that.
Yeah.
Too. Like, we went to a few spots, even in Sanjo, the little like karaoke bar that we went to.
We did one in Totori as well, right?
Yeah. We went to a few. A few. Yeah, it was a great trip.
That's good.
Lots of content.
Yeah.
You guys are going to get so much content coming from Japan. Good footage.
Yes.
Real cameras. I think this is the next one.
I think she's been putting those like.
I think those ones are already done. I think Nathan was throwing those ones.
Done? No,
those ones are new ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I know like this Tetsuo-san, we've got a few questions here. Muneishi Aogami Kurochi Santoku, which I see them there. Yeah, that one.
Muneishi.
Muneishi sounds great. This here, and show the Kurosaki 240. Makoto Kurosaki 240.
Did we show, Tetsuo, did you see that Makoto Kurosaki already? I think we showed the Ryusei.
Okay.
We showed the Ryusei
that one's
already.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the...
this one too?
This one's really good. Well made for, like, how much is it going for? Really well made knife for, like, just little less than the $200. It is fantastic knife. It's like really nice tall bevel. And yeah, I actually get to go to see them the other day, or the couple trips ago. It was fantastic. It's really well organized. It is actually a little bit bigger production than I thought.
Oh, man, that is thin.
That is really nice and thin, yeah.
Super nice and thin. You can hear it. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but it's thin. That's really, really thin. Hello.
Alrighty.
It's really nice. Yeah, I like these. What kind of steel is this, sir?
This is a blue number 2 with
number
stainless
2?
clad, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that. And it's a really good price for what it is.
Yeah.
$200 Canadian,
Yep.
our silly little Monopoly money that we have. This is great. $200 for a really thin... Yeah, I would buy that. If I was working in a kitchen, I'd buy that for sure.
The Peter Kim commented saying people with smaller hands prefer a utility knife with the lower profile. It really depends. Like, I would assume the lower profile means it's a little bit more skinnier profile, maybe. I think it really depends on the purpose that you're looking for, Peter. The definitely the taller the profile, like taller the blade is, something like this. Gihei-san's, he calls it petty. These ones becomes more like a, like small gyuto multifunctional knife, right? You hold it, you cut it on the cutting board, chopping action, where a little bit more skinnier blade like these ones here. Yes, it's not really comfortable holding it like a chef's knife and start cutting stuff, but it is great, like, to do the coring jobs, have it in your hand doing a little bit of apple peeling and stuff like that. So it really depends, because like I have like such small hand, and I try to have it's just like really a purpose and function that you're looking for. I like the skinnier profile ones for a, taking the sinew or the silver skin off from the meats and stuff like that, where the slightly taller profile, I'll use it as a real utility knife, like, say, cutting cheese, cutting the, like apples, things like that, right? So like even some of the, Nigara-san's like new shape, like these ones comes very handy for a little bit more, like ultimate type of utility type of stuff, because it does have the taller blade. It gives you a little bit more knuckle clearance space, so you can cut the stuff as well as the So like something like, it really depends on what you would like to do with the utility knife. I don't think it matters whether your size of the hand. Here's another comments here. The Canuck writer, for a stainless steel knife, save money and get VG10 440 blade, or the splurge on the SG2.5 40. It is really, it depends on, again, we're here to sell things, but it's also wants to get there's no bad knife with the VG10. Say, for example, say that's the, okay. Hi, you're back. So like VG10 stainless steel is still fantastic You could definitely get something like a little bit more, less expensive with the some like 440C and those knives there for sure. The if it's a gift, if it's a gift, if that's someone you're giving the knife to, never had a Japanese knives before, VG10 440C is fantastic. It's easy to take care of. It's great. If they want to add some to their collection, they can do that as well. For yourself, it's probably not just the steel type, I guess. The like some SG2, like I love both Takamura and VG10 and SG2. They're not really like. I love it not because of the steel type. I love it because how he makes knives, how he forges it. You can still get really good like deal, something like 2 SG2 with the something like that's really that doesn't break bank.
Just get the HAP 40, dude. I'll be honest, like you're gonna end up buying it eventually, so might as well just get it now and actually save yourself some money. Okay. HAP 40 is wild. It is very good. It's your only trouble with HAP 40 is when you have to sharpen it. So just because your only trouble is you then need to get a really fine stone, and then you need to sharpen it for a very long time.
Is that
Who's dressed like a knife? It's Nathan today. You need to.
How's it going, everybody? It's time
Nathan's
for
got.
everybody's favorite
Nathan's a
segment of the
flexible
show.
knife.
It's the Oprah Winfrey Show. With your special guest, Nathan Garrell. We're going to spin that wheel and give away some free stuff to and we let it all. You decide. I decide. All right, we're going to give away some spam stickers. When you spam people spam. All right, let's go with the shipping station. Woo. All right. This thing is hard to run in, guys. Mike's still on this time. Yeah, you can hear me.
Mike is on this time?
Mike is on. So is Nathan.
I thought Mike
All
was
right.
over there.
Who's on first? All right, we got Nolan. Nolan at the packing station. How was lunch, Nolan?
I haven't eaten yet, Nathan.
Oh, you haven't eaten yet?
No.
We should go eat. What are you doing here?
Checking knives.
Okay. What are you doing, Tiff?
Only 1 p.m.
Also checking knives.
Oh, yeah, right. Nolan eats lunch at around 3 p.m. All right, Nolan. Here, take some spam stickers.
Oh, thank you.
Give them to that person, please. All right. There we go. You get stickers. Woo! All right. Who else gets stickers? Oh. All right. What do we got here? Let's make sure we don't dox anybody. We're a sticker. You get a sticker. You get a sticker. You get stickers. You get stickers. Nolan, who are you packing right now?
I'm packing an order for Ross.
Ross in
Cambridge.
Cambridge, Ontario?
No.
Oh.
MA, Michigan?
Oh, Cambridge, Michigan. Massachusetts. USA. Woo! Woo! All right, thanks, Nolan.
By the way.
And what do they pick? Is that an old Sakai, old stock?
Sakai and the whale knife.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
How about you, Tiff? What are you? Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
are you?
Oh, no.
What are you packing?
An old stock old Sakai.
All right.
My friend Michael.
Oh, a double old Sakai.
Yeah.
What a fortuitous moment. All right, well, I'm going to give these to somebody random. And we're going to go. Whoop. We're going to go back. All right. Well, we got some orders. We got some orders going out to DHL. Woo! All right. Here we go. All right, we're back. We're back. How's it going now? Look, we've been condensing the knives. We've got some. What do we have here? We have some gyutos. We got the rare stuff back there, so the warehouse team can grab it right now. We got some great gyutos over here. We've got some, trying not to give you guys motion sickness. We've got some Nakiris left. I think this is our best selection of Nikiris and Santokus that we've had for a garage sale in a long time. And petties, people always say, hey, why didn't you get more petty knives? Usually the answer is because we can't, but we did this time. Woo! How you doing, Mike?
Good. This coffee is from the percolator that's been going since this morning.
Ooh.
This is going to keep me alive.
That
the
looks
rest of the
swampy.
day.
Yeah.
It is swampy. It looks like it's got a crema on it, but no, it just came out of a percolator.
This is just grunge. We got some single bevels over here. Woo. We got Mary eating another sandwich. Woo. We got Jacob hanging out. All right. That's it. Bye-bye.
That is what happens when you try filming a garage sale for 5+ hours. You turn into this guy. You've been making us look good for years. Okay. IE.
Can you show off Hudson's Hanasuki for us?
Yeah, I can. I actually have it right here. So we made a great video. I think it just came out on this Saturday, this past Saturday. We had a video. Naoto and I got a whole bunch of knives from Hudson, who's this young guy here in Calgary. Young, I mean, he's in his early 20s. He's been making knives since he was about 16.
He's 21 today. I think his birthday is today. No, he texted me because we got the number wrong.
He probably forgot.
He texted me from Europe and said, hey, I'm not 22, I'm 20, and I'm 21 in 2 days. So
there we go.
Happy birthday, Hudson!
He's 21. He's been making knives for 5 years, and it's goddamn impressive what he's doing. So we had him bring us a whole bunch of knives. He made a bunch of gyutos. I think he made 6 or 8 different versions, right? As a blacksmith, you can hammer it this way and then hammer it that way and put this on and then put that on. Like, he did his thing, and we did a video where we tested them all on different things, and then came down to a conclusion of the style we thought was the best, and he went off and made a bunch, and they've been here for this garage sale. This is his Hanasuki. He's using this 52-100 carbon steel. It's a single piece of steel. It is not layers. He's done an incredible job sharpening it. Really nice smooth curve to the blade. Nice and thick at the spine with a cool sort of distal taper here. The one thing that's quite noticeable is that the heel is a fair bit tall. Well, it's not taller. The blade's shorter than a typical Hanasuki, which is kind of nice. It makes it feel really nimble, like you got a lot of control with what you're doing. And the Hanasuki shape in general is designed for and amazing for things like chicken, poultry, and small game. I like leaving the heel with sharpening the heel with a bit of a blunter edge, I guess, because you can drive through the joints and you save the front part of the knife for cutting through the skin and the flesh. But yeah, super nice shape, super nice weight and feel. This is, you know, compared to the Anru here, like we're gonna put a scale out even. Oh God. Milliliters. How do you weigh that? Grams. We have 140 grams on this Hudson to the 120 of the Anru. So definitely a thick, more robust knife, carbon steel. He's got the cool sort of Nishiji type of finish to the outside with the Kurochi. That's the forged scale, that black, that's essentially just burnt on in the fire. Stamped with the HT for Hudson Torrens. It's $500. I hope you enjoy it.
How about the best item in your opinion that we have left?
We have yet to talk about the multi-lid. And I'll be honest, I looked at this thing and I was like, that's so dumb. What did anybody want this for? But the more I've played around with them, the more I've realized this thing is genius. If you've got a pot or a frying pan and you want a lid for it, this is it. It's got a little glass top so you can see what's going on, like if your gyoza is getting nice and crispy or not. It has these little ridges so it sits on everything beautifully. It's $45 and the thing stands up. This is the solution to all lids. It stands on its own. Okay, so the multi-lid is a pretty fun thing. I would say that my favorite thing is maybe it's gone. There was an SG2 Tsujihiki from Makoto Kurosaki that is just stunning. And the deal for me was that it was a super good price. Just like this Nakiri of his here, same thing. SG2 is a really wonderful steel. It's powdered stainless. It's stainless, stays super sharp, and is often on a knife that is significantly more expensive because it's a difficult steel to work with. For a Nakiri of SG2 steel, this nice for $269 is nice. An absolute steal. Where is that Kagura? Is that Kagura Garasuki still here?
It's probably in a pile of Kaguras there.
And can I have a Breito 420? That's not code for anything. So Kagura is a blacksmith who we've worked with for a long time. He's more or less retired. And so when we see anything from him, it's really special and it's a bit of a surprise. Now, often we're seeing hunting knives from him, but we have this delightful thing, which is like a Hanasuki or Garasuki because it's a fair bit bigger. I just think this is a very multi-purpose butchery type of knife. It comes with a sheath so you can put it on your belt. It feels a bit like a medieval dagger, and I think would be well suited when you're out fishing.
All right, you know who needs this? If you are a person with Scottish heritage and you wear a kilt sometimes, this is like the exact size and shape of a historical, kind of like a larger version of a skein do. They often look like this if you see pictures of old ones. Often you call it a skein aklis, which means armpit knife, and you would basically like keep it under your arm, like concealed in your vest. But this is like this size and shape. I made one with Chris Green, and it's almost this exact size and shape. So if you collect rare knives and you are into dressing up like a Highlander, like I am, you probably need this guy.
I'm surprised you haven't like braided your beard. You know?
Yeah,
now, the other thing that's still here that I think is a really excellent option for a lot of ways, and we just got the biggest one over here. There's a bunch. We've got bread knives and slicers from this series is Breito. They've got a stainless steel handle that's textured, which is really nice actually. It's very functional. This knife itself is all about function. This is an incredibly long knife if you work at a restaurant or in the restaurant industry. This is the short length of a commercial-sized baking sheet. And that's helpful in a lot of ways. If you're cutting big pieces of focaccia, you bake sheet cakes, great for a baker. Awesome for big pieces of meat like carving a brisket. You put so much work into that thing, you want to have a nice smooth slice, not a jagged oh my God, Naoto is waving his flexible knife at me. This knife is it is all function. It is a single piece of molybdenum vanadium, which is a softer kind of steel that is very easy to sharpen and a little bit tougher. And you can tell it's been hours of this, and we're getting silly now. But, you know, a flexible knife like this is not something we get all the time.
Exactly.
And if you cure salmon, or if you get cured prosciutto or, Hamon Iberico, this is a really great knife because of its flexibility. You can carve with it and get super thin slices off of cured meat. I think you could also have fun with like a halibut with this thing. And another knife with a full stainless steel handle is this Tojiro Supreme.
They're a great deal though.
This is a great deal. It's $98. This is a VG10 bread knife. It's got a solid stainless handle. Say what you will, this thing actually feels really good, and I think it is blazing sharp. I, in fact, have a VG10 Tojiro Damascus bread knife like this, and I will never need another bread knife. That's it. I just never need another bread knife because this is the kind of thing that will last, well, basically forever. So, really good deal at $98.
From $280 some. $285
to $98. Yeah. That's definitely less than I spent on mine. What a fucking smoking deal.
We have something super cool. I don't know if it's the time to talk about cool stuff.
Yeah. Let's do cool stuff.
Yeah. So we have the this here, the M-Casta Damascus scissors. It is just a regular utility scissors, but it's really, really well made. And look how there is a cherry blossom.
Do it.
Right.
I dare you.
Here. It's, I don't know, the quality of scissors sometimes, like, you can tell by how it sounds when you're doing the open and close. Right? I don't know. Can you hear this?
Yeah.
It sounds so good. It's really well made. M-Casta, the Marshall-san, they've been making actually scissors quite sometimes. Their kitchen shears are fantastic, but the they sometimes do something cool like these, and makes a fantastic scissors. What do you have in your hand?
So for a long time I've had the cheap version of a wok brush. This is a very nice one from Japan. And now, do you remember off the top of your head the price of this? This is a very cool thing. It is just a whole stack of thin bits of bamboo wrapped together with this brass copper wire. And what you do with it is you scrub out your wok. And it's great on other carbon steel pans because it scrapes with
$12.
It's $12. So it scrapes with the hard little edge of the bamboo and gets all the bits off that you've burnt onto your pan. And I like stir-frying noodles in a wok, so you're bound to have some stuff stick and burn, the sugary sauces. This scrubs it off really nicely, but it's not so strong that it scrubs off the patina or the seasoning layer that you've made. And it's compact. It's the right size, and you can get in and you can work it in there, and it can bend around into the curves of your wok. This is the same tool that I believe has been around for an incredibly long time for cleaning a wok, and it's exactly all it needs to be. This is a good version of that thing, and I appreciate stuff like that. It's like Jacob. Doesn't need to be any more than he is.
Hey, Mike. Jacob here.
Oh.
Exactly what I'm supposed to be doing.
What
I'd
happened?
love some recommendations for some first gyutos for some beginners that are around under or around $200.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have
gyuto. This one.
This one.
You find others. I'll talk about these.
Yeah.
Here's a great gyuto to start with. This is from Tadafusa. It is a combination of steels. It's a carbon steel core with a stainless steel layer on the outside that gives you best of both worlds. Carbon steel edges, awesome, but they rust. Stainless steel face, less rust. So easier maintenance with some really incredible performance. This one's cool. It's got this like integrated bolster thing, and it's a Bubinga handle, or no, chestnut maybe. That's a very solid knife at $249, but that's the really kind of investment that would last you forever. Walnut?
Yeah.
Walnut handle. Now, we also have this really awesome Sunihisa. This is the Sanju-san knife, which is made out of that 440C steel, which is a knife-making steel that is stainless. This is great. It's got some texture to it. It's very nice and thin and light. Thin is partially part of sharpness too, almost mirrored finish. So it's a fancy looking knife. Usually this knife is $224. With the sale right now, it's $179. That's a really great entry price for a knife that's 210 millimeters. As you can see, we're bringing up 210 mil gyutos because that's the knife to build your collection around. Another one here, Naoto's passed me, is the Sunihisa Ichi. So this is stainless steel on the outside again with the carbon steel edge. Great performance, middle maintenance. I really like this handle, this Western style, but it's got this sort of diagonal line, bit of curving inside of the handle, so it's very comfortable. But just a really nicely built knife, really good performing. After the 20% discount, it is $188. So those kind of things. The Tsunehisa series is really a great option to look for those types of things. If it's for yourself or it's a gift, consider the use of the carbon steel. It does require you to pay a bit of attention to it. It's a bit of a change of behavior for some people. So if it's a gift, it depends on how well you know that person. And if there's someone who's really good at taking care of their tools, then, if you feel like you could explain to them carbon steel, go for it. It's not that big of a deal unless you're really crazy and you're like, oh, I'll be good. I will scrub it until it's shiny at the end of every time I use it. Don't do that. That's not what you want. If you want your knife to look clean and bright and shiny like it's brand new every day because that looks clean to you, stick to stainless steel. That would be like carbon steel. It would be like asking a leather jacket to not break in. You just want it to be stiff the whole time. Carbon steel knives need to develop that patina. It looks ugly at first. It becomes a thing of affection after a while. How'd we do on that? We good? Oh, thanks, Jacob. What is this? This is the garage sale. And we are here today. We're just about to, we're winding it down. You will see us again on Thursday at what time? 2?
There's a Metafield problem. So
Thursday, 2 p.m. and our time is the Mountain Time. And 2 p.m. Mountain Time, we'll be back on Thursday. We're going to go through the stuff that's left. We do have some late arrivals we know that are destined to arrive here this week. We'll get them turned into products and onto the website as soon as we can. We'll feature those on Thursday. We'll do we'll do Nolan's Roundup. Some of you might know Nolan already. He's featured in some of our videos. He is a diehard knife enthusiast, and he is too busy to partake in the live stream today because he is one of the 4 people who is hustling your order into a box right now. In fact, you've heard some noises. We have stuff getting shipped out already. Is this a 2,000 grit? Or is this $2,000?
$2,000.
That's a $2,000 rock.
It's the natural stone from the it's Nakayama. It's the mound that this mine from. Nakayama is something that it's closed for good reason. They don't mine them anymore. Nakayama was the natural stone mine in Kyoto for the longest time. Also, they are stamped with maruka, which is it basically means it basically means that it is mined by the Kato family, Kato Kozan, and Shohoyama. This stamp is very
important.
It's legit stamp that. And you want to see this stamp on the side. If you see this, they don't traditionally put that on here. They always do this here. Sometimes you see this stamp on somewhere here and try to make it look from the distance. But this maruka is the very old, legit Nakayama natural stone. You won't see this probably ever again. And it's great size. It's the 60. It's a little bit smaller than the other ones, but it's very rare, and that's why it's $2,000. I mean, we did we don't get to see the natural stones as much.
Can you just tell us about a natural stone? Obviously it's rare. It's $2,000. They don't make these anymore because they've closed the mine. Mm-hmm. So that makes it scarce, right?
Yeah.
What is it about these that people like? Why not just buy a regular old sharpening stone? What's the difference here?
The natural stone basically, when you're sharpening, this is the finishing stone, right?
Right.
When they are finishing sharpening on those natural stones, what happens is that really the biggest difference between natural stones to synthetic stones is the abrasive. Abrasive on natural stones are not those synthetic material that is all spiky if you look at a microscope. Mm-hmm. The natural, the abrasive abrasive on these ones are basically the crystallized silica, which is, and it can round it up and makes it a little bit more rounder shape rather than the spiky the abrasives, right? So edge becomes a lot more. So instead of making the edge like jagged like this, the knife that you finish with natural stones will make it like a little bit more like wavier, yeah. So what that does is that I just want to make sure it doesn't what it does is that when you're cutting into something really soft like raw meat and stuff like that, it doesn't tear apart the thing. It just mildly cuts into it. It keeps say for example, if you trim the meat off with the toothy edge, that part can oxidize a little faster. But when finishing with these ones, it's just gonna
You're breaking the cell structure less.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now I find with bread knives, I've always found that the ones with the wavy serrations keep their edge better than the ones with the really pointy serrations. Do you know if a natural stone helps the edge keep a little bit longer because his micro serrations are a bit more robust, maybe?
A little bit milder, right? It doesn't like stick into it. So like because the edge that you create with the synthetic stone is a little bit more spikier, when the spike kind of falls off, that's how it starts to feel it's duller. Where the natural stone when it's first, it's like very mild, like wave, right? So it doesn't go down. So it's
very
there are a few aspects, and also these natural stones are great for finishing the tool. So the blades so like kitchen knives, you want to use it this way to cut because it's a micro serration, right? But some blades you use it to just push it down. For example, the chisels, plane blades, or the safety straight razors, you push it down like straight.
Right.
You don't want to slice them.
No, that's the opposite of what you want to do.
Those blades, natural stones will give so much more nicer, milder feel.
Much smoother feeling.
Because it doesn't give the so
smart.
Anyways, that's kind of the story about natural stones, but.
We have a question here.
Yeah.
Ryusei VG7 210 for Joshua Yoon. Now I'm just going to grab it for you. In the meantime, where's that Opinel VG7? We were talking about VG7 steel earlier.
I was about to bring it up for you guys.
This is also VG7. I know. And there it is. But I thought it would be fun to show the beautiful Opinel.
That is beautiful.
That is also VG7.
Yes.
And it's not a Gyuto at all. But you know what? When was the last time you saw an Opinel made by a Japanese blacksmith?
Yeah, being French and all, not very often.
Sure, right?
Do you know what I think's cool is that they figured out a design in like the late 1800s or early 1900s, and then they just didn't change it because it was good.
Yeah.
They didn't need to. That ring lock that's on the Opinel, like, if you're not familiar with Opinel, it's a very simple mechanism that is kind of flawless. Like, it's a little ring. Whoop. There's a little ring right there. You turn it to lock the knife so it doesn't open in your pocket. And when you want to open the knife, you turn the ring, and then you open the knife, and then you turn the ring again, and now the knife is locked open. That's
and
it.
The work
like
that this
3
has
parts.
done in French vineyards and in picnic baskets and all sorts of places. This is such a great knife. The fact that our pal Nigara has made the blade and using VG7 steel has made this incredibly unique and special. Now, this is a VG7 Gyuto from Ryusei. Couple things off the top that I like about it. I do like the cherry handle. We also have the choil that kind of comes out on a bit of a slope here. So when you hold it where it's balanced, you're less likely to stab yourself with the heel and it just sort of slopes away from your hand. So it has a nice it's a nice touch. How about that? Really nice bevel. It's not too thin, but it's not going to be super delicate, but it is a nice taper. And yeah, what else? What are your thoughts on VG7 steel, and like in comparison to say something like VG10?
Then VG7 will have the little bit more what they call it the carbides than the than the VG10. So it will give a little bit more toothier type of edge than the. So when you're cutting the meats and stuff like that, it will give the really nice bitey type of edge to it. Okay.
Well, this is 145 grams. That's a pretty light knife, all things considered. And it's got it is a very nice knife. What else can we say about it?
Yeah,
it's $312. VG7 is not something you see that often. So yeah, a nice bite, nice toothiness to the edge. Hope that answered your question.
I guess they just throw some of the handles to here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Real quick, can you guys talk about caring for carbon steel? Some people got their first carbon steel knives today, and they'd like to know how to care for it, as well as if there's a way to stop onions from turning gray or brown when you're cutting with a carbon steel knife.
I don't believe there is a way to stop your onions or your romaine lettuce or your fennel or any of those things from turning brown. What might help is to develop the patina on the knife, which is what you need to do at first anyway. And you need to cut a whole bunch of stuff. Some people will do things like coat it in mustard or dip it in coffee. Personally, I just use it a lot. I do like doing it with onions. They will turn brown.
Oh, if you want to learn more about that, we got a couple of really fun videos that Sky made. Trying out the internet suggestions. And some of them are pretty wild.
Patina.
So we have some how-to patina knife, patina your knife videos. So this is what I think about using a carbon steel knife. And my experience was, at first, I didn't really know what I was getting. And it was great because it was sharp, but then yes, indeed, everything turned brown. And I thought, that's not ideal. And so I would scrub the knife to get that patina off, that dirty, like oxide kind of water spot look to the outside. I'd scrub that off. And then I'd go and use it the next day, and it would happen all over again. And what I've learned in time is that you need to not scrub that off unless it's orange or really dark black. Before that, gray cloudiness is good, and you want more of that. That's going to help to keep that reaction from happening. So cut stuff, wipe the knife dry, use a cloth that's dry, and don't just wipe it and think it's good. Wipe it and look at it. You'll see that reaction time will be much faster with something acidic like tomatoes or even onions. If you cut a whole bunch of lemons, you'll actually strip the patina off your knife.
No, it won't.
A little bit.
Oh,
but try to take care of your patina. And what do you need to do to take care of it is basically the same as every other knife, and it's just to not expect it to be shiny. You can oil it. Some people will oil them. If I have a carbon steel knife that I'm not going to use and I'm going to put it in storage, I'll oil it. Otherwise, we live in a pretty dry climate. I don't need to worry about that. If you're living somewhere pretty humid, then you can oil your knife, and that will create a little protective layer from the humidity causing it to rust. But once you've built your patina, it shouldn't be too big of an issue.
I think it only happens to the bulb vegetables, so I don't think it happens to the lettuce. I don't think it's going to brown it lettuce with cutting.
Yeah, it will.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It'll make it rust.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh.
Yeah.
In a restaurant.
In a restaurant, and then your chef yells at you for ruining all the lettuce.
Yep.
It just makes it look old.
What kind of oil do you use to oil it?
Typically, camellia oil is the best oil. Look, ladies and gentlemen, this is the section where Nathan Garrow eats a sandwich. Camellia oil is the best. We have a blade oil product we can sell. You know what? You can use any oil that's, I guess, not going to go rancid. So don't use, Pam or canola oil or olive oil. I suppose you could use coconut oil because apparently coconut oil, I think, is like the solution for everything.
Fractionated coconut oil will go rancid.
No, fractionated coconut oil will be fine. I actually, to be honest, I use the same stuff I use on my cutting board, which is a combination of mineral oil and beeswax. It takes a little bit more to wash it off, but it's fine. So the other thing to know is to not hold your knife or clean your knife with anything terribly corrosive. So for example, I worked with somebody who would make a bleach solution to sanitize their station with, and they would have a container of it, and they would leave their knives inside of the bleach solution. They measured carefully by opening the jug and going glug, 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 and then filling it up with water. And that actually pitted their knife significantly over time.
Stainless steel too.
Stainless steel. These were in fact VG10 knives.
Yeah.
So definitely not with your carbon steel. Be careful with your stainless steel too. These are stainless. They are not stained never.
Thank you, Mike.
Now, if you have a carbon steel knife and you're using it and you forget or you leave it in some water or something happens and you open it up and you go, ah! Like if you put it away wet inside of a blade guard and you take it out and it's all orange, you need to take something mildly abrasive and scrub the orange off immediately, as soon as you can.
Yeah.
So the green scrubby works well. A rust eraser is a common thing. That works well. Barkeeper's Friend is a product that we really like using because it's mildly abrasive and has oxalic acid that helps to strip that stuff too. Even baking soda and water is mildly abrasive, and you can knock back that orange rust pretty quickly. The reason why you want to get it off right away is because if you don't, it'll result in pits. And when we go to sharpen it, as we move up the blade and we connect, we remove steel as we sharpen, when you run into those pits, it turns into essentially a chip. So that's when it becomes less fun. So get the orange off, and then go back to using your knife. When honestly, when I'm done using my knives and I wash them and I rinse them after I've washed them, I try to rinse them in really hot water, and then I will manually dry them with a towel. But making sure the blade's kind of hot from the temperature of the tap water, that'll help evaporate any other remaining water. If you rinse it in cold water, it's going to stick around longer. And then your grandma hits you and says, like, you're making my silver tarnish.
Do you want to talk about that way?
Nope.
You're my grandma, so
yes.
You hit me when the silver tarnish.
Yeah, you tarnish things.
Alrighty, that's good.
I got a couple of things we could talk about.
Great.
Either I can talk about or you guys can talk about. I just wanted to highlight some of the other cool stuff we got.
Yeah, do it.
We got some of those custom handles. We got some.
Yeah. Just gonna
burger stuff.
talk to this.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. The Connor Kittner is asking probably to see the Tosatsu Gasa Shirogami Gyuto, which is this guy here. It's really well made, hand forged. It's really well priced for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy.
White #1 carbon steel. It is a lot more like workhorse. It is a little bit thicker. It still does cut very nicely. It's like super thin behind the edge and everything. But the it is a little bit more robust. It's maybe a little bit heavier than some other Gyuto 210s, but it's going to work fantastic. Just be careful, like any carbon steel that the Mike was explaining, keep it dry.
I have a feeling this is the kind of knife that once you get used to using it, it will be sharp every time you pick it up.
Yep.
When you hone it, it will become sharp again very easily. And over time, you will love this knife.
Yeah.
It will become a thing.
Over
time, you will become such a huge fan of this knife because of it's probably the most dependable thing in your life.
I love white carbon steel. I have one at home, and that is my almost like prime, like the knife to go, because that's like it gets really sharp after you sharpen them, and they kind of start to get duller. Then you rotate around and you don't sharpen this knife, but when you come back like a month later, it feels like actually the edges coming. There's a little trick on that thing.
I went and stropped my Hatto last night that I hadn't used in a while.
Mhm.
And it was getting to the point where nothing was really doing anything, so I just chucked it in the block.
Yeah.
And sure enough, really fucking sharp again. I was like, what? And you just told me why. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because steel has a memory?
Yeah. Well, it's the microchip. It's rust a little bit, very little bit, tiny bit.
And then I must have knocked that off with a strop.
Yeah. Yeah. the white carbon steel does it very prominent.
Yeah, right.
The white Shirogami and Shirogami number 1 does it. Number 1 does it a little bit better than the number 2.
Is that why every time, because I have this Fujiwara Nishiji.
Yes.
And I don't use it all that often.
Yep.
Because I fear it's delicate, and I'm not. And every time I go and cut with it, I'm like, God damn it, this thing is so sharp.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You want to talk? You want the microphone?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, there was some other cool stuff that still appears to still be in stock, so I thought, thank you, Mike.
I'll go help out front.
Sweet. We're gonna wrap soon, folks. So if there is anything else you want to learn about, got any other questions, any messages to share with the world, whatever, pop them in the chat.
I know we have 120.
I just want to talk about some of the cool things that I've seen lying around still. One of which is these custom lacquered handles by Yamakin. I don't know who makes them, but I do know that the art of Japanese lacquering is quite special, and the amount of work that goes into this kind of thing, often there will be dozens, if not like 100 layers of lacquer put into something like that. This one looks like it was probably that suminagashi technique I was talking about earlier, where they mix ink on top of water and then dip stuff into it, and that appears to be suminagashi, which is often the name you'll see associated with a Damascus finish knife. They call it suminagashi finish. Who makes these fancy handles? Is it a specific person at Yamakin, or?
Yeah, a specific person. The 2 ladies. The one is the wife of Yamamoto-san, the Mayu Yamamoto. She is the urushi artist.
Urushi is the type of lacquer or the way of applying it?
Type of lacquer.
Cool. Oh, little kitty. We had one with this kitty handle before, and it went very quickly.
It's it's actually hand painted. There's no print or anything.
Yeah.
She basically takes the handle, draws it like.
Yeah. You can tell it's hand done, and not in a bad way, but you can tell like it's, this ain't no Chat GPT image. This is a real thing, folks. Look at that. I love that. I like the texture on this handle too. It's a little bit mottled, so you can.
The urushi reacts with the animal protein to create this texture. So what happens? What she does is that I think mixed with the. So it's not vegan, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
I think she mixed this with the milk or something.
Oh, okay. So there's not blood.
No.
That's a very metal handle. All right, cool. Oh, this guy's really cool. Dark, kind of navy with orange. Whew! I think that was my favorite.
But urushi is the vegan. I mean, like it is the they basically it's the sap of the tree, right? They cut the tree and they get the liquid out.
Cool. Yeah, those are beautiful. I think we've sold one of these, and
tiger one.
The tiger one, yeah.
Ah.
And
nice.
And then there's a few left. So if you have a really special knife and you're like, oh, that handle is a little plain, maybe I need something fancier. These are very much the way to like just add a little extra on top of that knife.
Alrighty. Yeah, they're really well. Yeah, it's really well made. So James Watt is asking to see the Yoshikazu Tanaka Kasumi Petty 150. 150. We unfortunately don't have 150 here in our warehouse. They are all at the stores. I do have a 120 Petty to kind of show you. So 150 is like about. It's really well made. It's the I love the sharpening job that's actually been done on this one here. We did actually go to see the sharpener of this knife when we were in Osaka with Jacob. It's really nice, and he was probably nicest person I don't want to say nicest. I mean everyone was nice, but he was very gentle. The way he spoke, it was very gentle.
And that's Tanaka-san.
No, the sharpener.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it was very nice. I think the Ajioka-san is the sharpener.
It's such an elegant finish. I
Yeah,
love
right?
that. The Kasumi style, where you have that shiny edge and like the rest of the blade is kind of cloudy, is it's so tasteful. You know, it's just
really well
gorgeous.
made.
And the something I learned from Naoto over the years was that I don't know if this is the purpose. I know the two steels polish at different rates because they're different hardnesses, but when you get that really nice mirror polish along the edge of your knife, it helps it to oxidize more slowly. And so I have knives that I've given a really nice Kasumi finish to, and they've oxidized very, very slowly because there's less surface area, less scratches for oxidization to occur in, and so you end up with a knife that stays shiny longer. If you're looking for that.
Yeah. He was very nice. Remember the Ajioka-san? He was very gentle. He very well spoken as well. But
cool. All right, 3 of my favorite newish products. The Atlas came out last year, but they're made in small batches in a fab shop in Winnipeg, and so we don't get very many of them. We only get them 2-3 times a year. It's a burger press. It's for smashing stuff on a grill or making brick chicken. And it's just like a solid piece of steel with a heavy-duty handle. It's about 4 pounds or so. It's a beast. It's really nice for making smash burgers. It is high carbon steel, so you're going to need to keep it dry or season it. But it does an amazing job, and it's Canadian made. These guys are also Canadian made. This is Nordquist. This is a used one, and this is a brand new one. But Nordquist is a guy named something. And he makes knives. He makes knives, I believe, in Kelowna, BC. And he makes gorgeous knives, but he makes other things out of steel as well. And so these guys have a carbon steel blade, if you will. It's not actually sharp, but it's like a blade, very, very thin, a fraction of a millimeter, made from 1095 high carbon steel. And then you have a really nice brass handle. Nolan's had this one for a couple of weeks, and you can see the brass is starting to darken and take on a bit more of almost a bronzy color, and the carbon steel blade is patinaing really cool. Nolan fully endorses it. Nolan is one of the top knife nerds in the company. He has the biggest collection of anybody in the company, one of the biggest Japanese knife collections probably in the world. He's got, well, he maybe not anymore. He had 250 plus knives, and he's since given away quite a number of those and sold a couple. But he gives the knives away a lot, so he's got to up his numbers. Those are rookie numbers. But yeah, I love really high quality kitchen tools that are over designed and over engineered and just perfect. And so this will be added to my collection alongside several pairs of King Tong, several Gestura spoons. I just love things that are perfectly designed like this. And this, well, in my mind, is perfect. And you get these together, and then have the $300 Smashburger set.
Oh, it's sitting here.
What do you got there, Naoto?
We'll talk about this.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to give one final plug. Fireballs. This is a product that I saw on Instagram. They tagged us in a post, and it's a fire starter. It's an eco-friendly fire starter that's made out of wax, cotton wick, and wood chips. And it's small, right? But this is enough fire to not only start a campfire, but to also light charcoal in a chimney. So I was testing this that day that we shot our tan grill testing video, and I wasn't expecting much. Just to test it, I put one in the bottom of a ceramic Conroe, and I lit it. And not only was it enough fire, because it burns for about 20 minutes, it was enough fire to get the charcoal started, way better than using newspaper. But it didn't make a mess. There's just enough wax in it to hold it together. And so I thought there'd be a pool of melted wax in the bottom of the Conroe. There wasn't. There was some ash, there was a black ring, but there wasn't like goo, you know? And so one of these was enough to light a chimney full of charcoal. I was very impressed.
That's crazy.
And so I said, Tiff, like, please, can we get these in? And she was already on board, so she got some. And now you can cast Fireball in your own backyard. Fireballs, I don't know how much they are. They're made in South Africa. They're fairly inexpensive. You get a pack of 12. That's enough to last you a good chunk of grill season.
Right.
All right, what do you got, man? Oh,
well, I've got this guy here.
Yeah.
You know what the hori hori is? This North American word that made the Japanese person like myself very confused. Because the hori is not even a word.
It's a made-up English word.
It's like a.
It sounds Japanese.
It's like a shosugiban and those.
Shosugiban isn't a real Japanese term?
No. Well,
you're shattering my world now.
Someone read it.
Wait, are you telling me California roll isn't Japanese either?
Well, it's a Japanese because it's done by Tojo-san. Hey.
Yeah, made
Tojo
by a
is
Japanese person. Right. Hori was a term invented by a white guy.
Yeah, and shosugiban as well. Someone read it wrong. It is yakisugi ita. And
yakisugi ita.
Yeah, and you could read it like a shosugiban, but if you say it in Japan.
But you'd be wrong.
If you say it in Japan, no one will understand it unless they know a little bit about English.
Yeah.
Anyways,
they'll go get a load of this guy.
The hori, so is the hibachi. Hibachi is a Japanese word, but used for different things. That's why we call it konro, grill. Anyways, that's very widely. Right. Anyways, here.
Right. That's why when Ariana Grande got a 7 rings tattoo, she just got a tattoo that said stove.
Yeah. Here.
Is that a double oov?
It's the Japanese hand-forged hori-hori. Hori-hori is a gardening tool that became very, very popular in North America. It is called the sansai hori in Japan. Sansai is the mountain vegetable. Hori means to dig. So it's the sansai hori, sansai, the vegetable, mountain vegetable knife. Sansai is like one of those like fiddleheads and those kind of stuff. And anyways,
so it would be kind of for like digging and foraging.
Yeah, it was like digging and foraging.
Cool.
But it was really.
Oh, this would be really good for cow parsnip, which grows in Alberta, is a staple food of like indigenous people around here for a long time. It's kind of like a asparagus.
Oh yeah.
But you need like a really sharp, robust tool because you have to like get into the ground to cut the shoot out.
Right.
It'd be great for digging cow
So
parsnip
those ones are great.
Here.
So we do have the stainless steel hori-hori knife from the Tomita Hamono, which is the hori-hori knife. Okay. But in the same region, there's this Kondo-san who makes the hand-forged version, and he's been doing this for quite some time. But look at how thick this become, and like it's
there's no
forged.
Weld,
exactly.
Yeah.
And there's no grind. Like he forges into the shape. Only grinding that's done is like here. Okay, so it's like. People. So it's like.
Yeah, there you go.
Woo! Yeah. So it's like really well.
So that's all forged in, all those edges.
Yeah.
Jeez.
$120 for a hand forged hori-hori. It's like gardening season coming. You could use it as the very multi-functional tool.
Yeah. I've done just enough forging to know that that's not easy to do that well.
Right?
And quickly, because these are what, $120?
Yeah.
They're not pricey.
Oh. So yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
It's really cool stuff. Anyways.
Sweet. That's awesome. We were doing some gardening yesterday. It was Mother's Day. We were planting some stuff.
Yeah.
And there were some roots that I had to hack apart, and all I had was the sharp side of a crowbar. Yeah. And not a good Japanese crowbar either, like a Home Depot one. And that would have been a lot better. My hori-hori is still packed right now. So.
What else?
Folks, you're watching the Knifewear Spring Garage Sale Marathon Q&A live stream. We're gonna be done soon. I think we're tired. It's been 6 hours plus, but we really thank you all for tuning in. We really appreciate you folks. With your support, we can do silly stuff like this. We can make a knife mascot costume. We can give away free stuff like Oprah. We can have a good time and keep doing what we do. So thank you all for your support. Also, thank you everybody that participated in our fundraiser last week. We raised $13,500 to go to aid for people affected by the Lapu Lapu Day events, and so we just really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're gonna rattle off a few other cool things that we want to talk about, and then we're gonna go. If you got more questions, you got 10 minutes. Pop them in the chat.
Yeah, I've got
those 2 sandwiches are really kicking the hell out of me right now. I'm falling asleep.
We just got this cool peeler, a very traditional Japanese peeler. It's like one of those things that you saw in my grandma's place. There's a blade, and this is not going to slice as thin as other peelers that
Yeah.
you may, but this is great for a, say, daikon or those like peels that, daikon radish, you buy this and you cut it, you see the skin is actually, you want to actually peel quite
If you peel it
thicker
with a
skin.
vegetable peeler, you don't get deep enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It gets
Same-
like a
same
lot
as
of
squash.
fiber. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So this does actually peels very nice and robust peel.
Yeah, that'd be
And-
great for peeling squash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, so yeah, we got the this called the.
I'll be honest, I saw this and I thought it was like, those like little handheld beard trimmers. I thought it was maybe like the old-timey version of that.
Yeah.
Maybe don't put this on your face. Oh, I think we got Canada Post picking up, folks.
But yeah, the that's like very traditional peeler, and I was kind of excited to see actually
Very
it's
cool.
available.
A couple other things I want to talk about. We got Hocho jigs. These are from our friend Shibata-san. This is a passion project of his. He's always coming up with crazy new ideas, and this is one of his best ones yet. These are knife fishing lures. They are highly effective. If you check out his Instagram page, Takayuki Shibata, I think, you can see him fishing damn near every day on the ocean or just off the coast. And he's been catching mad fish with these things. They're pretty great. They're also very cool. You can wear them, use them as a keychain, wear them like earrings, attach either side of a gold chain and have a little knife bling, which might be my move. We'll see. Very cool. 25 bucks. I'm definitely adding one to my tackle box. We've got It's My Knife. These are build-it-yourself knives from, what's the company called?
It's the Fedica.
Fedica.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's a little kit. It comes with two wooden scales, a screw for like a joint, another screw, I guess, for the other side, and and a blade. And this guy's just a little friction folder, and they've got like a fixed blade carving knife kit, and it's a build-it-yourself knife kit. It comes with some sandpaper for smoothing out the wood, but as you can see, you can wood burn it like our friend Diana in the warehouse. You could paint them, you could stain them, you could carve them, you could, I don't know, wax them, you could
it's
burn
great.
them, you could...
Oh yeah, Shosugi band.
You could do Shosugi band on that, and it would look really cool. You could resin epoxy them, all sorts of good stuff. Yeah, little do-it-yourself knife kit. I think if you have a kid who's like, old enough to handle a sharp knife, like maybe 5 and up, you could build this kit together. I think that'd be a really fun activity. And then they have a little pocket knife that they can use with supervision. I think that's awesome. And then this guy is made by, I think, a fellow that works at a knife store in the UK, right? Jacob, do you remember that?
I do.
I want to say, I think they work at Kitchen Provisions, and in their spare time, they make knife magnets. So this is a little 4-knife knife magnet. It's made of really beautiful wood. Mounts on your wall, like so, and then it has a layered cork facing with some kind of color in there that I don't know what it's made out of. Here we go. There's information. Magnetic racks are an excellent way to store your knives hygienically. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it doesn't say how it's made, but they're very cool. They're very pretty. That would look great in your kitchen. It only holds 4 knives, which is great if you have a more minimalist knife set, or if you're like me and you need several knife magnets, you can add a bit of variety to your wall with that. Nice. And the cork's good because it's not going to scratch up your knives. You do have to be a little bit careful, even with wooden knife magnets, and you should just avoid stainless steel knife magnets because they're the devil. And so if you pull your knife off, like just scrape it off, it's going to scrape up the side of your knife, and you can be a little less careful with cork knife magnets. They're not going to scrape up your knife easily, which I think is great. I want to do a final check-in with our friends over at the packing station because they've been packing mad orders all day. So I'm going to turn on camera number 3 and go on a little adventure. I promise to be less chaotic this time, and I'm tired, so I'm not going to put on my knife costume. Naoto's going to get a few more things to show you.
I have one.
Jacob?
Well, has it changed or?
All right, are we live?
I mean, it's thinking about it. It's blinking.
It's
Holy
thinking about
Land
it.
Creative.
We good? Oh no, it's still.
We'll just show now. So.
I can show
All right.
this. I can show this knife here. The Tsuna. Ginsan. I don't know where the price sticker went, but we have Tsunesa Ginsan and Sanjuroku Petty. The don't know which size Sanjuroku. This one here. Let's start from here. This is really nice. The look of it is fantastic. It's really nice Damascus with the tsuchime. I like the how prominent. It's like it's not shiny, but it's like little dull shine, but super cool dull shine. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, this one here is fantastic. It's a great price at 20% off. So. If you want to switch to Nathan, and I can try to find the another Petty.
All right, we're just here with Nolan, who's looking for knives. We're going to take a little adventure over and just say hey to our friends over at the packing station in the warehouse team. There's our first pallet going out with Canada Post. That'll leave the warehouse very shortly here. I feel like Rick Mercer right now. All right.
Hi, Nathan.
Hey, whoop.
What's happening?
It's Tiffany. Tiffany purchases all of our products that are not from Japan, right? Is that accurate? Sweet. And a million other things.
And some that are.
Yeah, and some that are. This is Ellie, who runs our website. Ellie's been on the help desk. Oh, you should have brought a puppet. Come on, Ellie. I brought a mascot costume. Here's Avery packing orders. Woo! Here's another pallet of orders. Thank you all so much for your orders and support.
Are you happy?
There's Diana. Woo! Diana designed that really cool folding knife that you saw earlier. Did the woodwork on that. Amazing work, Diana. There's Nolan, knife guy extraordinaire. We're gonna go say hi to Naomi real quick. Woo! Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has gone out of range. It is crackly. It is terrible.
The signal didn't drop out. Ugh.
The signal certainly did drop out.
I feel like Doom Guy right now. There's Matt, warehouse manager. Beautiful shirt. All right. There we go. Do you like my Doom music?
I did, yeah.
What up?
What's the mascot's name?
Knifey? I don't know. That's what Vancouver calls their mascot.
Orinoco said Hocho-san.
Hocho-san.
Yeah.
Hocho-san. I like Hocho-san. What do you think, Naoto?
Good.
It's good. All right.
Awesome.
Oh, that was fun.
I did find the knife that
I fucking love this.
Sanjuroku Petty. Audio cut out. The last one, probably. This one's great. You know, it's good. AUS 10 steel. It's really what the knife should look like.
It looks like a knife.
Yeah, it looks like a knife. It's got a
Does it cut like a knife?
It probably will cut like a knife. It's really nice taper to it too. It's really well made. 185, but 148 for.
$148.
Yeah.
And those are Canadian dollars. So if you're American, that's like $100 right now.
I think so. Yeah.
That's nothing.
Yep. So.
Cheaper than a carton of eggs. All right. Anybody else have questions, comments? Anybody enjoy what we did today? Hopefully we weren't, too. Hopefully I wasn't too annoying. These guys do real stuff.
Switch the camera back to the.
Woo! Beautiful hands. Woo! I'm David Duchovny. No.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jacob.
All right. Thanks for.
Thanks, guys. We're losing it. Yeah, we're gonna go help the warehouse team and clean up a bit. We are gonna be back on Thursday.
Yeah.
I almost said November. May 15th, 2 p.m.-ish Mountain Time. Maybe we'll start a bit earlier. We're gonna show off the new 70-pound 10 grill. It's like $1,100, and it's very cool.
And we are getting some late comer stocks.
Some late arrivals confirmed. Yeah.
So stay tuned.
Yep.
We're pretty excited about those Late arrivals.
We on Saturday, if you haven't watched it yet, we had a video with Calgary blacksmith Hudson Torrens. We've talked about his knives a few times today. If you want to learn more about what he does, check him out. I think his Gyutos are sold out, but we'll probably have a few more coming online tonight. Oh, hey, tonight, between 6 and 8 Mountain Time, our in-store inventory will go onto the website. Basically, when the shop closes, they receive that inventory. We have it separate so it can't sell online in the first day, but then probably a whole bunch of great stuff and a lot of stuff that sold out first thing is going to come back online because sometimes that stuff just doesn't sell in store, or at least not on the first day. So you guys get a shot at it then, and we get a shot at the inventory then too, so we can buy stuff. Yeah, if you got any more questions, the best way to get in touch is to email hello@knifewear.com, message the little chat box on our website, or shoot us an Instagram DM. I'm on there every day checking the messages and responding to people. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for your support. We love you.
Thanks.
Subscribe to the channel, like the video. It helps us do more of this stuff. Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know where Mike went. Hi, Tiff.
Hi, I have a question.
Yeah?
Now to
Did you play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music? Are we still live?